Chapter 554. However, judging from the current strength of the Mahakala demon god, he should not be the reincarnation of the Dark Knight demon god, but had been possessed by the Dark Knight demon god. If not, his cultivation level would not be so low after such a long time had passed since the beginning of ancient times. Thinking back to the recent time when the Chaos Demon God took the opportunity of the heavenly Tao's negligence and was preparing to possess the great mediums of the primordial world. It was not hard to imagine that the Mahakala Demon God had been unlucky. It was because he had fused with a part of the true spirit of the Dark Knight Demon God that the strength of the Mahakala Demon God had soared in a short period of time. He had broken through the layers of shackles and cultivated to the fourth level of primordial chaos. Otherwise, no matter how heaven-defying the opportunity of the Mahakala Demon God was, it was impossible for his realm to reach such a level. He could even fight 1 against 2 and still have the upper hand. The Dark Knight Demon God had possessed the Mahakala Demon God and completed the plan of rebirth. He had even replaced the identity of the Mahakala Demon God in the primordial world and walked in the world with his face. And the Chaos Spirit Treasure Darkness, after sensing its master's aura, would return to his side without the summoning of the Dark Knight Demon God. In this way, the Dark Knight Demon God had completely returned. It was a pity that the Mahakala Demon God had cultivated for hundreds of millions of years for nothing. It was really sad and lamentable. What happened next was much simpler. As the spokesperson of the Chaos Demon God in the primordial world, of course, it was also possible that Rahu himself was the reincarnation of the Chaos Demon God. In short, there was a great connection between the Demon God and the Chaos Demon God. According to this, the demon sect and the Chaos Demon God were also inextricably linked. Therefore, when the demon god Rahu learned that the Dark Knight Demon God had returned, he asked him to help the demon sect deal with the celestial sect of wonders. How could the Dark Knight Demon God stand by and do nothing? In this way, it led to the current situation. Sigh. Although he had expected this, Feng Zichen still sighed when he saw it with his own eyes. What kind of expert was the Mahakala Demon God? He had once dominated an era and had the bearing of a celestial emperor. However, he was gone just like that, and his body was taken over by someone else. It really made people sigh. In fact, Feng Zichen had a rough idea of how the Mahakala Demon God was taken over by the Darkness Demon God. Others might be able to withstand the possession of a Chaos Fiend Celestial or even kill it. However, against the Dark Knight Demonic God, the Great Dark Heavens Demon God could be said to be completely helpless. It could even be said that the Great Dark Sky Demon God was the vessel of the Dark Knight Demon God. Speaking of which, the Mahakala Fiend Celestial had asked for it. It was formed from the remains of the Dark Knight Demon God, so it was naturally countered by the Dark Knight Demon God. He should hurry up and cultivate the primordial heavenly Tao to erase the traces left on him by the Dark Knight Demon God. Instead, he recklessly cultivated the Tao of Demon God and deepened the Demon God brand in his body so that he could transform into a Chaos Demon God. Wasn't that just courting death? If the Dark Knight Demon God had really fallen, there was nothing wrong with the Mahakala Demon God's actions. This was a grand Tao. As long as he cultivated it step by step, he might be able to become the new Dark Knight Demon God in the end and reach the highest realm. However, the problem was that the Dark Knight Demon God was not dead. Cultivate his Tao, imitate his body, trace his origin, the Mahakala Demon God had put everything on the Dark Knight Demon God. He was simply making himself into a replica of the Dark Knight Demon God. In this way, after the Dark Knight Demon God broke the seal, it would be easy for him to take over the Mahakala Demon God. In fact, the Dark Knight Demon God did not even need to take the initiative to attack. He only needed to appear in front of the Mahakala Demon God. Under the attraction of the same Tao, the Mahakala Demon God would uncontrollably let go of everything to help the Dark Knight Demon God and replace him. Those who imitate me live, those who imitate me die. That was how it was. Speaking of which, the Mahakala Demon God had gotten what he wanted. Didn't he want to become the Dark Knight Demon God? Now, he had completely integrated into the Dark Knight Great Tao and became a part of the Dark Knight Demon God. He had achieved his dream. When the ancestor of the Great Tao was still alive, he cultivated his Tao and tried to replace his existence. Such behavior was destined to become someone else's wedding dress from the beginning. It was so stupid that it could not be any more stupid. He could be said to be the best at courting death in the Eldritch world. One had to know that Feng Zichen was worried about this. That was why he did not dare to completely turn himself into Pangu. His physical body, primordial spirit, and even true spirit were all transforming into Pangus. However, his foundation, the Tao that he cultivated, was completely different from Pangu's Tao. This difference created the essential difference between Feng Zichen and Pangu. Therefore, he did not need to worry that he would be inspired by Pangu and automatically become his incarnation. He was him. Feng Zichen of the human race. The one-of-a-kind Feng Zichen. Even if he added the word Pangu before his name, it only meant that he was from Pangu's lineage, not that he was a part of Pangu. If he wanted to reach the Supreme Realm and reach the end of the Great Tao, he had to walk his own Tao. Following the Tao of others would save him effort, but he would never reach the peak of the Great Tao. Not bad. But if you want to escape from my hands with this, it's far from enough. Seeing the two of them tear apart the long night, the Dark Knight Demon God was a little surprised, but that was all. Obviously, he did not think that Feng Zichen and Haotian could escape from his hands if they worked together. You guys, have you seen the real Eternal Night? A slightly profound voice came from the Dark Knight Demon God's mouth. Then, without waiting for Feng Zichen and Haotian to react, he flipped his hand, and the endless night rolled, giving birth to endless darkness that swept toward the two of them. The Eternal Night was the precursor of the immeasurable calamity. In the Eternal Night, all Daoists were destroyed, and the laws did not exist. Everything would fall into despair, and living beings would disappear. It was obvious how terrifying it was. Danger. Extreme danger. Seeing the darkness surging toward them, Feng Zichen and Haotian felt a chill all over their bodies, and they could not help but feel a great fear in their hearts. The darkness in front of them was enough to threaten their lives. We can't let it get close. At this moment, Feng Zichen and Haotian made a decision almost at the same time. They could not let this attack fall. The stars in the sky, the light of the galaxy, the god of Pangu, all of you, strengthen me. Break. Terrified, Feng Zichen directly used his strongest method to attract the power of the boundless starry sky to strengthen himself. In an instant, Feng Zichen's aura skyrocketed again, and he broke through to the third level of the primordial chaos realm. At the same time, in the distant boundless starry sky, in a mysterious and unpredictable space, the god of Pangu's shadow, who was swallowing the chaos chi from the chaos, suddenly opened his eyes and disappeared. In a trance, Feng Zichen felt an extremely vast and mighty power suddenly descend and wrap around him. All kinds of mysterious trajectories flashed before his eyes, and the power of heaven and earth strengthened his body at this moment, raising his cultivation by another level, allowing him to enter the fourth level of the primordial chaos realm. This realm was just on par with the Dark Knight Demon God. Unfortunately, this was not the boundless starry sky, and Zhou was far from recovering to his peak, so the support he could give to Feng Zichen was extremely limited. Otherwise, with the power of the stars in the sky, Feng Zichen's realm would at least be raised to the seventh level of the primordial chaos realm. In addition to the support of the god of Pangu, it was enough to let him erupt with power that was not inferior to the ninth level of the primordial chaos realm. If that was really the case, Feng Zichen did not need to be afraid of the Dark Knight Demon God, as he could suppress him alone. Zhou painting, go. At this moment, as Feng Zichen's strength increased to the fourth level of the primordial chaos realm, and he activated the Zhou painting, the power that erupted was far from what it was before. Rumble. The star chart shook, and billions of stars appeared. Each star represented a world, and they were connected to each other, forming a vast and magnificent supreme realm. painting sky splitting. As the stars rotated, billions of worlds shook together, and endless power poured out, forming a vast torrent that crushed everything and collided with the surging darkness. Bang! Terrifying power spread. The universe shook, and the universe roared. The great Tao was in chaos, and the divine chains of order were broken inch by inch. It was as if heaven and earth did not exist at this moment. When the fluctuations stopped, the bright starlight and the dark night were tightly entangled with each other. No one could do anything to the other, and they were in a stalemate. The night could not descend. The galaxy could not rush up. Feng Zichen and the Dark Night Demon God were in a stalemate. At this moment, Haotian also erupted. The power of heaven and earth, add to my body. As soon as he finished speaking, the 33 heavens shook together, and an incomparably vast power descended from the sky and poured into Haotian's body, directly raising his realm to the third level of the primordial chaos realm. And this was not the end. After the heaven realm, the entire eldritch world also shook. Next, in the eldritch world, countless famous mountains, great rivers, and blessed lands, regardless of whether they had an owner or not, all of them had to separate and pour into Haotian's body. Even the nether realm, which had long been sealed, separated a trace of origin and added to Haotian's body the moment Haotian's voice fell. With a command, heaven and earth obeyed. This was the Celestial Emperor, the supreme ruler of the eldritch world. He was more powerful than a saint or even a Tao ancestor. At this moment, Haotian's cultivation directly entered the fifth level of the primordial chaos realm, surpassing Feng Zichen and the Dark Night Demon God in one fell swoop. This was also the reason why Haotian had just become the Celestial Emperor and had not established his prestige in the eldritch world, so his reputation was not prominent. Otherwise, with the support of the power of heaven and earth, Haotian's realm could be even stronger. As for how strong it was hard to say. In theory, the upper limit of the eldritch world was there, and the upper limit of the Celestial Emperor's strength was there. The Celestial Emperor represented the strongest in the eldritch world. How much strength could be exerted completely depended on the standard of the Celestial Emperor. If he was the true Lord of heaven and earth in the eldritch world. Needless to say, he would definitely be the strongest in the eldritch world. If he was just a puppet and his power was completely taken over, then the strength he could exert would be at the level of an ordinary primordial chaos realm. No matter what, he was still a Celestial Emperor. Even if he was only a Celestial Emperor in name, he was still a Celestial Emperor. No matter how weak he could not be that weak. He was a peak that hundreds of millions of living beings could not reach. Therefore, in the future, how much of the Heavenly Emperor's strength Haotian could unleash would all depend on his means. Suppress. Haotian formed a seal with both hands, and the shadow of the 33 heavens appeared, turning into the shadow of a 33 heavens pagoda in midair. Endless creation chi hung down, spinning and suppressing toward the night sky. This was the primordial pagoda of Miluo Heaven, also known as the Trayastrimsa Creation Pagoda. It was a primordial treasure that was born in the 33 heavens in the distant future. Now, Haotian, as the Celestial Emperor, used a supreme divine ability to summon a projection of himself in the future to suppress the enemy. There were 33 layers of his body, and each layer corresponded to a heavens. And in each layer of the heavens, a primordial spirit treasure was born to be used as a suppressor. This supreme treasure represented the luck of the heavenly realm, and it contained endless good fortune. A primordial treasure contained 33 primordial spirit treasures. Once it was born, it would be the top primordial treasure, second only to the 3 great heaven-opening treasures. This was a primordial treasure that belonged to the Celestial Emperor. Thinking about it, it made sense. As the ruler of the primordial world, how could the Celestial Emperor not have a primordial treasure in his hands? Moreover, with the richness of the heaven realm's origin, it should have given birth to a primordial treasure. Rumble. The primordial pagoda of Miluo Heaven pressed down, as if the 33 heavens were pressing down. The creation chi was vast and mighty, shattering the eternal night. Buzz buzz buzz, the eternal night shattered, and the chaos spirit treasure night suffered a backlash. After trembling for a while, it suddenly shrank, turning into a black flag and returning to the hands of the dark night demon god. Hiss! The power of this pagoda is so strong. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen could not help but frown. Just the power displayed by this illusory figure was almost comparable to the heavenly cycle star map. If its main body was born, how powerful would it be? But shock was shock. Feng Zichen was actually not envious. Because he knew that this powerful primordial treasure, the primordial pagoda of Mi Luo Heaven, had no possibility of being born. The future would always be the future. No one would allow the birth of this primordial treasure. In short, if I can't get it, I won't let you get it either. As far as Feng Zichen knew, when Di Jun ruled the heaven realm, this pagoda was already in the process of being born. However, at that time, it was not called the primordial pagoda of Mi Luo Heaven, but the nine-layered Great Heaven Pagoda. However, it was a pity that he had not been born until Emperor Jun had fallen. After that, the nine heavens shattered, and the nine-layered Great Heaven Pagoda died before it was born. After the birth of the 33 heavens, its shattered origin followed the heavens and recondensed, giving birth to a new primordial treasure, the primordial pagoda of Mi Luo Heaven. However, even Haotian would not be able to see the birth of this primordial treasure. Because, in order to take revenge on Haotian, after the god investiture tribulation ended, the three pure ones moved the greater thousand worlds that they had opened in the chaos beyond the heavens, the grand pure land of Dachi Heaven, the jade pure land of Qingwei Heaven, and the pure land of Yuyu Heaven to the heaven realm to limit Haotian's power. As a result, the heaven realm changed again. From the 33 heavens to the 36 heavens. Chapter 555. Under this influence, the Meiluo Heaven Primordial Pagoda changed again, from 33 levels to 36 levels. The addition of 3 levels would undoubtedly greatly extend the incubation time of this treasure. As time passed, the future would most likely be filled with endless variables. The future was full of uncertainty and there were too many variables. Coupled with the deliberate calculations of those with ulterior motives, the Meiluo Heaven Primordial Pagoda would probably never have the chance to be born. Dark Night Sky Canopy. The Dark Night Demon God was not annoyed by the failure of his attack. With a flip of his hand, he struck out another great skill. Swish, Boundless Night attacked, and the world suddenly fell into darkness. The aura of the great Tao spread out, producing countless strange shadows that were hidden in the darkness, pouncing towards Feng Zichen and Haotian. Kill! Feng Zichen pulled the Zhouxing painting, and a terrifying power erupted, shaking the void. The galaxy rotated violently, and majestic god-fiend phantoms walked out, facing the strange figures that pounced over. On the other side, Haotian was not to be outdone. Change! The Dao seal in Haotian's hand changed, drawing all kinds of mysterious trajectories. The heavenly realm shook, and a vast power descended from the sky, transforming into the phantoms of 33 great emperors in front of Haotian. Rumble. At the same time, the projection of the Meiluo Heaven Primordial Pagoda disintegrated, turning into the phantoms of 33 connate spirit treasures that fell into the hands of the 33 great emperors. These were the great emperors of the 33 heavens. They were the innate god-fiends that the 33 heavens' origins would give birth to in the future, corresponding to the 33 heavens. They were born heavenly lords. Just like how Zhouxing would give birth to innate star gods, the 33 heavens would also give birth to innate great emperors. However, just like the Meiluo Heaven Primordial Pagoda, in the primordial world, no one liked their birth. Therefore, these 33 innate great emperors were most likely unable to be born. However, this did not prevent Haotian from borrowing their power from the future to fight against the enemy. Now, whether it was the Meiluo Heaven Primordial Pagoda or the Masters of the 33 Heavens, they did not exist. But in the future, they were indeed real. However, due to various reasons, this real future was infinitely delayed. No one denied their existence, but they would always live in a future that was impossible to become a reality. With the two of them working together, their strength had completely suppressed the Dark Knight demon god. It was the same even if he was a chaos demon god. After all, apart from the indestructible true spirit, the Dark Knight demon god's body and primordial spirit were all taken from the Mahakala demon god. He was a true innate god. His chaos fiend god body, which had dominated the great chaos, had long been broken to the point where it couldn't be any more broken. It should be known that half of chaos demon god's strength came from his almost invincible body. Without the demon god's physical body, Dark Knight demon god, who only had the innate fiend god body, was unable to unleash the invincible battle strength that belonged to chaos demon gods of the same realm. At most, this made him stronger than cultivators of the same realm. However, the demonic god of darkness had to face a cultivator of the same realm as him, as well as a cultivator of a higher realm. Under such circumstances, he still wanted to win against the two of them. If the Dark Knight demon god really did it, then Feng Zichen and Haotian might as well find a place to slit their throats and hang themselves, so as not to embarrass themselves. Rumble. Countless divine powers collided, erupting with unprecedented light, piercing through the night and also breaking the dark night sky, killing all the strange figures that pounced over. Not only that, after this force broke the Dark Knight demon god's divine power, it still didn't stop and rushed towards him. Not good. Pfft, the violent force surged over. Although the Dark Knight demon god used all his strength to resist, he was still no match. He was forcefully blasted into the depths of the void and vomited a mouthful of blood. He was injured. This was the first time the Dark Knight demon god was injured since the outbreak of the war. At the same time, this also meant that the Dark Knight demon god was not invincible. Facing Feng Zichen and Haotian, whose strength had skyrocketed, the Dark Knight demon god was no longer invincible and was faintly at a disadvantage. And the injury of the Dark Knight demon god had undoubtedly greatly increased the morale of Feng Zichen and Haotian. Then, the two of them looked at each other and joined forces to attack without hesitation. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. It wasn't easy to gain the upper hand, so of course, they had to take advantage of the advantage and work hard to expand the results of the battle. Kill. Zhouxing diagram wrapped the endless starry sky and fiercely blasted into the depths of the void. The Miluotian primordial pagoda was surrounded by the chi of creation, carrying the power of heaven and earth, and also suppressed into the depths of the void. With this attack, Feng Zichen and Haotian both tried to severely injure the Dark Knight demon god. At the same time, the void beside the tree of world quietly cracked open a hole. A purple eye peeked out from it and stared indifferently at the Ketu demon god who was at a loss. This was the eye of heavenly tribulation. Feng Zichen's Thunder Lock incarnation made a move. However, his target was not the Dark Knight demon god in the depths of the void, but the demon god Jianghu who was holding the god-slaying spear and hiding at the side. From the appearance of the Dark Knight demon god to the fierce battle between him and Feng Zichen and Haotian, the demon god Jianghu was completely dumbfounded. Because, he couldn't interfere at all. Both sides were too strong, far beyond what he could contend against. In fact, as the battle became more and more intense, if not for the protection of the god-slaying spear, he wouldn't even have the right to get close to the battlefield. He was afraid that even the aftermath of the attack would be able to kill him. As his strength was too weak, the demon god Jianghu didn't dare to make any moves at all, in case he attracted the attention of the other party and got rid of himself. Therefore, he could only hug the god-slaying spear and carefully hide at the side, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible. However, as the battlefield shifted to the depths of the void, the demon god Jianghu felt that his opportunity had come. There was no one around, so wasn't it the best opportunity for him to attack the Tree of World? As long as he cut down the Tree of World, their goal would be achieved, and there would be no reason for this battle to continue. After all, they didn't come here to fight, but to cut down the tree of world, so as to worsen the chaos in the primordial world, and also to take away a main material for refining a connate cardinal treasure. He did as he thought. The demon god Jidu was just about to raise the god-slaying spear and attack the tree of world. But suddenly, he felt a chill all over his body. His intuition told him that an incomparably dangerous feeling came from all directions, enveloping him layer by layer, completely sealing off his escape route. Not good. Greatly alarmed, the demon god Jidu hurriedly looked up, following the feeling in his heart. He saw, in the void, a purple eye shining with a dazzling brilliance. He shot a dazzling divine light at him. Light of tribulation. Luais laid down the tribulation on behalf of the heavens, wielded the power of punishment in the primordial world, could be said to be the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. His will represented the will of the heavens. Therefore, the tribulation that he sent down was the tribulation sent down by the heavenly Tao. As the saying goes, once the heavenly punishment is sent out, all living beings will be destroyed. From this sentence, one could tell how powerful it was. And the light of tribulation was a manifestation of the heavenly punishment. Whoosh! Wherever the light of tribulation arrived, all living beings ceased to exist. Everything was destroyed. And the light of tribulation was extremely fast, as if it had surpassed time and space. A moment ago, it was still far away in the horizon, but the next moment, it had arrived in front of the demon god Jidu and the demon god Jidu. He didn't react at all. The speed of the light of calamity was too fast. It was beyond his ability to think. Before he could react, the light of calamity had arrived in front of him. Therefore, he could only watch as the light of tribulation swept towards him. However, the demon god Jidu didn't have time to react, but the god-slaying spear in his hand was sensitive enough. Just as the light of tribulation was about to brush onto the demon god Jidu, the god-slaying spear moved. Whoosh! The god-slaying spear broke free from the demon god Jidu's hand, ignoring time and space, and stabbed straight at the light of tribulation, blocking it. At the critical moment, it saved Jidu Clang. The light of tribulation was shattered by the god-slaying spear. But the demon god Jidu didn't have it easy either. The huge recoil was transmitted to his body through the god-slaying spear, almost shattering his physical body that he had painstakingly trained for many years. With one blow, Jidu was severely injured. Because the Luai's incarnation at this moment was not at the half-step primordial chaos realm, but at the third level of the primordial chaos realm. After the four heavenly gods were blessed by heaven and earth, they could at least exert the power of the third level of the primordial chaos realm. And because the heavenly emperor had a higher status, under the blessing of heaven and earth, he could at least exert the power of the fourth level of the primordial chaos realm. Compared to the four heavenly gods, he was one level higher to show the difference in status. The huge difference in realm allowed the Luai's incarnation to have a crushing advantage when facing the demon god Jidu. If not for the protection of the god-slaying spear, this blow would have directly killed the demon god Jidu. It had to be said that the connate cardinal treasure was really a good thing. It was enough to bridge the gap between realms, allowing a half-step primordial chaos expert to contend with a true primordial chaos expert for a short period of time. Buzz buzz buzz, after the first blow failed, the Luai's incarnation launched another attack. The eye of heavenly tribulation throbbed violently, and the light on its body became even more dazzling. Endless Daoist rhymes spewed out, transforming into a phantom of the 9 heavens in the air. Rumble. The 9 heavens shook. From bottom to top, it began to collapse layer by layer. And with the collapse of every layer of the heavenly domain, a beam of tribulation light was produced and blasted toward the demon god Jidu. The 9 heavens of the thunder domain were 9 beams of tribulation light. This was the supreme divine power derived from the connate thunder Tao, 9 heavens tribulation light. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, beams of tribulation light fell, intending to beat the demon god Jidu into the dust. But the god-slaying spear lived up to its name of being number 1 in killing. Murderous intent surged around it, piercing, stabbing, sweeping, shattering the incoming beams of tribulation light. However, the gap was still too big. Even though the god-slaying spear tried its best to protect the demon god Jidu and block all the beams of tribulation light, the huge vibrating force still caused great damage to it. It was afraid that the demon god Jidu would not be able to withstand a few more attacks. With a connate cardinal treasure, it could only contend against primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian and not defeat him. Connate cardinal treasures were not omnipotent. In the end, cultivators still relied on themselves. Bang! Seeing that the demon god Jidu's injuries were getting more and more serious, the god-slaying spear no longer hesitated and directly broke through the void, sweeping Jidu up and fleeing into the distance. Chase! Seeing this, the Thunder Lock incarnation drove the eye of heavenly tribulation and hurriedly chased after it. Today, the demon god Jidu must die. It was not because Feng Zichen had a blood feud with the demon god Jidu, but because he saw a trace of the demon sect's deepest secret from the demon god Mahakala. Could it be that the original intention of the demon sect was to cultivate a suitable vessel for the chaos demon god to possess? The foundation of the demon sect was mainly body refinement. And the body refinement method of the demon sect was to imitate the body of the chaos demon god. If he was cultivating the Tao of the chaos demon god, the consequences were simply unimaginable. It would be fine if he had not attained great mastery. Once he attained great mastery, he would be the most suitable vessel for the chaos demon god and could be easily possessed by him. But this was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was, when one's cultivation reached an extremely high level, it would resonate with the great Tao that one cultivated. In this way, one could directly summon the chaos demon god from the imprint of the great Tao and be directly replaced by someone else from the root. Everything would become someone else's wedding dress. The most uncomfortable thing was that he was the one who took the initiative the entire time and was not forced. This was a typical example of cultivating to the end and refining oneself into someone else. How sad was that? Moreover, this method of resurrection was directly from the source and would not be affected by the chaos demon god's true spirit, which was still in a sealed state. In the past, no one would have thought that Mount Buzhou would collapse. No one would have thought that the chaos demon god's true spirit would break out of the seal. Therefore, the demon ancestor Rahu racked his brains and came up with such a wonderful method to resurrect the chaos demon god. This method was indeed wonderful. If he had not seen the experience of the demon god Mahakala, Feng Zichen would not have thought of this. Speaking of which, who would have thought, the demon sect that ran amok in the primordial world back then, it was actually the factory that the demon ancestor Rahu used to cultivate the demon god's container? After thinking through this, Feng Zichen had to admire the wisdom of the demon ancestor Rahu. This was the ancestor of scheming. He schemed against others, he also wanted others to be grateful, to thank him for imparting the Tao. In comparison, Feng Zichen's scheming methods were somewhat unpresentable. It could be seen that, on the path of scheming, he still had room for improvement. At this moment, the chaos demon god's true spirit had already broken out of the seal for many years. It seemed that there was no need to replace the experts of the demon sect. But in fact, that was not the case. Who would complain about having too many incarnations? They did not make a move now because the strength of the experts of the demon sect was not enough. When their cultivation reached the level of primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, the chaos demon gods would make a move. In this way, they would have multiple incarnations at the primordial chaos level. Wouldn't that be wonderful? And the cultivation of the demon god Jidu was already infinitely close to that of primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. As long as he cultivated in seclusion for dozens of yuan hui, he might be able to break through. If such a person was not eliminated now, the next time they met, he would be a real chaos demon god. The slaughter demon god among the 3,000 demon gods. Jidu cultivated the path of slaughter, which corresponded to the slaughter demon god. Therefore, he had to die. This was called weakening the enemy's strength in advance. Speaking of which, demon god Jidu was also a pitiful person. When he first started cultivating the path of demons, he might not have realized that this was a trap. Chapter 556. But by now, if he still could not discover the problem, then demon god Jidu would have lived in vain all these years. However, by the time he realized that there was a problem with the demonic path, it was already too late and there was no turning back. At this time, even if demon god Jidu stopped cultivating, the great Tao that he cultivated would involuntarily lean towards the Tao of darkness, slowly increasing his strength and transforming it into the most suitable vessel for the dark night demon god. The stronger he was, the deeper his understanding of the Tao of darkness, the closer demon god Jidu would be to the dark night demon god and instinctively lean towards him to become a part of him. At this time, it was no longer demon god Jidu controlling the great Tao, but the great Tao controlling Jidu. He had become the puppet of the great Tao of darkness and would appear for the dark night demon god at any time. For people who cultivated the Tao of demon god, the lower their strength, the safer they would be. The stronger they were, the easier they would be affected by the chaos demon god and gradually become him. They did not even have the chance to resist. Because, after reaching the Daoist Jingxian, it was almost impossible to change the great Tao, let alone reach the sage-to-be realm. The demonic path experts were all bound by their own great Tao and became the puppet of the chaos demon god. They could not control themselves at all. Once they reached the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian and fully matured, the corresponding chaos demon god would appear to reap them. Tragic. How tragic. Therefore, Feng Zichen attacked demon god Jidu to release him, lest his hundreds of millions of years of cultivation become a wedding dress for others. It was not because he coveted his treasures. Yes. It was all for their own good. Buzz buzz buzz. The void vibrated, and the phantoms of thousands of gods appeared, chanting the great Tao and performing all kinds of mysterious powers, freezing the void. Who is it? Demon god Jidu, who was running for his life in the void, was suddenly frozen by this power and could not help but shout. Swish, a vast ancient painting appeared, and it was filled with the images of thousands of gods. It was extremely noble, and there was a strong aura around it, revealing a sacred and noble aura, showing the majesty of the divine Tao. This was the divine Tao treasure, the myriad god painting. Without a doubt, the North Star Emperor was here. After discovering the secret of the devil sect, Great Emperor Gaochen didn't have time to refine the devil god flag. After handing it over to Fengdu, he hurriedly rushed over to help Leisha kill Jidu. Zichen greets demon god Kidu. The North Star's incarnation slowly walked out of the void and greeted Jidu, great Taoist priests. Emperor Gaochen Tian Huang. Jidu couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he heard Gaochen revealing his origin. He said with an ugly expression. A single southern extremity longevity emperor was able to beat him into a sorry state. If an even stronger Emperor Gaochen Tian Emperor were to appear, wouldn't he be doomed? Feeling horrified, Fiend Celestial Jidu was about to cast a fiendish mystic technique and burn his core essence to deliver a fatal blow, hoping to fight for a chance of survival. But he was fast. The North Star clone was even faster. He was afraid that if he delayed any longer, he would attract the attention of Rahu. The North Star's clone also made his move after greeting the North Star's clone. Boom! The great Tao furnace fell with a loud bang. It carried the might of a chaos demon god and suppressed Fiend Celestial Jidu. It should be known that the North Star's incarnation had the strength of a third-level primordial chaos expert under the support of the power of his level. Casting the great Tao furnace under such power was a completely different scene. There were 300 marks of chaos demon gods engraved on his body. The aura of the great Tao around him seemed to carry the divine might of the great Tao. Its power was close to that of an innate cardinal treasure. When the great Tao furnace fell, the roars of chaos demon gods could be faintly heard. They seemed to be venting the resentment of being killed, which made the great Tao furnace even more eerie. Bang! As if the heavens and earth were pressing down, the god-slaying spear that was guarding Fiend Celestial Ji-Du's side smashed the great Tao furnace into pieces after the intense collision. However, the god-slaying spear was also sent flying by the huge recoil. Kill! Seizing the opportunity, Feng Zichen took out the Zichen sword and slashed at Fiend Celestial Ji-Du Russell. On the other side, Luai's incarnation arrived in time. He activated the Eye of Tribulation and shot out beams of tribulation light at the god-slaying spear to prevent him from saving Fiend Celestial Ji-Du. Without the protection of the god-slaying spear, how could a mere half-step primordial chaos demon god be a match for the third-level primordial chaos demon god Gaochun's incarnation? Not long after, Fiend Celestial Ji-Du's physical body and primordial spirit were shattered by Zichen's sword. Only an innate indestructible true spirit was left floating in the void. Sigh. Fellow Daoist Ji-Du, poor Wei is here to free you. Looking at Fiend Celestial Ji-Du's true spirit, Feng Zichen sighed and said with slight melancholy. Then, he took out the million sword illustration and swept up Fiend Celestial Ji-Du's innate indestructible true spirit. He was about to shatter it to free him. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Streaks of black airflow gushed out of Fiend Celestial Ji-Du's true spirit, making him look extremely evil and noble. After sensing that Fiend Celestial Ji-Du was in mortal danger, the corresponding Chaos Demon God descended. The Massacre Demon God of the 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods. He. How dare you kill my vessel? You must be tired of living. A voice filled with murderous intent sounded from Fiend Celestial Ji-Du's true spirit. It was like the sound of Tao, like the cry of Tao. The Massacre Demon God spoke. In an instant, the sky darkened. Endless murderous intent gushed out from the void and swept across the sky and earth, dyeing the place red. Cold. Bone-chilling cold. Gaochun and Luai's, who had long ignored the cold, once again felt the bone-chilling coldness under the Massacre Demon God's murderous intent. Die. Without any hesitation, Gaochun's incarnation activated the innate sword Tao and activated the million sword illustration with all his might. Suddenly, billions of sword lights burst out and shattered Fiend Celestial Ji-Du's true spirit. At the same time, Luai's did not want to be left behind. The Eye of Tribulation released a dazzling brilliance and swept out a heavenly punishment tribulation light, destroying Fiend Celestial Ji-Du's shattered true spirit. With that, Fiend Celestial Ji-Du completely ceased to exist. I have remembered your auras. I will never let you go. With the object of possession destroyed, the Massacre Demon God had lost his backing. His descending process was forcefully interrupted, and he only had time to utter a sentence before slowly disappearing. What a joke! Dilly-dallying to save someone. Do you really think I'm a fool? I'll give you enough time to descend. Gaochun's incarnation shook his head in disdain as he looked in the direction where the Massacre Demon God disappeared. He had not even fully descended, and he already dared to utter such words. Did he really think that they were made of clay and could only watch as he descended? The result would naturally be to get rid of him before he fully descended. As for the threat of the Massacre Demon God, Feng Zichen did not take it to heart at all. As one of Pangu's people, he had long formed an irreconcilable feud with the Chaos Demon God. Adding more hatred now would only be a small matter, so there was no need to take it to heart. Keep. He activated the million sword illustration and swept it at the place where Fiend Celestial Ji-Du died, collecting all the treasures he dropped after his death. Although they were treasures, there were not many of them left. In order to kill Fiend Celestial Ji-Du in the shortest time possible, Feng Zichen's two incarnations went all out in every attack. Just imagine. Even Fiend Celestial Ji-Du was smashed into pieces. How many treasures could he leave behind? Other than Fiend Celestial Ji-Du's natal treasure, the supreme grade innate spirit treasure Fiend Celestial Ji-Du spear, the rest of the treasures were all shattered. Even Fiend Celestial Ji Du's spear was severely damaged and needed a long time to recover to its peak. This god-slaying spear, after cleaning up the battlefield, Luai's incarnation and Gaochun's incarnation set their eyes on the god-slaying spear. At this moment, due to Fiend Celestial Ji Du's death, the god-slaying spear was quietly floating in the void. In other words, Feng Zichen only needed to reach out his hand to take this innate spirit treasure that was number one in terms of killing power. However, Feng Zichen did not dare to do so. Without a doubt, as long as his hand touched the god-slaying spear, what awaited him would be Fiend Celestial Rahu's all-out attack. At that time, even if Feng Zichen did not die, he would be half-crippled. However, Feng Zichen could not bear to give up on the god-slaying spear just like that. Who did not want an innate spirit treasure? But soon, Feng Zichen did not need to be conflicted. Because the god-slaying spear suddenly moved and stabbed straight at him. You killed our vice sect leader. You all deserve to die. Fiend Celestial Rahu's cold voice suddenly came from the spear. At the same time, boundless killing intent erupted and swept towards the two. Kill. Seeing this, Gaochun and Luai's did not retreat. Instead, they advanced and used their supreme divine abilities to meet the god-slaying spear. If Fiend Celestial Rahu came personally, the two would not be a match for him even if they joined forces. However, it was only a divine consciousness that came. Even if he held the god-slaying spear, the two were not afraid at all. If the two joined forces and could not even defeat Fiend Celestial Rahu's divine consciousness, it would be really embarrassing. While Gaochun and Luai's were fighting the god-slaying spear, on the other side, in the depths of the void, an even more intense battle was coming to an end. Boom! After all, the Dark Knight Demon God had just taken over the body and had not recovered to his peak state. He was no match for the combined power of Feng Zichen and Hao Tian. With a boom, his physical body was shattered by the two. Very well. I will remember the grudge of destroying my physical body. When I recover to my peak state, I will teach you all a lesson. After saying that, the Dark Knight Demon God swept up his shattered physical body and fled into the distance. However, Feng Zichen and Hao Tian had finally gained an overwhelming advantage. How could they let him escape? Thief, don't you dare run. Zhouxing painting sealed the spacetime, Meiluo Heaven's premier pagoda suppressed everything, and Feng Zichen even summoned the fragment of Mount Buzhou from the boundless starry sky, completely blocking the Dark Knight Demon God's escape route. Bastard! You forced me to do this. Seeing that there was no hope of escaping, the Dark Knight Demon God had to fight for his life. I offer my origin, reverse spacetime, and summon the Tao fruit of my previous life. As he spoke, the Dark Knight Demon God began to ignite his origin. All kinds of mysterious fluctuations were emitted from his body, crossing spacetime, surpassing the Eldritch world, and transmitted to the chaos outside the realm. The next moment, the chaos outside the realm shook. Spots of light appeared from the void. They were endless and gathered into a majestic figure. It crossed spacetime and rushed toward the Eldritch world. Oh no! Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen and Hao Tian's expressions changed immediately. A great fear surged from the depths of their hearts. They recognized this secret skill. This was a kind of reincarnation secret skill. It could communicate with the long river of spacetime and borrow power from the past and future that belonged to oneself. And obviously, the purpose of the Dark Knight Demon God using this skill, it was to borrow the Tao fruit of his previous life. Feng Zichen and Hao Tian did not know what realm the Dark Knight Demon God had reached in his previous life, but one thing was certain. They were definitely no match for him. Even if they only summoned 1/10,000th of his power, it would still be the same. Kill, we must not let him succeed. With fear in their hearts, Feng Zichen and Hao Tian attacked together. They attacked the Dark Knight Demon God with all their might, intending to kill him before the Tao fruit of his previous life descended. But unfortunately, it was too late. Just as Feng Zichen and Hao Tian attacked, an extremely majestic figure suddenly descended and merged with the Dark Knight Demon God. Boom! The Dark Knight Demon God's aura instantly soared. In the blink of an eye, he reached the peak of primordial chaos, the 12th level of primordial chaos. In the end, he was too severely injured. Even if he used a secret skill, the Dark Knight Demon God could not return to his peak state. But just the 12th level of primordial chaos was enough to deal with Feng Zichen and Hao Tian. This was a power that they could not resist. Rumble. A powerful aura bloomed from the Dark Knight Demon God's body, sending Feng Zichen and Hao Tian flying. There was no need to attack at all. Just the aura alone was enough to suppress the two of them. Hiss, so powerful. Climbing up from the void, Feng Zichen and Hao Tian gasped. This power was too strong. It was as if they were facing a Tao ancestor. They could not resist at all. What do we do now? Hao Tian asked with a frown. Drag it out. Do everything we can to drag it out. His power will definitely not last long. We just need to drag it out until his power is exhausted. Then our chance will come. Gritting his teeth, Feng Zichen said. The power obtained through a secret skill was destined to not last long. There was no doubt about it. The only thing they could do now was to wait for the Dark Knight Demon God's secret skill to end. At that time, the Dark Knight Demon God would fall into a period of weakness. He would be at their mercy. However, how to drag it out became the biggest problem in front of the two of them. Although I have not recovered to my peak, it should be enough to kill you. So, die. Although he was not satisfied with his current power, his hatred for Feng Zichen and Hao Tian made the Dark Knight Demon God temporarily put this unhappiness to the back of his mind. He raised his huge palm and slapped towards the two of them. Danger! Alarm bells rang in their hearts. Feng Zichen and Hao Tian did not dare to take it head-on. They turned around and dodged. But at this moment, an indescribable light came from the void and directly hit the Dark Knight Demon God's body. It was Pangu's axe light. At the end of time and space, Pangu was fighting with 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods. Any existence that dared to interfere with the past would be met with his axe. The power that the Dark Knight Demon God borrowed from the past could not be hidden from Pangu. Therefore, an axe light came from the past and slashed the Dark Knight Demon God's body fiercely. Those who move time recklessly. They would definitely be met with Pangu's painful attack. Chapter 557. The sudden attack wiped out the Dao fruit that the Dark Knight Demon God had borrowed from the past, causing his power to fall back to his previous realm in an instant. Furthermore, due to the backlash of the secret technique, the Dark Knight Demon God's power was still weakening even after he recovered to his original realm. Very soon, he fell to the first level of primordial chaos. Ah, Pangu, you, after suddenly losing his superior power, the Dark Knight Demon God's mentality collapsed. He could not help but roar and curse Pangu with hatred. But unfortunately, no matter how vicious his words were, the power he had lost could never be regained. Good chance. Feng Zichen and Hao Tian, who were already on the verge of despair under the attack of the Dark Knight Demon God, could not help but feel relieved when they saw what was happening. How could the Dark Knight Demon God, who was only at the first level of primordial chaos, be a match for the two of them? Kill. With a thought, the two of them took out their Dharma treasures and attacked the Dark Knight Demon God. The closer it was to this moment, the more Feng Zichen and Hao Tian did not dare to get close to the Dark Knight Demon God. They were really scared. Self-destruction was the specialty of the demon sect. Especially the Dark Knight Demonic God now. He could be said to be in a situation where there was no door to heaven and no road to hell. All his paths of survival were sealed. At this moment it was the best time to self-destruct. At this moment, if they were too close to the Dark Knight Demon God, they would inevitably be dragged to the grave with him. Self-destruction was a method of mutual destruction. They were about to win, so they couldn't afford to lose at the last moment. That would be a huge loss. With that thought in mind, Feng Zichen and Hao Tian did not forget to widen the distance between themselves and the Dark Knight Demon God as they attacked. The two of them were not good people either. In the process of retreating, they intentionally or unintentionally fell back half a step to let the other party block in front. In this way, if the Dark Knight Demon God really self-destructed, there would be someone blocking in front and their chances of escaping would be higher. Unfortunately, the two of them had the same idea and naturally, no one was willing to fall behind. The two of them were helpless and could only advance and retreat together. Bang bang bang, on the other side, the Dark Knight Demon God whose strength had plummeted was in imminent danger under the joint attacks of Feng Zichen and Hao Tian. His physical body was completely shattered and his life force was completely wiped out. There was no possibility of recovery. His primordial spirit had also been shattered several times, and it was getting harder and harder to condense it. It wouldn't be long before it was completely destroyed. Of course, these were not the things that made the Dark Knight Demon God's heart ache the most. What made his heart ache the most was nightfall. Under the continuous attacks of the map of Zhouxing and the Boundless Heaven Primeval Pagoda, the Chaos Spirit treasure was severely damaged. It looked like it was about to fall from the Chaos Spirit treasure grade. How could the Dark Knight Demon God tolerate this? One had to know that the death of his incarnation was nothing. At most, he would lose a primordial chaos expert. But the night was different. If this treasure was destroyed, would he be able to find a suitable spiritual treasure? There could be many incarnations. But Veil of Night only had one. Therefore, the Dark Knight Demon God could tolerate the death of his incarnation, but he could not sit by and watch the night sky shatter. You forced me to do this. Let's die together, scoundrel. Scoundrels. The Dark Knight Demon God was about to use the demon sect's secret technique to self-destruct, so that he could drag the two of them to die together. But just as he was about to make a move, he saw that the two despicable people had already hidden far away. Even if he self-destructed at this moment, the two of them could easily dodge and would not be able to hurt him at all. Seeing this, the Dark Knight Demon God's face darkened, and he could not help but curse the two of them. Leave? None of you can leave. With a loud roar, the Dark Knight Demon God rushed towards the two of them without caring about anything else. He planned to rush to their side and self-destruct. But knowing his plan, how could Feng Zichen and Hao Tian give him a chance to get close to them? Mount Buzhou seal, suppress. Feng Zichen formed a seal with both hands, and the shadow of Mount Buzhou appeared, suppressing the past, present, and future, pressing down on the Dark Knight Demon God. Triastrimsa Heaven, suppress. Hao Tian was not to be outdone. With a slight thought, the shadow of Triastrimsa Heaven appeared, supporting Mount Buzhou, and pressing down on the Dark Knight Demon God. Rumble. Mount Buzhou held up Triastrimsa Heaven, and half of the universe pressed down, directly fixing the Dark Knight Demon God on the spot. Die. Seeing this, Feng Zichen and Hao Tian suddenly rushed forward, using their strongest attacks, and attacked the Dark Knight Demon God together, intending to kill him. However, just as the two strongest divine powers were about to land on the Dark Knight Demon God, the Dark Knight Demon God looked at the two of them with hatred, and suddenly burst into flames. He turned into a ray of Tao light, breaking free from the suppression of Mount Buzhou, and rushed into an unknown place. Without a doubt, the two of them's ultimate attack missed. Wait for my return, is the time of your death. A faint Tao voice came from the void, and clearly fell into the ears of Feng Zichen and Hao Tian. That was the last voice of the Dark Knight Demon God. He escaped? How did he do it? Hao Tian was very confused. He could not understand how the Dark Knight Demon God escaped from the suppression, and then disappeared without a trace in front of the two of them. If the Dark Knight demon god was still at his peak, he might be able to do it. However, his strength had already fallen to the first level of primordial chaos, so how could he disappear under the eyes of the two of them? It's a sacrifice. The Dark Knight demon god sacrificed himself. After frowning and thinking for a while, Feng Zichen said slowly. He recognized the method of the Dark Knight demon god's escape. It was an extremely ancient sacrifice method, born in the chaotic era. Through the great Tao, he could offer everything he had to the great existence in the unseen world. Who could resist the power of the great Tao? The Dark Knight demon god had used this method to sacrifice himself to him. That's right, it was himself, or rather, his true body. It was undeniable that even if the Dark Knight demon god's strength had fallen to the extreme, his true body was still incomparably great. There was nothing wrong with him sacrificing his incarnation to his great true body. Of course. It was not without a price to ask the great Tao to help. According to Feng Zichen's estimation, if half of the power he obtained from sacrificing his incarnation reached his true body, it would be considered merciful. Sacrifice? I see. When Haotian heard this, he understood the meaning behind it. The method of sacrifice could communicate with heaven and earth. It could be said to be wonderful, and almost every great magician had mastered one or two of them. Of course, Feng Zichen knew it too, and it was the highest level among them, the kind that could directly communicate with the heavenly Tao. The incense divine Tao itself was a kind of application of the laws of heaven and earth. It could be said to be the inheritance of the heavenly Tao. Not to mention, to confer a god, one needed to sacrifice to heaven and earth to obtain the recognition of heaven. Feng Zichen's method of sacrifice was comprehended from the myriad god painting, and it could be said to be passed down by the heavenly Tao. The power of sacrifice? Interesting. Perhaps I can deduce a divine ability based on this. The Dark Knight demon god's actions could be said to have reminded Feng Zichen. In the past, he did not pay much attention to the method of sacrifice. But now it seemed that there were still many things worth exploring about the method of sacrifice. For example, now, Feng Zichen suddenly thought of a novel he had read in his previous life. There was a supreme divine ability in it that was created based on the method of sacrifice. That supreme divine ability was called the Blood Altar. Perhaps it was because too much time had passed that Feng Zichen could not remember the name clearly. However, Feng Zichen still remembered its function clearly. That was to resurrect the dead. Using the blood of 10,000 spirits to build a blood-colored altar, placing the relics of the dead on it, and then activating the altar, one could summon the broken true spirit of the dead, allowing it to be reborn and walk in the world again. In the past, he did not think much of it, but now that he thought about it, this divine ability could be said to be heaven-defying. It was simply tailor-made for Daoist Jingxian. One had to know that the Daoist Jingxian in the primordial world was already immortal and indestructible. However, it was extremely difficult for him to return from his long slumber. He needed to wait for a long time. At the very least, Feng Zichen had only seen two Daoist Jingxian who had returned from their slumber since he came to the primordial world for so long. They were, the Dark Nether Dragon Venerable and the Zi clan. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to resurrect Daoist Jingxian. However, with the Blood Altar, everything would be different. With the help of this divine ability, the speed of Daoist Jingxian's resurrection would undoubtedly be greatly increased. It could even be said that with the Blood Altar, it was equivalent to having a second life. This supreme divine ability had to be created. Thinking of the benefits of the Blood Altar, Feng Zichen secretly made a decision. Although this supreme divine ability was just the imagination of an author in his previous life, and there was nothing magical about it. However, this was the primordial world where Daoist Jingxian walked everywhere. This place could be cultivated. And what was cultivation? It was to turn the impossible into the possible, subvert all known knowledge, and have the power to break the rules. It didn't matter if it wasn't magical. As long as he had the idea, Feng Zichen could completely deduce this supreme divine ability. In the eyes of mortals, the unrealistic fantasies of mortals were impossible to achieve, so they were called unrealistic. However, the gods and devils didn't think so. They had supreme power and could turn the unrealistic fantasies of mortals into reality. This was cultivation, making dreams come true. This was why the people of the world were painstakingly seeking the Tao. With strength, one could get whatever they wanted. Even if it didn't exist in the world, they could create it out of thin air. After putting away the thoughts in his heart, Feng Zichen and Hao Tian left the depths of the void. Although the blood altar was good, now was not the time to deduce it. There was still a big problem that had not been solved. That was demon ancestor Rahu. As the aura of the Dark Knight demon god disappeared, demon ancestor Rahu was completely enraged. He sacrificed his cultivation to condense a fifth-level primordial chaos incarnation and descended here. He held the god-slaying spear and fought with Gaochen Luai's. As such, the two of them were no match for demon ancestor Rahu. In a few breaths, they were beaten back. If not for the two of them being mentally connected, they would not have been beaten back but severely injured. Fortunately, demon ancestor Rahu didn't stay arrogant for long. Feng Zichen and Hao Tian arrived and joined forces with Gaochen Luai's to fight against demon ancestor Rahu. One celestial the arch, 3 deities, a total of 4 supremes of heaven and earth. With this power, it could be said that except for the Earth Empress, all the rulers of the primordial world in name had arrived. The demon ancestor's prestige was great. Good. 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 It's really good. Looking at the 4 people in front of him, demon ancestor Rahu was so angry that he couldn't speak. 2 primordial chaos experts. They were gone just like that. They were killed by the 4 of them. It could be said that even when he was forced to self-destruct by Dao ancestor Hongjun back then, demon ancestor Rahu was not so angry. With the fall of Jidu and the Dark Knight demon god, the demon sect could no longer be described as suffering a serious injury. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a broken family. Its strength had been weakened by at least half. Therefore, demon ancestor Rahu was so angry that he did not hesitate to sacrifice his cultivation to condense an incarnation. It was all to vent his anger here. If he did not kill them, how could the demon sect have the face to stay in the primordial world? It's just a small achievement. It's far from worthy of such praise. Feng Zichen smiled and said. As he spoke, he took a step forward and confronted demon ancestor Rahu. The other 3 also took a step forward and stood together with Feng Zichen. First kill our deputy sect master, then kill our acting sect master. Have you thought about how you want to die? Even though he was fighting 1 against 4, demon ancestor Rahu was still fearless and even threatened. Death, we have never thought about it. Demon ancestor, you should think about how to survive against the 4 of us. Shaking his head, Feng Zichen said. In his opinion, demon ancestor Rahu was simply courting death. If the 4 of them joined forces, even if demon ancestor Rahu himself came, it was still unknown who would win. An incarnation dared to speak arrogantly and did not take the 4 of them seriously. He was really courting death. It had to be admitted that demon ancestor Rahu's incarnation was indeed very strong. It had the cultivation of the 5th level of primordial chaos. No one present could compare to it except for Hao Tian. In addition, he held the Khanate cardinal treasure, the god-slaying spear. No one present was his match. Demon ancestor Rahu was indeed invincible. However, he did not understand one thing. When Feng Zichen and the other 3 joined forces, it was not as simple as 1 + 1 + 1 + 1. If the 4 mid-stage primordial chaos experts joined forces, demon ancestor Rahu might be able to win. However, when the 3 heavenly emperors and a celestial emperor joined forces, they could unleash the true celestial emperor's power. They even dared to fight against a 12th-level primordial chaos expert. In this way, a mere 5th-level primordial chaos demon ancestor's incarnation was nothing. It seems that after not fighting for so long, the primordial chaos can no longer remember my methods. It's time for you to feel the horror of demons again. After being provoked by Feng Zichen, demon ancestor Rahu, who was already angry, became even angrier. He raised the god-slaying spear in his hand and was about to end one of them to re-establish his prestige. However, before he could do anything, Feng Zichen and the other 3 attacked first. The boundless starry sky appeared behind Feng Zichen. The vast celestial court appeared behind Hao Tian. The shadows of gods appeared behind Gaochen. The divine firmament 9 heavens appeared behind Lei Zhe. The 4 phenomena met in the sky and gradually formed the complete primordial chaos celestial realm. Chapter 558. At the same time, under the summoning of the 4 supreme beings of heaven and earth, the projection of the wilderness began to slowly form. It appeared under the projection of the heaven realm and behind the 4 of them. At this moment, the entire wilderness, except for the underground netherworld, was projected here. It hung high in the void, emitting a heart-palpitating fluctuation. Fiend Ancestor, please be on your way. Under the projection of heaven and earth, the 4 of them bowed respectfully to Fiend Ancestor Rahu. Then, an indescribable god's projection quietly appeared between heaven and earth. This was the Celestial the Arch. The real Celestial the Arch. The supreme ruler of the wilderness, controlling everything in the wilderness, billions of space-time, all fates, and all sentient and heartless beings. He could mobilize all the power of the wilderness. Therefore, his strength was comparable to the heavenly Tao. He could be said to be invincible in the wilderness. Of course, because of the lack of the Earth Empress, the Celestial the Arch summoned by Feng Zichen and the others was not the complete version. His strength was not at the level of invincibility in the wilderness. But even so, he could not be underestimated. With the support of many authorities, this Celestial the Arch projection could at least unleash the power of Primordial Chaos Stage 10. Kill. Killing intent surged in the 4 of them as they roared at Fiend Ancestor Rahu. Then, the Celestial the Arch projection moved in response and glanced at Fiend Ancestor Rahu. Rumble. With just a casual glance, the Tao of heaven and earth actually shook and deduced all kinds of mysterious laws. They turned into a vast torrent of great Tao that surged toward Fiend Ancestor Rahu. Oh no! After seeing the Celestial the Arch projection appear, Fiend Ancestor Rahu knew that things were not good. He wanted to escape, but he was locked down by an invisible force. The surrounding spacetime also solidified, so he could not escape and could only resist this divine ability. Explode! Without time to think, Fiend Ancestor Rahu rushed toward the 4 of them, ready to use his strongest technique, self-destruction. But unfortunately, the Celestial the Arch projection was too powerful. Before Fiend Ancestor Rahu's figure could reach the 4 of them, he was drowned by the torrent of great Tao and gradually dissipated. When the torrent of great Tao dissipated, Fiend Ancestor Rahu's figure had already disappeared. Only a blood-colored spear was left lying there quietly. Fiend Ancestor Rahu's avatar was dead, killed by a single glance from Celestial Thearka's projection. No one doubted that Fiend Ancestor Rahu was weak. That could only mean that the Celestial the Arch Phantom was very strong, unimaginably strong. A single glance was enough to destroy the incarnation of Fiend Ancestor Rahu, who had a 5th-level primordial chaos cultivation base. What terrifying power was this? And this was only a phantom image of the real Heavenly Emperor. If the real Celestial Emperor were to descend, how powerful would he be? Even if Tao Ancestor Hongjun personally came, he would still be far from being his match. For a time, the 2 people present had an unprecedented desire for the true position of Heavenly Emperor. If he could become a real celestial emperor, no one in the untainted land would be able to escape from him. Feng Zichen and Haotian looked at each other at the same time. They looked at each other in silence. From each other's eyes, the two of them understood each other's thoughts. He wanted to unify the primordial world and truly dominate the primordial world. He wanted to become the master of the primordial world. However, the thoughts Feng Zichen and Haotian saw from each other's eyes were only at a gradual level. They could not see the deepest level of thoughts. For example, Haotian thought that he was the common ruler of the untainted land, and Great Emperor Ziwei was the sub-ruler of the untainted land. He was destined to become the next celestial emperor after him. In that case, the two of them could work together. As long as he could get the full help of Great Emperor Ziwei, Haotian believed that it might not be long before he could take back the authority that belonged to Celestial Emperor. In this way, with the support of heaven and earth, he would soon achieve the Tao and transcend heaven and earth. Then, he could step down from the position of Celestial Emperor and pass it to Great Emperor Ziwei to help him achieve the Tao. Great Emperor Ziwei would help him gather power. After he stepped down, he would pass on the complete position of Celestial Emperor to Great Emperor Ziwei. He would not need to spend so much effort to scheme against everyone after he ascended the throne. Therefore, Great Emperor Ziwei helping him was not entirely for him, but also to help himself. This plan could be said to be the best of both worlds. Haotian felt that this plan was completely feasible. After that, he might be able to persuade Great Emperor Ziwei to work together for a great cause. Haotian thought very beautifully, the plan could also be said to be excellent. But obviously, Feng Zichen did not think so. Now, he already occupied 3 of the positions of the 4 Imperials. Even the last one was in cahoots with him. It could be said that as long as he was willing, he could take over Haotian at any time. In fact, the current Feng Zichen only needed to wait for Haotian to make a big mistake. Then, he could use this as an excuse to change the dynasty. In this way, how could Feng Zichen, who controlled more than half of the power of the heavenly court, be willing to wait for Haotian to abdicate? Besides, even if Feng Zichen was willing, it would take at least tens of millions of years or even billions of years for Haotian to abdicate. He definitely did not have the patience to wait for such a long time. If Haotian really colluded with Great Emperor Ziwei to deal with the other 3 great emperors, the consequences were simply unimaginable. He would definitely be tricked to death by Feng Zichen. Each of them had their own plans. They laughed dryly and turned to look at the god-slaying spear at the same time. The demon ancestor Rahu had died too quickly, so he did not have time to send the god-slaying spear away. This caused the treasure to be left here. How should we deal with this god-slaying spear? Looking at the god-slaying spear, Feng Zichen said with a headache. If Rahu, the demon ancestor, had really fallen, he would have taken away this primordial cardinal treasure without saying a word. But the problem was that the demon ancestor Rahu was not dead yet. If anyone dared to take the god-slaying spear, not only would they not be able to refine it, but they might also be poked with a hole one day and be quietly killed by the demon ancestor. However, it was absolutely impossible to just leave it here and not care about it. How could he throw away something that was already in his hands? Not to mention, it was a connate cardinal treasure like the god-slaying spear. Even if they could not use it and left it in the warehouse to collect dust, they could not leave it to the demon sect to avoid increasing their strength. Fellow Daoist Ziwei, why don't you bring it back to Ziwei Star and suppress it with the boundless starry sky? After a while, Haotian said. Fellow Daoist Haotian, you really know how to joke. If you want to suppress it, you should bring it back to the Daluo sky and suppress it with the origin of the heaven realm. My boundless starry sky can't suppress a weapon like the god-slaying spear. Hearing this, Feng Zichen sneered a few times and said coldly. Haotian's words were really a little foolish. If the boundless starry sky was in its peak state, not to mention the god-slaying spear, even the demon ancestor Rahu could be suppressed. But the boundless starry sky was still in a damaged state and could not withstand the torment. If the god-slaying spear was suppressed there, it would be equivalent to burying a time bomb. Once the demon ancestor Rahu came to cause trouble, the consequences would be unimaginable. You must be joking, you must be joking. Haotian laughed a few times and did not reply. The boundless starry sky was not in a good state, and the heaven realm was not in a good state either. The 33 heavens had just been established and had not yet been completely stabilized, so it could not withstand the torment of the demon ancestor Rahu. But, fellow Daoist, your words have reminded me. Suddenly, Feng Zichen's heart skipped a beat. He thought of a wonderful place and said to Haotian. Fellow Daoist Haotian, do you still remember the location of the Purple Cloud Palace? Was there a more suitable place in the primordial world than the Purple Cloud Palace to suppress the god-slaying spear? Feng Zichen did not believe that the demon ancestor Rahu would dare to go to the Purple Cloud Palace to snatch the god-slaying spear. Moreover, Dao ancestor Hongjun and the demon ancestor Rahu could be said to be old enemies, the kind that would not rest until one of them was dead. If the god-slaying spear fell into his hands, the demon ancestor Rahu would definitely not be able to snatch it back. I remember, but why did fellow Daoist Ziwei suddenly ask about this? Could it be, Haotian was not a fool? After thinking for a while, he understood Feng Zichen's plan. Brilliant. Fellow Daoist Ziwei's method is really brilliant. However, in this way, the demon ancestor Rahu will probably hate the four of us to death. After shaking his head and sighing, Haotian began to mark the location of the Purple Cloud Palace in front of Feng Zichen. After what had just happened, the demon ancestor Rahu would not let them off even if this matter did not happen. Then, why should they show mercy to the demon ancestor? Moreover, if they suppressed the god-slaying spear now, the demon ancestor Rahu's strength would weaken a little. When the demon ancestor came to take revenge in the future, their chances of survival would be correspondingly higher. Everyone, let's do it. Then, the four of them, with Haotian as the leader and Feng Zichen as the support, jointly raised the god-slaying spear and blasted it toward the Purple Cloud Palace. Rumble. The god-slaying spear pierced the void and opened a passage that led directly to the primordial chaos beyond the heavens, heading straight for the Purple Cloud Palace. In the depths of the primordial chaos beyond the heavens, no matter how turbulent the primordial chaos was, a purple palace that emitted a mysterious Taoist rhyme still stood there quietly, as if it had been there since ancient times. But today, this tranquility was broken. A blood-red spear broke through the void at an unimaginable speed, fiercely slamming open the door and rushing into the palace, destroying countless artifacts. Nonsense. At the gate of witchcraft, Ancestor Hongjun, who was confronting the chaos demon god, sensed the movement in the Purple Cloud Palace and could not help but smile. Then, he laughed and scolded, waving the horsetail whisk in his hand. The next moment, the Purple Cloud Palace in the distance immediately sensed it. As if time had flowed backward, everything returned to its original state. The only difference was that in the depths of the Purple Cloud Palace, there was an additional blood-red spear firmly suppressed there. The Purple Cloud Palace itself was a powerful magic treasure. At the very least, it was not inferior to a primordial absolute treasure. With the support of the Way of Heaven, its power had reached an unimaginable level. Therefore, even if Ancestor Hongjun was not here now, suppressing the god-slaying spear was easy. My friends hiding in the dark, even the demon ancestor has been defeated. Why are you still not retreating? After sending the god-slaying spear to the Purple Cloud Palace, Feng Zichen and the others did not leave. Instead, they shouted into the void. The demon sect was not the only people who had designs on the Tree of World. It was just that the demon sect had taken the lead because of their powerful strength. There were also many supreme experts who had lived from the Archean age to the present day in the dark, as well as some of the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace with evil intentions. The untainted land was too big, so no one knew how many experts were hidden in the untainted land. The temptation of a primordial treasure was too great, enough to make these people hiding in the dark take the risk. Feng Zichen and Haotian were lying in ambush here not only to guard against the demon sect, but also to guard against those experts whose attitudes were unknown. After waiting for a long time, no one answered, but the aura hidden in the dark had decreased by a lot. It seemed that the failure of the demon sect had deterred many people, and some of them had retreated. However, they could not let their guard down. There were still some people who had not left in the dark, waiting for the opportunity to attack. Alas! This is troublesome. Although they were angry, Feng Zichen and the other three had no choice. They could only work together to set up a peerless killing array around the Tree of World to guard against someone secretly attacking. After the killing array was set up, Haotian, Lei Zhe, and Gaochen left, leaving Feng Zichen alone to guard the Tree of World. There was no choice. The Tree of World was very important, but it did not need 4 people to guard it. Feng Zichen alone was enough. The most important thing now was to quickly wipe out the chaos of the ferocious beasts and return peace to the untainted land. Darkness, despair, filth, this was the deepest part of the northern underworld, and also the filthiest place in the untainted land. It was also the home of all things in the world, the graveyard of the world. Without a doubt, this was the ultimate. The most mysterious and dangerous place in the untainted land. Boundless chi of eradication floated in the deepest part of the ultimate, waiting for the day to erupt and destroy everything. However, the principle of the world could not escape the principle of things going in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. It was the same even for the dangerous ultimate. At the deepest part of the ultimate, the place that should be filled with the most despairing chi of destruction, the reality was completely different. Pure white lotus flowers were like a white sea, rooted at the bottom of the ultimate. They fed on the filthy chi of eradication and grew healthily, purifying everything in this place and bringing a trace of vitality to the ultimate that was filled with destruction. And in this sea of white flowers, there was a huge lotus flower that was especially strange. It was born black and white. Half of it was black, representing pure destruction, while the other half represented the ultimate creation. This lotus flower coexisted with destruction and creation. It was contradictory and strange, but it also inexplicably conformed to a certain great Tao trajectory. On the petals, there were 2 huge eggs covered in mysterious Tao patterns. One was black and one was white, and they were extremely mysterious. That's right, the black egg nurtured Feng Zichen's ultimate incarnation, the ultimate divine son, who wielded the Tao of eradication. And the white egg nurtured the ultimate goddess, a connate god fiend that was born by the ultimate origins. She wielded the Tao of creation. Originally, these 2 connate god fiends that were born in the ultimate needed millions of years of gestation before they could truly be born. But with the rise of the fiendish Tao, the murderous aura in the world rose, resulting in endless killing in the primordial world, producing large amounts of filthy chi. And most of this filthy chi flowed into the ultimate to strengthen its ultimate origins. Under this influence, the birth of the 2 children of the ultimate undoubtedly sped up greatly. A day's work was equivalent to 100 years of work. Therefore, in just a few hundred years, the 2 children of the ultimate welcomed their birth. Buzz buzz buzz, an inexplicable Tao rune spread from the void and quickly spread throughout the entire ultimate. Chapter 559. Whoosh! The void cracked open silently as wisps of chaotic liquid seeped out of the void and dripped onto the 2 huge eggs. This was the origins of the sinkhole. As the situation in the primordial world became more chaotic, the origins of the sinkhole became richer. They could afford to be extravagant and use the origins to accelerate the growth of the 2 divine sons of the sinkhole. Speaking of which, there was nothing they could do about it. In terms of status, the connate god fiends born from the sinkhole wielded destruction and creation. They were already considered top-notch existences in the primordial world. They were not weaker than those mighty figures. But unfortunately, they were born too late, so they missed too many opportunities. Even now, the environment of the world had changed. It would be more and more difficult to attain Tao in the future. It was already so difficult to get started. If the sinkholes did not give these two divine sons of the sinkhole a cheat, it would probably be very difficult for them to attain Tao, let alone catch up to those mighty figures. After all, the era of Khanate had passed. For this, the sinkholes had no choice but to use the origins to irrigate the two divine sons of the sinkhole, hoping that they would be born with Daoist Jingxian or even a higher realm. Otherwise, according to the normal transformation standards of Khanate god-fiends, they would at most have the cultivation level of Tai Jingxian. These two divine sons of the sinkhole would probably have to hide in the sinkhole for the rest of their lives. The sinkhole was the ultimate home of the world. It was also an ominous place. The Khanate god-fiends born here were naturally on the opposite side of all living beings. It would be fine if their cultivation level was high. But if their cultivation level was low, those mighty figures would not mind bullying the weak and eliminating the threat in advance. Therefore, the moment the divine sons of the sinkhole were born, they had to be mentally prepared to be enemies with all living beings. If they were weak, they would really die. More and more origins of the sinkhole surged out of the void and were absorbed by the mighty living beings born in the two huge eggs. But gradually, Feng Zichen's sinkhole incarnation realized that something was amiss. The sinkhole's will was quite interesting. The sinkhole's origins that flowed out was divided into two parts, one large and one small. The larger part, about 60%, flowed to the goddess of the sinkhole. As for Feng Zichen's incarnation, he only obtained 40% of the sinkhole's origins, 20% less than the goddess of the sinkhole. What did it mean to be biased? This was it. The will of the bottomless abyss could not be blamed for being biased because to him, the goddess of the bottomless abyss was his biological daughter. As for Feng Zichen's incarnation, that was just an outsider. It was probably because he had given the bottomless chasm the ability to give birth to life that the will of the bottomless chasm had no choice but to pinch its nose and acknowledge his identity. Based on this point, it was inevitable that the will of the sinkhole would be biased. Even if the will of the bottomless abyss had no intelligence, its instinct still made it closer to the bottomless abyss goddess, who had a deeper bond with it. Furthermore, the world-cleansing white lotus at the bottom of the sinkhole belonged to Feng Zichen. When they purified the ultimate, all the power they produced gathered on his body. This also caused the origin source of the sinkhole divine son to be stronger than the sinkhole goddess origin source. Under the circumstances, if the sinkhole intent did not give the sinkhole goddess some benefits, then the ownership of the sinkhole would completely belong to someone else. Shua, in the depths of the sinkhole, a rainbow light suddenly appeared and brushed over the two huge eggs. When the light disappeared, the two huge eggs were nowhere to be seen. In their place was a handsome man in black and a beautiful woman in white. They were the sinkhole divine son and the sinkhole goddess. The Khanate god-fiends born from the sinkhole were born. Buzz buzz buzz, following the birth of the two, the huge black and white 12th lotus platform under their feet suddenly trembled violently. Then, it split into two and transformed into two Khanate lotus flowers. One was pure black while the other was pure white. Both flowers bloomed at the 12th grade and were supreme-grade Khanate numinous treasures. However, although they were supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasures, they were the lowest of supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasures. They only had 37 Khanate divine seals. However, when the two were combined, they could transform into the most top-grade Khanate spirit treasure, the sinkhole divine lotus, with 45 Khanate divine seals. In addition, these three Khanate lotus flowers were called the sinkhole divine lotus. Yuan Yu greets elder brother. After putting away the Khanate lotus platform, the sinkhole goddess Yuan Yu bowed to Feng Zichen. Sister, there's no need to be so polite. Feng Zichen hurriedly went forward and helped Yuan Yu up. There was indeed no need to be polite. Although the two of them were born, it was not the first day they knew each other. The process of the Khanate godfiend's birth was that they first had intelligence before they were born. Therefore, the two of them had known each other since they were in the egg. Yuan-Yu was the name of the sinkhole goddess. Yuan, which meant beginning, had the meaning of creation, and corresponded to the Tao of the sinkhole goddess. Yu referred to beautiful jade. The sinkhole was the most filthy, but the sinkhole goddess born here was the purest. Here, she was referred to as beautiful jade. Therefore, the sinkhole goddess was named Yuan-Yu. On the other hand, the name of the sinkhole divine son, Feng Zichen, was much simpler. Sinkhole. Because he controlled the Tao of destruction and termination, he was named Sinkhole. Swoosh. Swoosh. Two air-piercing sounds were heard. The sinkhole and Yuan-Yu looked up and saw two divine lights, one black and one white, flying over and landing in front of them. This is, with a guess in mind, the two of them raised their hands to grab the divine lights in front of them. Pop! The divine lights shattered, revealing the items inside. Khanate spirit treasure. In front of the sinkhole was a pitch-black longbow and a black arrow. World Destroyer bow and final arrow. These two Dharma treasures were superior-grade Khanate spirit treasures separately, but together, they were supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasures. Destruction and final arrow could be said to be fatal. Its power was extremely powerful. In front of Yuan-Yu was a white mirror. The creation aura around her surged endlessly. It was abnormally extraordinary. That was the truth. This was a precious treasure of the Tao of creation. The supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure, the mirror of creation. It could create all things and also end one's life force. It could be said to have endless magical uses. It also had the effect of restraining the World Destroyer bow and final arrow. These two supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasures were the lifelong spirit treasures that the sinkhole had prepared for the two of them. This sinkhole is really interesting. Looking at the mirror of creation that was obviously stronger than the World Destroyer bow and final arrow, Feng Zichen secretly shook his head. The sinkhole's will was afraid that the sinkhole goddess would be bullied by him, so it gave all the good things to the sinkhole goddess. Unfortunately, even so, the sinkhole goddess's strength was far inferior to his. For example, when the two of them were just born, the sinkhole goddess already had Daoist Jinxian's perfected cultivation. In the current primordial world, she was not considered weak. However, the sinkhole goddess had the cultivation of an early-stage quasi-saint, a realm higher than the sinkhole goddess. No matter what, the sinkhole goddess's true body, Feng Zichen, was also at the half-step primordial chaos realm. His incarnation carried the origin of the sinkhole, so it was not difficult for him to reach the early-stage quasi-saint realm. If not for the sinkhole goddess's favoritism, his strength might be even stronger. Just as the two of them were chatting, a shocking phenomenon occurred in the primordial world because of the birth of the two of them. The entire primordial world suddenly darkened, and the world fell into darkness. Then, wisps of final chi surged out of the void, forming all kinds of doomsday scenes in all parts of the world. It shocked everyone until their faces turned pale. Just like that. The phenomenon lasted for 3 days before it ended. However, the expressions of all living beings did not relax because of this. Instead, they became even more solemn. This was because in the hearts of all living beings, there was a voice in the unseen world that kept telling them, a god who inherited the will of destruction was born. One day, he would bring an end to the primordial world. No one would be happy to hear that a great demon who destroyed the world was born. All living beings were unhappy, but there was one place that was even more unhappy than them. That was the demon sect. If one were to talk about who the birth of the sinkhole goddess had the greatest impact on, it would undoubtedly be the demon sect. The sinkhole goddess was the natural master of the demon path. He was the successor chosen by the heavenly Tao for the demon ancestor. Whether it was the immortal path, the demon path, or any other Tao, they were all controlled by the heavenly Tao. A Tao that was not controlled by the heavenly Tao could not exist in the primordial world. Therefore, the heavenly Tao had the right to choose the next sect master for the demon sect. In the end, it was too disappointed in the demon ancestor Rahu that the heavenly Tao decided to give up and choose a new sect master. This candidate was the sinkhole goddess. The cultivation of the demon sect was mainly based on negative aura. As for the sinkhole goddess, it gathered all the negative aura of the primordial world. Demons were extremely destructive. And the destiny of the sinkhole goddess was the owner of the myriad worlds. Without a doubt, the sinkhole goddess was born for the demon sect. If he did not become the sect master of the demon sect, who would? Therefore, when the fluctuations of the sinkhole goddess birth spread to the demon sect, the destiny of the demon sect moved in response. It shifted from the upper echelons of the demon sect and gathered on the sinkhole goddess in the northern underworld. This frightened the upper echelons of the demon sect. Under the suppression of the celestial sect of wonders, the destiny of the demon sect was not much. Now that more than half of it was gone, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was going to break the roots of the demon sect. Everyone was shocked and investigated where the destiny of the demon sect had flowed to. Although they did not calculate the sinkhole goddess, they roughly calculated that the heavenly Tao had chosen a new sect master. Next, it was much simpler. They would think of all ways to find the new sect master and bring him back. They would treat him as the sect master of the demon sect and integrate the power of the demon path to fight against the celestial sect of wonders together. This, of course, it was impossible. Everyone was an old demon. How could they serve a stranger as their master? Of course, they would think of all ways to find the person and kill him directly. As soon as they thought of this, these old demons had the intention to kill at the same time. The sect master who had suddenly appeared could not be left alive. As the stronghold of the chaos fiend god in the primordial world, the demon sect did not even care about the heavenly Tao. Why would they care about the sect master he had chosen? Wasn't this a joke? Was the fiend ancestor unable to lift his spear, or were they tired of living? There could only be one voice in the demon sect, and that was the fiend ancestor, Rahu. Any existence that dared to shake his position had to die. Putting aside how the experts of the demon sect planned to deal with the sinkhole, when the sinkhole goddess was talking to Yuanyu, she suddenly felt her destiny skyrocketing. She could not help but feel puzzled. He had just been born and had not done anything. How could he have the destiny? With doubts in his heart, the sinkhole goddess pinched her fingers and calculated. I see. After figuring out the origin of the destiny, the sinkhole goddess could not help but feel a headache. She really did not expect that the sinkhole goddess and the demon sect would have such a relationship. However, unifying the demon sect and integrating the fiend path was her destiny as the master of the sinkhole goddess. She had to do it. This was a pain in the ass. How could the demon sect be so easy to deal with? Not to mention the countless experts, all of them were involved with the chaos fiend god. If they were not careful, they would be killed by the chaos fiend god. In addition, there was the fiend ancestor whose strength was unfathomable. It was unwise to be enemies with him. Wait. Chaos fiend god. Perhaps, the demon sect was not that difficult to deal with. Suddenly, the sinkhole goddess's heart stirred and she thought of a way. Because of the chaos fiend god, the demon sect was a huge pit. Once its disciples entered the realm of Daoist Jingxian, their lives would fall into the hands of others. And this was the opportunity for the sinkhole goddess. As long as this news was spread, whether the demon sect could accept a successor was another matter. In any case, all the great divine abilities of the primordial world would not let the demon sect off. If this news was spread, the demon sect would evolve from the enemy of the celestial sect of wonders to the public enemy of the primordial world. They would probably have no place to stand. Those experts of the demon sect would also be hunted down by the great divine abilities of the primordial world to prevent the descent of the chaos fiend god. when the forces of the demon sect were almost wiped out by everyone. The sinkhole goddess could appear and integrate the remaining forces of the demon sect, redefine the demonic path, and replace Rahu as the new demon ancestor. Moreover, during this process, the sinkhole goddess could also deduce new demonic path cultivation methods to get rid of the predicament of the demon sect being affected by the chaos fiend god. In addition, if she could deduce a way for the demon sect cultivators to get rid of the path of the chaos fiend god, it would be much easier to integrate the demon sect. Did they really think that the current upper echelons of the demon sect were of the same mind as the demon ancestor Rahu? No, they were not of the same mind at all. In fact, in the hearts of these upper echelons of the demon sect, they wished that they could use all the torture in the world on the demon ancestor Rahu to dispel the hatred in their hearts. If they had not been bewitched by the demon ancestor Rahu, how could they have cultivated the path of the demon god and ended up as puppets? They had been completely tricked by the demon ancestor Rahu. If someone could help them get rid of the influence of the path of the demon god, then there was no doubt that there was no need for the sinkhole goddess to make a move. These higher-ups of the demon sect would think of ways to kill the demon ancestor Rahu. Moreover, the sinkhole goddess had taught everyone the Tao. Naturally, she could become the master of the demon sect. This method was very wonderful. It could completely seize the authority of the demon sect without bloodshed. But it was more difficult. How difficult was it to change the great Tao? It was even more difficult to hide from the perception of the chaos fiend god. However, Feng Zichen had experience in this. A part of his path of stars came from the great Tao of stars of the star fiend god. However, he used the path of stars to define spacetime, act out Hongmeng, transform reincarnation, and give birth to all gods. He had completely transcended the scope of the path of stars and walked out of his own Tao. Therefore, he was not affected by anyone. This was a complete train of thought. Redefining the great Tao might allow the experts of the demon sect to get rid of the shadow of the chaos fiend god and walk out of their great Tao. Yes. This method could be given a try. If it failed, it would at most waste some time. If it succeeded, it would be a huge gain. Chapter 560. With a thought, the ruins of the end had already made a decision. He then sent a message to the inner demon and handed this matter to him. The inner demon was named after the heart. From this point, it could be seen that he was an expert at manipulating people's hearts. Spreading news and sowing discord was the most suitable thing for the inner demon to do. Besides, if he wanted to find the flaws of the demonic path, at the very least, he had to have some understanding of the current demonic path cultivation methods in order to find a way to improve them. The inner demon went out this time not only to spread news, but also to collect some demonic path cultivation methods for the ruins of the end to study. And this kind of thing. The ruins of the end definitely could not appear. Otherwise, once those demonic path experts discovered the traces of the ruins of the end, what awaited him would be endless pursuit. Therefore, the most important thing for the ruins of the end now was to keep a low profile. He stayed in the ruins of the end and did not come out to reduce his presence. Only when his cultivation reached the perfected sage-to-be realm and barely stood at the peak of the primordial world could he walk in the primordial world. Then, he did not have to worry about the pursuit of the demonic path experts. Since it was not convenient for the ruins of the end to appear, he could only let the idle inner demon do it. Brother, did you encounter any difficulties? Seeing the ruins of the end suddenly frown, Yu asked curiously. Nothing. It's just that I suddenly remembered that there are many connate ferocious beasts causing trouble in the ruins of the end. There are also the remains of the chaos fiend gods hidden in it. I feel that it's a little troublesome. Shaking his head, the ruins of the end said worriedly. Telling Yu about the demonic path would not be of any use other than adding to her worries. Therefore, the ruins of the end did not intend to tell him. Fortunately, the ruins of the end was not calm at the moment, which gave him a suitable excuse. Just as he said, the chaos of the Khanate ferocious beasts and the calamity of the chaos fiend gods affected the entire primordial world. Even the ruins of the End was no exception. One had to know that the environment of the ruins of the End was the most suitable for Khanate ferocious beasts to survive. Therefore, many Khanate ferocious beasts had gathered in the ruins of the End and were causing trouble everywhere. Moreover, there were many remains of the Chaos Fiend gods at the bottom of the ruins of the End. These were the targets of the Chaos Fiend gods. Devouring the remains that still existed could allow the Chaos Fiend gods to quickly recover their strength, so they would never let them go. Fortunately, there was a door in the sinkhole that connected the great wilderness and the outer realm chaos. It was one of the most important areas in the great wilderness. For this reason, Pangu had specially left behind a temple here to suppress the sinkhole. If the chaos demonic god wanted to retrieve the remains, he had to enter the sinkhole. But because they were not sure if Pangu had left a backup plan, they did not dare to barge into the ultimate directly. After struggling for a long while, the chaos demon gods came up with a solution. They gathered a large number of Khanate ferocious beasts and drove them into the ultimate. On the one hand, to retrieve the remains for them. On the other hand, they could also test out Pangu's backup plan. In order to find the remains of the Chaos Fiend Celestial, these Khanate ferocious beasts had caused a lot of trouble in the sinkhole. The reason why the sinkhole and Yuan could be born so quickly was also because of this matter. The sinkholes will needed them to suppress these Khanate ferocious beasts to return peace to the sinkhole. Those Xiantian ferocious beasts are truly abominable. It wasn't easy for the bottomless chasm to give birth to some vitality, and they almost destroyed it all. At the mention of the Xiantian ferocious beasts, Yuan Yu's face was also filled with anger. They were too destructive, and there was no room for any living creatures in front of them. With such a character, they were born to be at odds with fate. How could Yuan Yu like them? That's right. In the past, we hadn't been born yet, so we couldn't do anything to them. Now that you and I have been born, we can't allow them to continue causing trouble in the sinkhole. These Xiantian ferocious beasts should be cleaned up. Nodding, the sinkhole said with a murderous expression. How could they allow outsiders to cause trouble in their own territory? As for whether or not they could kill the Xiantian ferocious beasts, the sinkhole had no pressure at all. After all, this was their birthplace. The power of the entire sinkhole would be augmented by them, allowing them to unleash power close to that of primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. With Yuan Yu joining forces, even if the real primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian came and fought with them in the sinkhole, he might not end up well. However, the sinkhole actually didn't want to kill the Xiantian ferocious beasts. They were first-generation Xiantian ferocious beasts. As long as there were enough resources, every one of them could advance to the level of Daoist Jingxian, or even higher. These Xiantian ferocious beasts represented top-notch combat strength. If they could subdue all the Xiantian ferocious beasts in the sinkhole and integrate them into an army of Xiantian ferocious beasts, wouldn't the sinkhole be able to roam freely in the vast primordial world? Just thinking about it made them happy. It was very difficult to subdue Xiantian ferocious beasts. There was almost no chance of success. However, there was a way. Without trying it personally, how would they know that it was impossible? What if they succeeded? Moreover, the sinkhole and Feng Zichen were one and the same. They also had the marks of the 3,000 Chaos Fiend gods. With this foundation, they might not be unable to succeed. Sister, let's go. With a plan in mind, the sinkhole led Yuan Yu towards the Xiantian ferocious beasts. On the other side, the mental demon received the sinkhole's message and hurriedly rushed to the west. As the former headquarters of the demon sect, it was also the place where the primordial world's murderous aura was the densest. If the demon sect were to return to the primordial world, the western continent would definitely be their first choice. Therefore, the current demon sect's base must be in the western continent. In fact, The main reason why the demon sect chose the Western continent was because the Western continent was too barren. As a result, they lacked resources and there were almost no experts. This also allowed the demon sect to occupy most of the Western continent without any pressure. If the demon sect chose the Eastern continent, they would definitely face the collective counterattack of the native forces of the East. In this way, even if the demon sect defeated the native forces of the East and occupied the vast Eastern continent, their vitality would definitely be greatly damaged. That would not be worth the loss. After all, it was useless for the demon sect to have spiritual energy. Therefore, their original lair, the Western continent, became their first choice. Of course, the mental demon had another motive for rushing to the Western continent apart from guessing that the demon sect was here. That was to attack the Western sect. As the saying goes, a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Since there was a Western sect in the Western continent, if the demon sect wanted to continue preaching in the Western continent, they would definitely have a conflict with the Western sect. Moreover, the ancestral court of the demon sect, Mount Meru, had now become the ancestral court of the Western sect. As such, the demon sect could not tolerate it. In addition, the demon sect and the Western sect were inextricably linked. They were almost of the same origin. The demon sect and the Western sect were destined to only exist. As the saying goes, heretics were often more terrifying than heretics. Both sides coexisted in the West and would definitely fight. With the strength of the Western sect, they were definitely not a match for the demon sect. However, the Western sect was the inheritance of two saints after all. The demon sect could not take it down in a short period of time. As such, the Western sect temporarily went into hiding and waited for the return of the two saints to settle the gains and losses with the demon sect. This point was something that the mental demon could not allow. He could not forget his mission. He was destined to be entangled with the Western sect for the rest of his life. Therefore, he came. He wanted to give the Western sect retribution. Of course, don't misunderstand. The mental demon was not here to help the demon sect. He was here to develop his forces. The disciples of the Western sect were taught by the two saints. Their talent might not be very good, but in terms of perseverance, they were definitely good. These were all good seedlings for cultivation. If all of them fell into the demonic path, the scene would definitely be very beautiful. At the very least, Zhuan-Ti would definitely go crazy with anger. That's right. The mental demon did not come here to kill the disciples of the Western sect, but to lure them into the demonic path. It would be too wasteful to simply kill the disciples of the Western sect. It would not achieve the goal of venting his anger. It would also help the enemy and help the demon sect rule the Western sect faster. Therefore, the mental demon thought of a brilliant idea to lure the disciples of the Western sect into the demonic path. If the sinkhole wanted to become the new master of the demon sect, he had to have his own team. But where did these teams come from? It was too troublesome to nurture them one by one. It was also time-consuming and energy-consuming. Coincidentally, the Western sect had a group of ready-made disciples with good aptitude. Moreover, according to the theory that after falling into the demonic path, their aptitude and strength would be higher. After these disciples of the Western sect fell into the demonic path, their strength would definitely soar. This time, wouldn't the sinkhole's team be here? This plan could be said to be brilliant. Not only could he obtain a large force out of thin air, but he could also vent the anger in his heart and anger Zhuan-Ti. He could also obtain the strength to fight against the temporary demon sect. It could be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The Netherworld. The 9 Underworlds. The Ghost Emperor of Fengdu, the Nether River sect master, and the Earth Empress took advantage of the opportunity when a Chaos Demon God was alone to attack and suppress him. After succeeding in their attack, the 3 of them immediately retreated, not daring to stay for a moment. Bastard! Where are you going? You captured our people and still want to leave? Dream on. Stay. In the depths of the 9 underworlds, when they sensed the actions of the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu and the other two, the Chaos Demon Gods were all furious. They attacked one after another and grabbed at the 3 of them, determined to make them stay. If the 3 of them joined forces to kidnap one of their companions in front of them, they would lose a lot of face. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it would be the shame of their lives. How could the incomparably arrogant Chaos Demon Gods endure this? Divine powers that could not be described with words surged out from the depths of the 9 underworlds and blasted toward the 3 of them. Boom! 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 Heaven and earth were wailing, and the myriad Tao was trembling. The rules stopped operating at this moment, as if they could not withstand the pressure brought by the Chaos Demon Gods and were about to collapse. There was no need to look back. The Ghost Emperor of Fengdu and the other two also knew what kind of danger was behind them. Without a doubt, if they were hit by these divine powers, there was no way they could survive. Their bodies would definitely be destroyed and their true spirits would collapse. Speaking of which, if it was a one-on-one battle, the 3 of them might not be afraid of the Chaos Demon Gods. They might even be able to kill them. After all, no matter how strong the Chaos Demon Gods were, they belonged to their previous lives. Now, they were only a part of their bodies and a part of their true spirits. They were not very strong. However, what the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu and the other two were facing was not the attack of one Chaos Demon God, but the attack of nearly 100 Chaos Demon Gods. Even if they were confident in their own strength, they did not think that they could survive such an attack. Even if a saint came, he would be blasted into pieces. Break for me! Just as the 3 of them were retreating rapidly, the Chaos Demon God that was suppressed by them was unwilling to be sealed just like that. He struggled with all his might, trying to escape from the 3 of them. This also caused the 3 of them who were escaping to have to increase the power of suppressing the Chaos Demon God in their hands to prevent him from escaping. Under this influence, the speed of the 3 of them inevitably decreased, and they were gradually caught up by the divine powers that were surging over. Seeing that the 3 of them were about to die under these divine powers, in the depths of the netherworld, where the 6 paths of reincarnation disk was, a terrifying fluctuation suddenly came. Boom! The vast power of reincarnation gushed out from the 6 paths of reincarnation disk and swept everything. It ignored time and space and directly appeared behind the 3 of them, facing the divine powers that were attacking them. This was Huda's attack. She activated the Chaos Treasure, the 6 paths of reincarnation disk, to block these divine powers for the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu and the other two. After that, it was much simpler. Like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, those powerful divine powers were wiped out by the power of reincarnation without causing the slightest ripple. They collapsed into the most basic runes and scattered between heaven and earth. What was reincarnation? From birth to death, from the beginning to the end, from the past to the future, Huda's attack seemed very simple, but in fact, it involved the power of time. It was called the reincarnation of time, and it could beat everything back to the origin. No matter how powerful your divine powers are, how much power can you retain after I beat it back to its original state? The power of reincarnation was strange and unpredictable, and it could be said to be one of the greatest powers in the world. Those who jumped out of reincarnation could achieve eternity. It could be seen how terrifying this power was. Descendant of Pangu, you, taking a deep look at Hudu, the Chaos Demon God knew that with her attack, the people could not be saved. Although he was angry, he did not attack and continued to be silent. The 9 underworlds fell into silence again. With the 6 paths of reincarnation disk, unless they recovered the cultivation of their previous life, they would not be a match for Hudu. Since that was the case, why should they humiliate themselves and attack Hudu? As for the fellow Daoist who was captured, he could only blame himself for being unlucky. Why did he wander around for no reason? Now, someone had found an opportunity to capture him. Just take it as a lesson. Anyway, he would not die. On the other side, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu brought the captured Chaos Demon God back to the hinterland of the Nether Realm. Thank you, fellow Daoists. After using the Nether Realm's origin to suppress the Chaos Demon God, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu thanked the two. This time, he asked Hutu and Nether River Patriarch to help him capture a Chaos Demon God to refine the Demon God flag. Don't mention it, fellow Daoist. It's just a small matter. Besides, besieging and killing the Chaos Demon God is what we should do. Even if Daoist did not invite us, we would have taken action. The two waved their hands and replied. The Chaos Demon God was the public enemy of the primitive world. As long as there was no problem with their stance, everyone had the same interest in dealing with the Chaos Demon God. Fellow Daoist, why do you suddenly want to capture a Chaos Demon God? Is it useful? Nether River Patriarch asked curiously. Chapter 561. He could not be blamed for being curious. He could understand killing a Chaos Demon God, but he could not understand capturing one alive. When one's strength reached their level, any torture would be meaningless. So what if they captured a Chaos Demon God alive? They would not be able to get anything out of him. Poor Wei wants to refine a connate numinous treasure, and she needs a Chaos Demon God. Only by ensuring the integrity of the Chaos Demon God can we refine the most perfect numinous treasure. The Fengdu Ghost Emperor smiled and explained. He captured the Chaos Demon God to refine the Demon God flag. There was nothing to hide about that. As for why he wanted him alive, it was naturally to refine a higher-grade Demon God flag. A connate numinous treasure refined by sacrificing a Chaos Demon God alive would definitely be stronger than a connate numinous treasure refined from a Chaos Demon God's corpse. Since there was a chance to capture a Chaos Demon God alive, there was no reason for the Fengdu Ghost Emperor to miss it. After all, the stronger the power of the Demon God flag, the greater the damage to the connate ferocious beasts. At the same time, it could cause some trouble for the demon sect. If Fengdu could refine a supreme-grade connate numinous treasure Demon God flag, then the acquired Demon God flag in the demon sect's hands would be useless. From then on, the connate ferocious beasts would no longer be controlled by the demon sect. That would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the demon sect. Refine a treasure? Refine a treasure with a Chaos Demon God? Hearing this, the Nether River Patriarch seemed to be uncertain and asked in return. The Fengdu Ghost Emperor only nodded to show that he was telling the truth. Fellow Daoist, what a great ability. Refining a treasure with a Chaos Demon God. It's, Patriarch Nether River's face twitched. He did not know what to say about the Fengdu Ghost Emperor's boldness. Only he could think of refining a treasure with a Chaos Demon God. This was simply like splitting the heavens and splitting the earth apart. Truly audacious. However, he had to admit that it was a great idea. At first, Patriarch Nether River was shocked by the Fengdu Ghost Emperor's idea. However, he thought about it and felt that it was a great idea. Other than connate existences, connate numinous treasures were mostly born from nature. It was difficult to refine them. According to the current environment, it would be difficult to breed a new connate numinous treasure in the future. Which meant that connate numinous treasures. After all, the rarer something is, the more precious it is. Of course, there was another way to refine connate numinous treasures. Connate numinous treasures could definitely be refined using connate god fiends as materials. However, that technique was resisted by all the connate god fiends in the primordial world. Therefore, this method could not be used. But now, with the Fengdu Ghost Emperor's reminder, the Nether River Patriarch seemed to have opened up a whole new world. That's right. If connate god fiends could be used to refine connate numinous treasures, the stronger Chaos Fiend Celestials could do the same. Moreover, connate spirit treasures refined from Chaos Demon Gods were definitely stronger than those refined from connate gods. What was even more amazing was that this method would not be resisted by the crowd. Moreover, as long as this method was spread out, the great mediums of the untainted land might take the initiative to hunt down the chaos demonic god. What a great idea! Why didn't he think of it? At this moment, the Nether River Patriarch was truly in awe of the Fengdu Ghost Emperor. No wonder he was the master of the Yin court and ruled over the life and death of all beings. On the other hand, he could only stay in a corner of the Nether realm and be a marquis. His brain was not as fast as the Fengdu Ghost Emperor's. At this moment, the Nether River Patriarch's eyes were glowing green when he looked at the 9 underworlds again. He was like a person who had starved for 3 days and suddenly saw a delicacy. How was this a dangerous place? It was clearly a huge treasure trove. In the eyes of the Nether River Patriarch, the Chaos Fiend Celestials in the 9 underworlds were no longer terrifying existences, but walking connate numinous treasures. If not for his lack of strength, the Nether River Patriarch really wanted to charge into the 9 underworlds and suppress all the Chaos Fiend Celestials so that he could refine them into connate numinous treasures. Fellow Daoist, the poor way is in a hurry to refine numinous treasures, so I will take my leave first. The Fengdu Ghost Emperor's words interrupted the Nether River Patriarch's reverie. By the time he came to his senses, the Fengdu Ghost Emperor had already brought the suppressed Chaos Fiend Celestials to the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Wait, fellow Daoist Fengdu, please wait for the poor way. Let the poor way see what kind of numinous treasure it is that it requires an entire Chaos Fiend Celestial. Seeing the Fengdu Ghost Emperor leave, the Nether River Patriarch quickly followed. He was not really curious about what kind of numinous treasure the Fengdu Ghost Emperor was going to refine. He was curious about how the Fengdu Ghost Emperor was going to deal with the Chaos Fiend Celestials. It was not difficult to refine connate numinous treasures with the dead Chaos Fiend Celestials as materials. Any great expert in the primordial world could do it. However, it was rare and extremely difficult to refine connate numinous treasures with the living Chaos Fiend Celestials as materials. One had to know that since the Chaos Fiend Celestials were not dead, how could they be willing to be refined into numinous treasures? Of course, they would resist all means. They would rather die than suffer such humiliation. If things went wrong, the Chaos Fiend Celestials would seize the opportunity to self-destruct. Not to mention refining numinous treasures, even the Fengdu Ghost Emperor might not survive. However, with Fengdu's intelligence, he would never have thought of this. Looking at how confident he was, it was obvious that he had a solution. Therefore, the Nether River Patriarch was curious about how the Fengdu Ghost Emperor was going to deal with the Chaos Fiend Celestials. These were all experience points. If he learned it, he might have a chance to test it himself in the future. It should not be difficult to catch a Chaos Fiend Celestial in the primordial world now, right? Just like that. The few of them arrived at the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Empress, poor Wei wants to ask you for a favor. The Fengdu Ghost Emperor said as he walked to the Empress of Earth. He wanted the Empress of Earth to activate the 6 paths of reincarnation disc and use the power of reincarnation to erase all the intelligence of the Chaos Fiend Celestials and wash them into a piece of white paper. In this way, he would not have to worry about the resistance of the Chaos Fiend Celestials during the refining process. The path of reincarnation covered everything. Not to mention washing the Chaos Fiend Celestials into a piece of white paper, it was not impossible to beat the Chaos Fiend Celestials into the mortal world. Sure. The Empress of Earth had no reason to refuse the Fengdu Ghost Emperor's request, so she nodded in agreement. In fact, even without the Empress of Earth, the Fengdu Ghost Emperor could still activate the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. One had to know that he also had a part of the reincarnation authority, but it was not as great as the Empress of Earth's authority. However, he still had the power to wash the Chaos Fiend Celestials into a piece of white paper. However, the Empress of Earth was the true master of reincarnation. Out of respect for the Empress of Earth rarely used this part of the reincarnation authority. After taking the Chaos Fiend Celestials from the Fengdu Ghost Emperor, the Empress of Earth directly threw him into the reincarnation wheel. Then, before the Chaos Fiend Celestials could react, Empress of Earth used the Dao Seal to activate the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Rumble. The 6 paths of reincarnation rotated loudly, and the terrifying reincarnation power rolled out toward the Chaos Fiend Celestials, invading his primordial spirit and true spirit, and began to wash away his memories. Splash! The reincarnation power was like flowing water, brushing the Chaos Fiend Celestial's true spirit over and over again, washing away his memories and obliterating his intelligence. Gradually, the Chaos Fiend Celestial's eyes turned from lively to numb, then to confused, and finally to blank out. He had lost himself. He had completely forgotten everything about himself. It's time. Seeing this, the Fengdu Ghost Emperor knew that it was time to refine the treasure. He kept drawing with his hands, carving mysterious runes in the void, gradually forming a mysterious divine restriction. This divine restriction was somewhat similar to the divine restriction that formed the Fiend Celestial flag, but it seemed to be more mysterious and full of spiritual vigor. The innate divine restriction. This divine restriction was filled with mysterious innate Daoist rhymes. Without a doubt, this was an innate divine restriction. With the help of the creation jade disc fragment, Feng Zichen used the acquired divine restriction that formed the Fiend Celestial flag as the foundation to further deduce it, turning it into an innate divine restriction. This was also the reason why the Fengdu Ghost Emperor had the confidence to refine the Fiend Celestial flag into an innate spiritual treasure. Otherwise, even if the Chaos Fiend Celestials were to refine an innate spiritual treasure, it would not be the Fiend Celestial flag. In a few breaths, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu Ghost Emperor drew 9 innate divine restrictions in the air. As soon as the 9 innate divine restrictions appeared, they interlocked and gradually formed the illusion of a huge flag. It was the Fiend Celestial flag. Now, as long as he poured enough innate origin into the illusion of the Fiend Celestial flag, he would be able to obtain an inferior grade innate spiritual treasure. Go! At this moment, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu Ghost Emperor stopped drawing runes. Instead, he pointed at the illusion of the Fiend Celestial flag and sent it to the Chaos Fiend Celestial's head. Refine. Fengdu pointed at the Chaos Fiend Celestial from afar, and his body suddenly split open. Streams of blood gushed out and surged toward the illusion of the Fiend Celestial flag. At the same time, the power of reincarnation rolled in and washed the Fiend Celestial's blood, turning it into the most origin for the Fiend Celestial flag to absorb. Under the nourishment of the Fiend Celestial's blood, the Fiend Celestial flag quickly gained a physical form. Whoosh! A hazy clear light suddenly separated from the Chaos Fiend Celestial's spiritual sea and entered the Fiend Celestial flag. In an instant, the 9 innate divine restrictions that formed the Fiend Celestial flag pulsed and surged into the clear light. That was the Chaos Fiend Celestial's indestructible true spirit. Under Fengdu's control, it had turned into the innate inextinguishable spirit light of the Fiend Celestial flag. In this way, the Fiend Celestial flag had officially become an innate spiritual treasure, an inferior grade innate spiritual treasure with 9 innate divine restrictions. Although its level was relatively low, it was fortunate that the treasure had yet to be fully refined. Next, the Fengdu Ghost Emperor continued to inscribe innate divine restrictions into the Fiend Celestial flag one after another to upgrade its level. It was only when the Chaos Fiend Celestial's physical body had completely turned into nothingness that the Fengdu Ghost Emperor's refinement of the treasure ended. The Fiend Celestial flag now had 37 innate divine restrictions and was barely on the verge of becoming a supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure. It had met Fengdu's requirements. After all, what he had obtained was only a part of the complete Chaos Fiend Celestial. Otherwise, he would have been able to refine a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, if not a connate cardinal treasure. However, even so, Fengdu was very satisfied. The spiritual treasure had been refined. Of course, he had to test its power. Therefore, the Fengdu Ghost Emperor bade farewell to the others, took the Fiend Celestial flag, and walked towards the ninth underworld. Good treasure. Don't disappoint me. The Fengdu Ghost Emperor did not dare to get too close to the ninth underworld for fear of being surrounded and killed by the Chaos Fiend Celestial. He began to activate the Fiend Celestial flag from afar. He waved the Fiend Celestial flag at the group of innate ferocious beasts. In the next moment, the innate ferocious beasts that were attacking the netherworld suddenly stopped in their tracks and looked around in confusion. It works. Seeing this, the Fengdu Ghost Emperor was a little surprised and hurriedly continued to wave the Fiend Celestial flag. As the Fiend Celestial flag was waved, Fengdu gradually felt that he had established some connection with the innate ferocious beasts. Relying on this connection, although he could not completely control these innate ferocious beasts, he could use some simple orders to make these innate ferocious beasts change their minds. This did not seem to be very useful, but it was actually very useful. Killing each other. He could use this method to make the innate ferocious beasts kill each other. He could also order the innate ferocious beasts to directly charge into the innate killing array and die. With this treasure, the chaos of the innate ferocious beasts is no longer a threat. Holding the Fiend Celestial flag in his hand tightly, Fengdu nodded to himself. Now, he just had to wait for Gaochen to come and take it away to help Fushi quell the chaos of the ferocious beasts and push the human race to the throne of the world. How dare you! Just as Fengdu was thinking, the Chaos Fiend Celestial in the ninth underworld sensed the change here and suddenly roared. Suddenly, the violent Chaos Fiend Celestial chi wantonly spread out, and the innate ferocious beasts were in an uproar. They broke free from the control of the Fiend Celestial flag and continued to attack the netherworld. Go back. Fengdu activated the power of the Fiend Celestial flag to the extreme and shook it violently. In an instant, a vast, ancient, and tyrannical aura swept out and enveloped the entire battlefield. Roars of extreme fear came from the innate ferocious beasts in the air. Then, as if they had been greatly frightened, they frantically fled backward. Bastard! Go back! The Chaos Fiend Celestial's furious voice came from the depths of the ninth underworld. Obviously, he was extremely angry that the innate ferocious beasts had broken free from his control. At the same time, he was also trying to regain control of the innate ferocious beasts. Unfortunately, the Fiend Celestial flag in Fengdu's hand could simulate a trace of the Chaos Fiend Celestial's power when he was at his peak. It was far from what these broken Chaos Fiend Celestials could compare to. Therefore, he alone could not suppress these frightened innate ferocious beasts. In the end, all the Chaos Fiend Celestials in the ninth underworld acted together to pacify these innate ferocious beasts, allowing them to continue attacking the netherworld. At this time, the Fiend Celestial flag was not very effective. It was not that the Fiend Celestial flag was not strong enough, but that there were too many Chaos Fiend Celestials on the other side. But even so, Fengdu was already very satisfied. The Fiend Celestial flag was refined to deal with the innate ferocious beasts in the wilderness. There were not as many innate Fiend Celestials there as there were in the netherworld. Didn't this mean that the Fiend Celestial flag was an invincible existence in driving innate Fiend Celestials in the wilderness? After testing the power of the Fiend Celestial flag, Fengdu returned to his palace and waited for Gaochen's arrival. While Fengdu was refining the Fiend Celestial flag, the wilderness was not calm either. At the shore of the East Sea, in the ancestral land of the human race, all races of the wilderness, whether they were innate or acquired, gathered here. It seemed that something big was about to happen. Chapter 562. Ever since Fushi showed his might and saved the Khanate alliance from the siege of the Khanate ferocious beasts, the attitude of the people of the Khanate alliance towards Fushi changed. Their previous hostility turned into reverence and a trace of fear. How could they not be afraid? The group of Khanate ferocious beasts that could almost destroy the Khanate alliance was forced to retreat by Fushi alone. This kind of power could completely destroy the Khanate alliance alone. Wouldn't it be courting death to be enemies with such a person? With this thought in mind, the Khanate alliance gradually did not dare to provoke the human race. There were even some Khanate races who couldn't help but want to join the human race when they saw how powerful Fuxi was. Great, the innate alliance that was already not united to begin with. After this incident, it could be said that it had completely ceased to exist in name. When the remaining Khanate races saw this, they knew that they could not go against the general trend. They also joined the human race in order to obtain Fuxi's protection. At this point, the Khanate alliance was considered to have collapsed. At this moment, in the primordial world, except for some Khanate races who were still holding on to the glory of being Khanate lifeforms, most of the other Khanate races had joined the human race. As a result, the primordial world, which had been in chaos since the creation of the world, was finally unified. All the races respected the human race. This was even the 3 Khanate races. And what the Magi and demons had not done. Now, it was done by the human race. Although, the 10,000 races were a little exaggerated. No matter what, in name, the human race had unified the primordial world. It was also at this moment that the destiny of heaven and earth began to gather towards the human race to increase their foundation. However, although the human race had unified the primordial world, the chaos of the Khanate ferocious beasts was still not over. They were still causing chaos in the primordial world. Moreover, in the dark, the demon sect was eyeing covetously. No one knew what schemes they were planning. It could be said that if these threats were not eliminated, the primordial world would not be peaceful, and the 10,000 races would not be stable. The rule of the human race would be shaken at any time. Therefore, after Fuxi obtained the loyalty of the 10,000 races, he was determined to integrate the power of the 10,000 races to quell the chaos of the ferocious beasts in one fell swoop and return peace to the primordial world. Today, the 10,000 races gathered in the ancestral land of the human race. They were responding to Fuxi's call. They swore an alliance to fight against the Khanate ferocious beasts. At the same time, this move also meant to establish the dignity of the human tribe, deepen the human tribe's rule over the untainted land, and clarify the status of the human tribe among the 10,000 tribes. Although the human race had unified the untainted land, they were still too weak and had too few experts. If it weren't for Fuxi's unparalleled battle prowess, the primordial races wouldn't have taken the human race seriously. At this moment, Fuxi was the one that the innate races respected, not the human race. This situation was extremely unfavorable to the human race. If Fuxi were to disappear for a period of time, the innate races would definitely have other ideas and overthrow the human race's rule. All in all, the rule of the human race was not stable, and they relied too much on individual strength, which meant that they were not worthy of their positions. The solution to this problem was simple. They had to work hard to increase the strength of the human race so that they would be worthy of their status. They had to shift the respect of the other races towards Fuxi to the human race. It was easier said than done. The environment of the world had changed, and the path of cultivation in the future would only become more and more difficult. It would be difficult for a force as powerful as the shamans and demons to appear again. We are willing to follow Fuxi's lead and form an alliance to resist the Khanate ferocious beasts. Under the witness of heaven and earth, the leaders of the primordial races made an alliance with Fuxi. They were willing to follow his orders and quell the chaos of the Khanate ferocious beasts together. Whoosh! With the establishment of the alliance, an intense change occurred in the mysterious and unfathomable River of Destiny. The tributary of the River of Destiny that belonged to the human race suddenly flowed rapidly. At the same time, the tributary formed by the providence of the primordial races split off and flowed towards the providence of the human race. Whoosh! Whoosh! The providence of the primordial races used their own providence to strengthen the providence of the human race. It was like 100 rivers returning to the sea, causing the providence of the human race to become stronger and stronger. Gradually, it overshadowed all the other races and became the largest of the countless tributaries of the River of Destiny. Boom! At this moment, the torch that symbolized the providence of the human race suddenly soared. From the previous 5 colors, it transformed into hundreds of millions of colors. From afar, it looked like a ball of resplendent light that was incomparably dazzling. At this moment, the providence of the human race soared. And at the same time as the providence skyrocketed, the providence feedback also began. Rumble. Almost at the same time, hundreds of human golden immortals ascended to Tai Jingxian, greatly increasing the foundation of the human race. The remaining mystic immortals, celestial immortals, and cultivators who had yet to ascend to the immortal Tao were also countless. There was also a half-step Daoist Jingxian existence who, with the help of the providence feedback, finally took the crucial step and cultivated into a Daoist Jingxian. Now, he existed with the world and with the heavens. Of course, these were not the most eye-catching. The most eye-catching was still Fuxi. He, who was already a mid-saint, directly stepped into the perfected demi-saint realm with the help of the human race's providence, becoming the top great master of the wilderness in one fell swoop. At this moment, the primordial races that were already in awe of Fuxi were even more in awe. High in the sky, where the origin space was located in the deepest layer of heaven and earth, as the primordial races worshipped Fuxi, wisps of clear light began to converge, gradually condensing into a droplet-shaped treasure. This item was surrounded by a dense aura of heaven and earth, and countless mysterious Tao patterns were faintly discernible within it. It was as if one could see the evolution of heaven and earth, the changes of the great Tao, and its extreme mysteries. It came from the same source as the heavenly Tao, flickering with an inexplicable luster, interweaving the trajectory of fate, as if it could affect everything. This was the mandate of heaven. The mandate of heaven and earth's protagonist. As long as the mandate of heaven merged with the human race's providence, it meant that the human race would become the protagonist of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, the mandate of heaven had just been born and was far from mature. Moreover, even if it was now mature, the human race's current providence would not be able to accept the mandate of heaven. Therefore, all of this needed to wait, for the human race to become stronger. The mandate of heaven was closely related to the human race. The stronger the human race was, the faster the mandate of heaven would condense. Since the alliance had been established, Fuxi did not stand on ceremony. He directly selected experts from the primordial races to form an army and began to practice the formation. This was training the soldiers. It was best to use array formations to deal with primordial ferocious beasts. Otherwise, even if the human alliance army defeated the primordial ferocious beasts, they would suffer heavy losses and leave an opportunity for the demon sect to take advantage of. Therefore, in the battle with the primordial ferocious beasts, not only did the human alliance army have to win, but they also had to preserve their strength as much as possible. Otherwise, if the demon sect were to take advantage of them, it would be terrible. Fuxi was training his troops, so let's not talk about it for the time being. On the other hand, the demon sect had lost several supreme experts in succession. It could be said that their vitality had been greatly damaged. They should have kept a low profile to prevent others from taking advantage of them. However, because of the appearance of the ruins of End, not only did the demon sect not shrink their forces, but they became even more arrogant. They kept causing trouble in the primordial world to show their existence. They were planning to completely walk from the dark to the light. In fact, the demon sect could not be blamed for doing so. After suffering consecutive blows, the upper echelons of the demon sect suddenly realized that the situation in the primordial world was gradually becoming more and more disadvantageous for them. If this continued, the demon sect's opportunity to prosper would be over just as it began. The upper echelons of the demon sect naturally would not allow this. They had waited for countless years for an opportunity for the demon sect to prosper. They were about to suppress the Xian sect and return to the primordial world. However, for some reason, for heaven and earth supreme suddenly appeared and destroyed the great situation that the demon sect had created with great difficulty. They completely reversed the situation of the primordial world and defeated the rising momentum of the demon sect. The upper echelons of the demon sect were filled with hatred. However, they had no choice. The other party was too strong. They could not defeat him at all. However, it was absolutely impossible for them to give up the opportunity that the demon sect had waited for with great difficulty. Therefore, the upper echelons of the demon sect decided to go all out. They would move from the dark to the light and fight for their lives with the heavens. Before the saints returned, they would take down the primordial world. If they won, the demon sect would prosper and be able to suppress the Xian sect. If they lost, it did not matter. The demon sect was already in such a state. If they were to fall, how far could they fall? This was a typical example of a barefoot person not being afraid of wearing shoes. The Xian sect was huge and had many scruples. The demon sect was different. Other than their lives, they had nothing. When they did things, they naturally had no taboos. Only when they had no attachments could they have no scruples. However, the demon sect wanted to make a final gamble, which happened to be what Haotian and the others wanted. The chaos of the Khanate beasts was handed over to the human race and the Khanate 10,000 races. The demon sect would naturally be dealt with by the heavenly court and the Xian sect. However, the demon sect was hidden too deeply. They could not find their nest at all. In that case, how could they destroy it? However, now that the demon sect had taken the initiative to walk out, Haotian and the others would not foolishly wait for them to come. Naturally, they took the initiative to attack. After receiving the news of the demon sect's appearance, Haotian, Gaochen, and Luais, who were searching for traces of the demon sect in the primordial world, rushed to the demon sect together. They intended to kill all the experts of the demon sect before the demon ancestor Rahu appeared. To them, if they weakened the demon sect's strength as much as possible now, their chances of survival would be higher when the demon ancestor Rahu settled the score. East Sea. Penglai Immortal Island of the Three Immortal Islands. With the end of the shaman and demon tribulation, the shackles that restricted Xian Qing's breakthrough had long disappeared without a trace. In other words, after the baptism of the tribulation, Xian Qing could finally take a step forward and break through from the Daoist Jingxian to the sage-to-be. In fact, Xian Qing could have broken through tens of thousands of years ago. However, he hesitated. That was because he was a direct descendant of the Three Pure Ones, the most authentic disciple of the celestial sect of wonders. He also cultivated the most profound celestial sect techniques. Since that was the case, if he broke through to the sage-to-be realm, he would naturally take the path of the three corpses of the celestial sect of wonders. Otherwise, he would directly use his strength to prove his Tao and break through to the sage-to-be realm. That did not make sense. Xian Qing was formed from the clear air of the 9 heavens. He was born with a powerful primordial spirit and a weak physical body. This did not mean that he could not use his strength to prove his Tao. Instead, this method was completely ineffective for him. The gains did not make up for the losses. The path of the three corpses was the most suitable for him. Xian Qing naturally knew the method of the three corpses, and there was more than one. They were all top-notch. Not to mention, he had long understood the good and evil corpses and could slash them at any time. However, Xian Qing did not want to slash the corpses. To be precise, Feng Zichen did not want to slash the corpses. From the Tao ancestors' point of view, whether it was good, evil, or obsession, they would all affect one's Tao heart. In order to seek the Tao ancestor was determined to slash it out to strengthen his Tao heart. He could also prevent himself from being affected by emotions and maintain an absolutely calm state of mind. However, this was the Tao of the Tao ancestor. It was the Tao of the celestial sect of wonders. It was the Tao of the heavens, not Feng Zichen's Tao. Feng Zichen's Tao had long been self-contained. It had transcended the Tao of the heavens, covered everything, and pointed directly to the origin of the Tao. He was worried that after he slashed the three corpses, he would be affected by the Tao of the Tao ancestor and mess up his own Tao. Therefore, Feng Zichen did not plan to slash the corpses. Especially, the supreme state of mind that he had obtained after slashing the three corpses. The moment he became the great Taoist priests, he naturally had it. Just this point alone made Feng Zichen give up on the idea of slashing the three corpses. The risk was too great, and the benefits were too small. It was not worth the risk at all. However, if he did not slash the corpses, he would not be able to become a sage-to-be. That would be troublesome. He directly used strength to prove his Tao. Feng Zichen was confident that he could hide it from the primitive world cultivators. However, he definitely could not hide it from the saint of the prime clear lineage. A person who specialized in the great Tao of the celestial sect of wonders suddenly used strength to prove his Tao. Unless the saint of the prime clear lineage was a fool, he would definitely suspect Xianqing's identity. For this, after Xianqing became an early-stage quasi-saint, he did not break through for a long time. He was completely in a dilemma. This dilemma lasted for tens of thousands of years. Only today did Xianqing think of a solution. Since he could not break through with the slashing the three corpses technique, he would think of a way to improve this technique. He would imitate the supreme experts of the primordial era and walk a path that belonged to him alone. In this way, even if he did not break through with the slashing the three corpses technique, the saint of the prime clear lineage would not doubt him. Instead, he would praise him. Slashing one's own Tao was an incredible feat in any era. It would become a legend and be remembered and worshipped by the world. A long time ago, there was no such realm as a quasi-saint in the world. Above the Daoist Jingxian was the primordial Daoist Jingxian. However, after the Tao ancestor attained the Tao, a quasi-saint realm was separated from the Daoist Jingxian. This method was simple. A long time ago, the Daoist Jingxian had two cultivation processes. First, he cultivated the three flowers above his head. When he reached perfection, he began to jump out of the river of time and space. Therefore, the Tao ancestor divided this process into two realms. The process of cultivating the three flowers above his head was still called the Daoist Jingxian. The process of jumping out of the river of time and space was called the quasi-saint realm. Xianqing's plan was, he would not slash the three corpses anymore. He would directly slash the past, future, and present. This method was much more difficult than the slashing the three corpses, but the benefits were obvious. That was, when he broke through to the primordial Daoist Jingxian in the future, it would be easier than the cultivators who cultivated the slashing the three corpses technique. Why was the slashing the three corpses technique popular in the primordial world? Was it because he was strong enough? No, it was because he was the simplest, universal, and suitable for most cultivators. Therefore, he could surpass all techniques and become the mainstream of the primordial world. Compared to the slashing the three corpses technique, the former could only be said to be difficult at first, and the latter could be said to be difficult at first. It was hard to say which was good and which was bad. It could be said that each had its own merits. Chapter 563. One thing to say was that Xianqing slashing the past and future technique had absorbed a lot of essence from the slashing three corpses technique. The slashing three corpses technique created by the Tao ancestor was amazing. It was one of the easiest techniques to achieve the Tao. In addition to the state of mind, the slashing three corpses technique could also allow one to have three powerful incarnations. What was even more amazing was that with these three powerful incarnations, one could save a lot of time to break through to the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. One had to know that in order to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm, one had to have enough origin to support them. Just like demon god Ji Du, although he had reached the realm, his innate origin was insufficient. He was still not considered a primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. And the 3 corpses were used to increase the origin. When the 3 corpses were combined, one would become a primordial chaos cultivator. With the origin contained in these 3 powerful incarnations, a cultivator could become a primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian as quickly as possible. Xianqing planned to absorb this advantage. To be precise, Xianqing did not change the slashing 3 corpses technique passed down by the Dao ancestor much. He replaced the 3 corpses of good and evil with the past, future, and present. The rest was basically unchanged. With an idea in mind, Xianqing directly deduced this technique with the Hongmeng Daozhong. It's time to break through. Xianqing stood up silently and took out the 12th grade green lotus of creation and the 12th grade white lotus of purification. The slashing 3 corpses technique required a connate numinous treasure. The slashing past and future technique was born from this technique, so it naturally required a connate numinous treasure. Moreover, this connate numinous treasure could not be chosen casually. It was related to his future path of Dao, so he had to be careful. It was best if it was a connate numinous treasure that was compatible with his Dao. Xianqing's choice was the green lotus of creation. Although this treasure had the word creation, it was inextricably related to the chaos and could be compatible with all the Dao in the world. It was perfect to use it as a sustenance. Moreover, Xianqing had other thoughts about using the green lotus of creation as a sustenance. Now, he had obtained 2 of the 4 connate lotus of the primordial world. Together with the green lotus of creation that was not among them, there were 3 of them. The 3 natural lotus flowers came from the same source, and they were all top-notch natural spirit treasures. Once they fused into one, they would directly become a natural cardinal treasure, and their level wouldn't be too low. Furthermore, to a certain extent, the Chaos Green Lotus was also considered a heaven-splitting holy artifact. Its contribution to the primordial world was not much lower than the heaven-splitting axe. According to this, the Green Lotus of creation, which represented part of the chaotic Green Lotus origin, could also be considered a heaven-opening treasure in a sense. Even if it wasn't as good as the 3 supreme treasures of heaven-splitting, it wasn't far off. In other words, Xianqing could have a connate cardinal treasure at any time, and it would be a connate cardinal treasure that could rival the 3 heaven-opening cardinal treasures. Think about it. In the future, Xianqing stood on the green lotus of good fortune. It was equivalent to being in an invincible position. Almost no one in the great desolate world could break the defense of the creation green lotus. Its defense was even stronger than the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. With this supreme treasure, Xianqing could be said to have no worries. Wasn't that a beautiful scene? It was simply too beautiful. However, Xianqing did not dare to let the green lotus of creation become an innate cardinal treasure. Because it was too strong. There was only so much luck to open heaven, and it had already been divided by the 3 heaven-opening cardinal treasures. In addition to some scattered connate treasures, the remaining luck to open heaven was gone. If Xianqing created another heaven-opening cardinal treasure, not to mention whether the heavenly Dao would agree, even the 3 pure ones would not agree. If the heaven-opening cardinal treasure appeared, where would the luck to open heaven come from? Naturally, it would be split from the 3 heaven-opening cardinal treasures. For no reason, the 3 heaven-opening cardinal treasures became 4 heaven-opening cardinal treasures. How could the owner be willing to give away some luck for nothing? Of course not. If it was Feng Zichen, he would not be willing either. Therefore, once the connate cardinal treasure level green lotus of creation appeared, the Grand Pure One and Jade Pure One would definitely sense it and want to destroy this treasure. Even the Grand Pure One would probably take action. For no other reason than the Qingping sword, they had to take action. The Dao corroboration treasures of the 3 pure ones were all formed by the green lotus of creation and were naturally restrained by it. As a saint, How could he tolerate the existence of something that restrained him? Naturally, he would think of ways to destroy it. Even the owner of this treasure, Xianqing, was no exception. Just the 3 pure ones alone were enough to give people a headache, let alone the heavenly Tao that could not tolerate the existence of the green lotus of creation. No one could withstand that. Therefore, even if the heavenly Tao and the 3 pure ones were not in the primordial world, Xianqing did not dare to fuse with the 3 lotuses and advance the green lotus of creation to a connate cardinal treasure. This treasure was a disaster. Once it appeared, it would definitely attract the hostility of the heavenly Tao and the 3 pure ones. Therefore, to be safe, it was better not to let it be born. However, Xianqing was vaguely unwilling. The connate cardinal treasure was right in front of him, but he could not take it out due to various concerns. It was really torturous. Left with no choice, Xianqing thought of a solution that was not a solution. That was to use the green lotus of creation as a sustenance and use its origin to cut off the past, future, and present. Even if it was a connate cardinal treasure, after being slashed 3 times, it could not retain its original grade. This way, although Xianqing did not obtain a connate cardinal treasure, he had 3 powerful incarnations. Moreover, after Xianqing broke through to become primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, the 3 incarnations could merge and directly obtain the connate cardinal creation green lotus of creation. At that time, Xianqing would control the green lotus of creation with his primordial chaos power. He would not have so many concerns. Keep. Xianqing took action as soon as he thought of it. He raised the Hongmeng Daozhong and directly kept the green lotus of creation and the white lotus of purification. After that, Xianqing also entered the Hongmeng Daozhong. The Hongmeng Daozhong isolated everything. What was done inside could not be seen by the outside world. Inside the Hongmeng Daozhong, in the boundless purple space, 3 huge lotus flowers stood tall. One was green, one was white, and one was black. Each of them emitted a bright Tao light. They were the 12th grade green lotus of creation, the 12th grade black lotus of destruction, and the 12th grade white lotus of purification. Green lotus of creation, rise. After coming to the purple space, Xianqing directly raised the 12th grade green lotus of creation and let it devour the other 2 connate lotus flowers. Swoosh, 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 thick roots stretched out from the roots of the green lotus of creation and swept toward the black lotus of destruction and the white lotus of purification. The black lotus of destruction and the white lotus of purification sensed the danger and instinctively wanted to resist. But Xianqing's reaction was faster. He directly attacked and suppressed the 2 connate lotus flowers together with the green lotus of creation. Buzz buzz buzz, the white lotus of purification and the black lotus of destruction were entangled by the roots of the green lotus of creation and let out an unwilling buzzing sound. But unfortunately, in the face of Xianqing's suppression, they were powerless to resist. They could only watch as their connate origins were lost little by little. Whoosh! 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 As the green lotus of creation devoured the connate origins of the black lotus of destruction and the black lotus of purification, it shook excitedly and revealed a joyful mood. As time passed, the Tao light on the black lotus of destruction and the white lotus of purification became dimmer and dimmer. On the other hand, the Tao light on the green lotus of creation became more and more dazzling. Poof! An extra petal appeared on the green lotus of creation and it became a 13th grade lotus flower. On the other hand, the black lotus of destruction and the white lotus of purification each lost a petal. Very good. Seeing this scene, Xianqing nodded his head in satisfaction. He then closed his eyes and his mind gradually sank into the river of time and space. He began to search for his shadow of the past. The first thing to be cut was the past. Standing on the river of time and space, Xianqing looked back and saw everything that he had experienced since he was born. All of it appeared before his eyes. Then, Xianqing looked at the future and saw countless images coming to him, explaining the various possibilities of the future for him. Finally, Xianqing lowered his head and looked at the river of time and space. His appearance was clearly reflected in it. This was the present. Cut. Xianqing formed a sword with his fingers and gently waved it behind him. Suddenly, the countless memories were all shattered and turned into a figure that was identical to Xianqing and appeared in front of him. After that, Xianqing did not stop. He continued to form a sword with his fingers and slashed at his feet. Bang! The calm water surface. Suddenly, layers of ripples appeared. A figure slowly emerged from the water surface and stood behind Xianqing. One was the past, and the other was the present. In a few breaths, Xianqing had cut off 2 corpses and entered the late stage of sage-to-be. With his half-step primordial chaos, it was naturally not difficult to cut off the 2 corpses. However, it was a little troublesome to cut off the future. The future was ethereal and unpredictable. If he wanted to cut it off, he would need some opportunities. However, Xianqing was already very satisfied with cutting off 2 corpses. With his identity, cutting off 2 corpses was just right. If he went any further, it would be a little eye-catching. His mind left the river of time and space, and Xianqing looked at the creation green lotus. At this time, it had already bloomed to the 18th grade. His body was surrounded by thick connate Daoist rhymes and exuded the unique pressure of a connate cardinal treasure. The connate cardinal treasure, the 18th grade creation green lotus. Cut. Seeing this, Xianqing used the shadow of the past as a blade and slashed at the 18th grade creation green lotus. Whoosh, an invisible blade slashed past, and the 18th grade creation green lotus lost 6 grades and turned back into a 12th grade creation green lotus. After the 6 petals spun in the air for a while, they suddenly turned into a man in green who looked 80% similar to Xianqing. At the same time, a 12th grade creation green lotus bloomed slowly on top of his head, exuding the pressure of a top grade connate spiritual treasure. This was Xianqing's past body. Poor way Green Lotus. Greetings to me. Green Lotus stepped forward and bowed to Xianqing. Xianqing nodded and kept it in the human flower, using his own great Tao to improve his cultivation. The past body had just been born. However, with Daoist Jinxian's cultivation, improving his cultivation was the main goal now. Otherwise, it would be difficult to use it. After that, Xianqing began to close his eyes and rest. Condensing the past body had consumed a lot of his mind. Next, there was still a present body to condense. If he did not recover quickly, it would be a little funny if he could not cut out the incarnation. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. The 12th grade creation green lotus had transformed into the 18th grade again. The 12th grade white lotus of purification and the 12th grade black lotus of destruction had been completely devoured by the creation green lotus, and there was no trace of their existence. In this regard, Xianqing did not feel that it was a pity. Using 2 supreme grade connate spiritual treasures to exchange for a powerful connate cardinal treasure was not a loss. Cut. With a thought, Xianqing used his present body as a blade and slashed again. Whoosh, the 18th grade creation green lotus returned to the 12th grade. The 6 petals that had been cut off turned into Xianqing's present body. Yes. His aura, appearance, strength, and so on were exactly the same as his past body. It was just a little more mature. Of course, he was more mature now than before. At this point, Xianqing's breakthrough this time was over. The black lotus of destruction and the black lotus of purification disappeared and turned into 2 creation green lotuses. This did not mean that their abilities had disappeared. Compared to the connate 4 great lotus seats and the connate 5 elements flag, the creation green lotus was the legitimate son of the chaos green lotus and had inherited everything. In other words, the creation green lotus could use all their abilities. Clang! As Xian Qing completed his breakthrough, the Hongmeng Daozhong broke through the void and quietly returned to Feng Zichen's hand. The realm of the late stage of the Sage-to-Be realm has barely touched the threshold of the Great Medium. In the untainted land, it is considered a moderate master. Xian Qing said with a smile after testing his skyrocketing strength. Only when one's strength reached this level could he be considered to have squeezed into the top level of the untainted land. He was no longer a chess piece and had the qualifications to play chess. In the untainted land, those in the early and middle stages of the Sage-to-Be realm were called Great Medium. Those in the late stage of the Sage-to-Be realm and above were called Great Medium. Those who had just entered the Sage-to-Be realm were at the early stage of the Sage-to-Be realm. Killing one corpse was at the middle stage of the Sage-to-Be realm. Killing 2 corpses was at the late stage of the Sage-to-Be realm. Killing 3 corpses was at the peak of the Sage-to-Be realm. The 3 corpses were connected and were half-step to the primordial chaos. When the 3 corpses were combined, one could achieve the Tao and become the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. I've finally deduced it. Under the Tree of World. Feng Zichen let out a long sigh of relief. He, who was in charge of guarding the Tree of World, was not idle when others were busy. He was deducing the blood altar. With the help of the Tree of World, the creation jade disc fragment, and the Hongmeng Daozhong, Feng Zichen spent 1,000 years and finally deduced the blood altar, which could be said to be in defiance of the natural order. It was not easy to say that the appearance of this divine power was really not easy. The Tree of World was called the first spiritual root in the untainted land and had supreme mystery. It was easier to get close to the Great Medium if one cultivated under the tree. The creation jade disc was known as the origin of all Daos. The Hongmeng Daozhong could improve one's comprehension. With the power of these 3, coupled with Feng Zichen's identity as the great Taoist priest, it was not an exaggeration to say that his comprehension was the best in the untainted land. Even the Tao ancestor could not compare to him. Even so, Feng Zichen had experienced several failures before he deduced it. It could be seen how difficult it was. That was true. Bringing the dead back to life. It was against the laws of the heavenly Tao and was destined to be tolerated by heaven and earth. Note, the dead here refers to the kind whose true spirit is broken, not the kind whose soul has entered the cycle of reincarnation. Logically speaking, the blood sacrificial altar shouldn't exist. Even if it appeared, it would be destroyed by the heavenly Tao immediately. However, Feng Zichen chose a good time. In the current untainted land, even the Chaos Fiend God dared to swagger around. What was one more heaven-defying technique? Of course, in order to prevent the heavenly Tao from settling scores when it returned to the untainted land, the blood altar would be erased from the world. Feng Zichen still had to add insurance to the blood altar so that the heavenly Tao would recognize the existence of this technique. Chapter 564. Feng Zichen also had a countermeasure. It was actually very simple to let the blood altar be recognized by the heavenly Tao. That was to let the blood altar appear and benefit the primordial world. In the vast primordial world, as long as it was something beneficial to the primordial world, regardless of whether it was good or evil, heaven-defying or not, it would definitely be protected by the heavenly Tao. Therefore, as long as the blood altar appeared and could benefit the primordial world, the heavenly Tao would not care about its heaven-defying nature. To the heavenly Tao, the most important thing was to think of all ways to increase the origin of the primordial world. His actions in the primordial world were all based on this. For this, he could sacrifice everything. He could even tolerate the Chaos Fiend God, so what was a small blood altar? As for how to make the blood altar a treasure that was beneficial to the primordial world, Feng Zichen already had a plan in his heart. The altar had the intention to communicate with the world. According to Feng Zichen's plan, he would first use the blood altar to communicate with the world and then offer enough sacrifices. A portion of it would be used to give back to the world, and a portion would be used to summon the dead. In this way, the world would benefit and would not care about the resurrection of the dead. Without the obstruction of the heavenly Tao, the blood altar could successfully summon the dead. Simply put, this was a bribe to get the world to let go. This method could be said to be a win-win situation. The heavenly Tao had no reason to reject it. However, there was one thing that was more difficult. It was how to choose the sacrifice to the world. Since it was a sacrifice to the world, it definitely could not be an ordinary item. It had to be a spiritual item that could increase the origin of the world. Otherwise, if you offered the sacrifice but the heavenly Tao did not obtain any benefits, it would be strange if it did not kill you. Moreover, the sacrifice could not be a spiritual item in the primordial world. That was because everything in the primordial world belonged to the heavenly Tao. You sacrificed the heavenly Tao's own things to the heavenly Tao and still wanted to obtain benefits. Wasn't this a joke? The heavenly Tao was really easy to talk to. Bribery was also a skill. It had to be catered to. In particular, the one to bribe was the heavenly Tao. He had to study it carefully. Otherwise, if something went wrong, he would really die. The heavenly Tao. Since spiritual items from the great desolate world were not enough, he could only start from the outer realm. There were treasures everywhere in the great chaos. Even the chaotic chi that could be seen everywhere was considered a good treasure in the untainted land. If Feng Zichen could calm down and go to the great chaos to collect tens of thousands of years of chaos chi, it would be enough to offer it to the heavenly Tao. With this as a sacrifice, he would be able to summon at least one Daoyuo Jingxian through the blood altar. However, that was in the past. The current primordial world had ready-made offerings. There were so many Xiantian ferocious beasts. Weren't they living sacrifices? Connate ferocious beasts were the result of the fusion of the Chaos Fiend God's remnants, the origin of chaos, and a part of the Chaos Fiend Chi. It did not belong to the primordial world. Therefore, they could be used as sacrifices to the heavenly Tao to strengthen the origin of heaven and earth. Xiantian realm ferocious beasts were not simple. When they were alive, they took it as their duty to destroy the primordial world. When they died, they would not let go of the primordial world. After they died, the chaotic chi on their bodies did not dissipate. Instead, it slowly spread out and eroded the surrounding spiritual veins and earth chi. It destroyed the surrounding life force and turned it into a dangerous place. It was really sinister. Feng Zichen discovered that by chance. Originally, Feng Zichen thought that this batch of Xiantian realm ferocious beasts would be the same as the previous ones. After they died, their origins would slowly dissipate and gradually integrate into heaven and earth to strengthen the origin of the primordial world. However, tens of thousands of years later, Feng Zichen suddenly realized that something was wrong. Not only did the spiritual chi in the primordial world not increase, but it was gradually decreasing. That was unreasonable. It was very unreasonable. That was because, logically speaking, after years of war, many Xiantian realm ferocious beasts had died, and the cultivators of the 10,000 races had suffered heavy casualties. After tens of thousands of years, their origins should have merged with the primordial world. Therefore, the spiritual chi in the primordial world should have increased. However, the strange thing was, the spiritual chi did not increase but decreased. It would be strange if there was no problem. So many living beings had died in the primordial world. It was impossible for their origins to disappear for no reason. After every great calamity, the primordial world would usher in a flourishing age of cultivation. It was because hundreds of millions of living beings had died and their origins had returned to heaven and earth, causing the origin of the primordial world to increase greatly and benefit the countless living beings who were still alive. In the current situation, someone must be up to no good. In the beginning, Feng Zichen thought that it was the demon sect who was secretly playing tricks, intercepting the origin that should have returned to heaven and earth to plot something big. However, after careful observation, he realized that this matter had nothing to do with the demon sect. It was the fault of the Xiantian realm ferocious beasts. After they died, the Xiantian realm ferocious qi did not disappear and continued to destroy the spiritual veins of the primordial world. The reason why no one noticed this was that a large number of living beings had died. Their origins had returned to heaven and earth, making up for the loss of the primordial world and covering up this point. It was not until tens of thousands of years later that Feng Zichen suddenly realized that something was wrong. Only then did he understand the truth. Xiantian realm ferocious beasts. They really did not let people rest in peace even after they died. However, thinking about it, the Chaos Fiend God was not a fool. They had sent the Xiantian realm ferocious beasts to the primordial world. Obviously, they were not airdropping resources to the primordial world, but to destroy the primordial world. If the Xiantian realm ferocious beasts died and their origins merged into the primordial world, wouldn't the actions of the Chaos Fiend God be meaningless? Therefore, they would definitely leave a secret hand on the Xiantian realm ferocious beasts to prevent such a thing from happening. After they died, they continued to destroy the primordial world. It was probably the secret hand left behind by the Chaos Fiend God. Since Feng Zichen had discovered this, he could not sit back and watch this situation continue to happen. After the Xiantian realm ferocious beasts died, their origins could not merge into the primordial world, right? That didn't matter. If you can't do it, I'll help you. The blood altar existed for this reason. It was equivalent to a converter, transforming the origins of the Xiantian realm ferocious beasts into the origins that were most suitable for heaven and earth to absorb. Using the flesh and blood of the Xiantian realm ferocious beasts to build the blood altar, and then using their origins as a sacrifice to the heavenly Tao to revive the experts who had fallen in the primordial world. This method was really making the best use of everything. In an instant, waste was turned into treasure, and the Xiantian realm ferocious beasts became delicious cakes. With a thought, Feng Zichen passed the refining method of the blood altar that he had deduced to the incarnation of the Gaochen and asked him to bring the demon god flag to find Fuxi. In the nether realm, the Gaochen had just received the demon god flag from the ghost emperor of Fengdu when he received the message from Feng Zichen. He did not have time to pay his respects to goddess Hutu and hurriedly left the nether realm to go to the ancestral land of the human race to find Fuxi. If he wanted to refine the blood altar as quickly as possible, he had to get Fuxi's help. After all, Fuxi now controlled the most powerful force in the primordial world. With his help, he could save a lot of time. Moreover, he could use the opportunity of refining the blood altar to kill the Xiantian realm ferocious beasts that were causing chaos in the primordial world and completely quell the chaos. Fellow Daoist Fuxi, I haven't seen you for many years. You've become more and more majestic. In the human emperor's palace, the Gaochen looked at Fuxi in front of him and could not help but say. Although Fuxi's cultivation level was lower than his, the Gaochen vaguely felt suppressed by his aura when standing in front of him. Of course, this was also because the Gaochen deliberately suppressed the emperor's aura in his body. However, even so, it was enough to show how extraordinary Fuxi was. This meant that although Fuxi's cultivation level was only at the great perfection of the quasi-saint realm, his combat strength had reached the half-step primordial chaos level. And these were the benefits brought by being respected by all races. The strengthening of the power of all races made Fuxi's majesty even more profound. He was much more powerful than when Feng Zichen was the human emperor. Even when Fuxi was Emperor Shi in the demon race's heavenly court, he did not have such a scene today. He had surpassed the past and achieved something that he did not achieve in his previous life. Not to mention other things, just Fuxi's majesty was enough to make ordinary quasi-saints not dare to attack him. From this, one could see how profound his majesty was. This was the scene of becoming an emperor. If Fuxi gained more prestige in the primordial world, he might be able to directly ascend to the position of emperor. Your Majesty is too kind. It's all thanks to your Majesty that Fuxi can have today. If your majesty had not given me the human Dao imperial seal, I would have died in the mouth of a connate ferocious beast, let alone command all races and unify the primordial world. Fuxi bowed respectfully to Feng Zichen and said gratefully. He was telling the truth. If not for the human Dao imperial seal, he would have died long ago. Even if he was fine, he would not be a match for a connate ferocious beast. Shaking his head, Feng Zichen was a little speechless. His contribution was not as great as Fuxi said. Even if he did not make a move that day, Fuxi would be fine. How could a person of destiny die so easily? If Feng Zichen did not save him, there would be others who would. Moreover, Fuxi could have today mostly because of his own ability. Otherwise, do you think anyone with a connate cardinal treasure would be able to create such a situation? The human Dao imperial seal indeed had an indelible contribution to Fuxi's current status. However, it would be a little too much to say that it was all his credit. Feng Zichen naturally understood this point. All right. I came to see you today not to catch up with you, but to ask for your help. After cutting off his messy thoughts, Feng Zichen said to Fuxi with a solemn expression. Please speak, Your Majesty. As long as Fuxi can do it, I will not refuse. Seeing that Feng Zichen was talking about serious matters, Fuxi also became serious and promised him. It's not a difficult matter. Next, Feng Zichen told Fuxi about the blood altar and the plan to lure the connate ferocious beast with the demon god flag. Blood altar? Bring the dead back to life? Demon god flag? It can lure connate ferocious beasts. After hearing Feng Zichen's words, Fuxi fell into a great shock. With the memories of his 2 lives, he had never seen such a mysterious magic and magic treasure. He could still understand luring connate ferocious beasts. However, the magic that could bring the dead back to life, which obviously violated the rules of the way of heaven, was said by Feng Zichen so openly. He could not understand. This kind of magic was really too heaven-defying. How could the way of heaven allow his existence? That was to say, the way of heaven was not in the primordial world now. Otherwise, based on what Feng Zichen had said just now, the way of heaven could directly strike down a bolt of purple heaven divine thunder and erase all his memories of the blood altar. Why, you don't believe me? Seeing Fuxi's face full of disbelief, Feng Zichen smiled proudly and then explained the principle to him. Deducing the blood altar was another great feat of Feng Zichen after he established the connate sword principle. He could not help but have some thoughts of showing off. This method was really too heaven-defying. It was equivalent to giving Daoist Jingxian an extra life. If it really spread in the primordial world, the impact would be far-reaching. It would be enough to subvert everyone's understanding and make the chaotic future even more chaotic. Perhaps, the structure of the primordial world would be changed. Even the birth of the connate sword principle would not have as great an impact as the appearance of the blood altar. After all, the connate sword principle was only used at the bottom of the primordial world. To the upper echelons of the primordial world, it was dispensable. However, the blood altar was different. Its main target was the upper echelons of the primordial world. In this day and age, other than saints, who dared to guarantee that they would never die? Didn't you see that the invincible Dong Huang Tai still died? With the blood altar, they would have an extra way out. When they started, they would have more confidence. I see. Your Majesty is really a great talent. He is far from what Fuxi can compare to. After hearing Feng Zichen's explanation, Fuxi looked at him with admiration. He was convinced, he was really convinced. He could even think of such a method. No wonder he could establish the connate sword principle and become the only Taoist priests of the primordial world. Fellow Daoist, do you think this method is feasible? Feng Zichen smiled and asked Fuxi. The current blood altar was only perfect in theory. Feng Zichen felt that the blood altar could succeed, but only he felt that it could. As for whether it could really succeed, no one could guarantee it without practice. After all, the theory was perfect. That was only in theory. Only by practicing could one obtain true knowledge. There's no problem in theory. After thinking carefully, Fuxi said. According to Feng Zichen's idea, there was no reason for the blood altar to fail. As for whether it can really succeed, won't we know after giving it a try? Both of them were practical people. After thinking about it, they felt that the plan was feasible. Without hesitation, they began to implement it. If there was really a problem, with the two of them around, there was no need to be afraid of any trouble. On the contrary, they could deal with it on the spot and find the reason for the problem so that they could further improve the plan. Next, Feng Zichen and Fuxi started to get busy. One was exploring the terrain, looking for suitable terrain to set up traps to kill the connate ferocious beasts. The other was deducing the formation so that he could increase his killing power to the extreme so that he could kill the connate ferocious beasts faster. In the blink of an eye, the world changed. 10,000 years passed in a blink of an eye. During this period, many major events happened in the untainted land. First of all, there was bad news. In order to practice the formation, Fuxi ordered the human clan and the connate 10,000 clans to shrink their forces. As a result, the connate ferocious beasts became more and more rampant in the untainted land. Even the 4 ferocious beasts that had died long ago were resurrected. They were more powerful than before and had reached the late stage of sage to be. Of course, this was not the worst news. The worst news was that after tens of thousands of years, the battle of possession between the Chaos Fiend God and the great medium of the untainted land had gradually come to an end. As soon as those great medium came out of seclusion, they joined the demon sect. There was no doubt that these great medium of the untainted land were defeated and were successfully possessed by the Chaos Fiend God. Their identities, positions, magic treasures, and so on were all replaced by him. And there were as many as 6 great medium who were replaced by the Chaos Fiend God. This naturally had a great impact on the current situation of the untainted land. At the very least, the strength of the demon sect would increase greatly because of this. No matter what realm those great medium were at before they were possessed by the Chaos Fiend God. Anyway, after they were possessed and integrated with the remaining origin of the Chaos Fiend God, their strength was at least at the realm of primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. 6 masters comparable to primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian joined the demon sect. How much would the strength of the demon sect expand? It was really scary just thinking about it. In this regard, Haotian and Lei Zhe could be said to have a deep understanding. Originally, when the two of them joined forces, it could be said that they were suppressing the demon sect, almost pressing the demon sect to the ground. Under their suppression, the demon gate almost planned to go from the light to the dark and hide in the dark again. Fortunately, at the critical moment, 6 chaos fiend gods comparable to primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian arrived. At this time, it could be said that the situation had been reversed in the blink of an eye. Previously, Haotian and Lei Zhe were suppressing the demon sect, but now, the demon sect was suppressing them. Haotian and Lei Zhe were naturally dumbfounded by this. This change came too quickly, so quickly that they didn't even have time to react. The great situation turned into nothing overnight. The grievances in their hearts were simply indescribable. However, even though they were grievances, the two of them weren't fools. Seeing that things couldn't be done, of course, they couldn't foolishly resist the 6 primordial chaos experts of the demon sect. Finding an opportunity, he immediately retreated. In this regard, the 6 chaos fiend gods didn't chase after them. Because it was meaningless. When one's strength reached their level, either the difference in strength was too great, or they had set up all kinds of killing methods in advance. Otherwise, if they wanted to leave, they would definitely not be able to stop them. Moreover, in a one-on-one battle, none of the 6 of them was a match for the 2 heaven and earth supremes. If they chased after them, it would be hard to say who would kill who. Therefore, when the 6 primordial chaos experts of the demon sect saw the 2 of them leave, they directly let them go and didn't stop them at all. Of course. Since there was bad news, that meant that there was also good news. The good news was that there were only 6 great masters who had been possessed. The remaining great masters were still in a stalemate with the chaos fiend gods. This was really good news. In this battle of possession, the great masters had the home advantage. The longer the battle dragged on, the more advantageous it was for them, and the greater their chances of winning. In other words, at this time, the great masters who had not been possessed by the chaos fiend gods had the possibility of being possessed by the chaos fiend gods in the future. Although it was not impossible, it was extremely slim. Chapter 565. Perhaps, after a period of time, those great divines would come out of seclusion one after another. By then, even if Tian Dao and the 6 sages had not returned, the demon sect would not be able to make any waves with their strength. The situation would be completely rewritten. However, all of this was based on the fact that Feng Zichen and the others could block the desperate attacks of the demon sect. Even Feng Zichen could predict the future situation of the untainted land. The demon sect had a deep foundation, so how could they not have predicted it? Therefore, when the experts of the demon sect saw that the situation was reversed, they would either hide again and wait for the future, or they would take advantage of the situation before it was reversed to fight for a bright future. If the demon sect chose the former, it would be fine. If the demon sect chose the latter, then Feng Zichen and the others, who were still active in the untainted land, would definitely be the thorn in the side of the demon sect. They would definitely be destroyed. However, judging from the character of the demon sect, the possibility of choosing the latter was undoubtedly higher. Therefore, the clearer the future situation of the untainted land was, the crazier the demon sect's next actions would be, and the more dangerous the situation of Feng Zichen and the others would be. They would face the terrorist attacks of the demon sect. Of course, in addition to the good news and bad news, there was also a piece of news that was neither good nor bad. That was, after Haotian escaped from the hands of the 6 primordial chaos experts of the demon sect, he was really angry and wanted to roar to the sky. Coincidentally, at this moment, the 4 ferocious beasts that had just been resurrected passed by this place and bumped into the angry Haotian. Then, things were much simpler. Haotian, who was already angry, vented all his anger on the 4 ferocious beasts. Now, the 4 ferocious beasts that had just been resurrected had been killed by Haotian before they could show their majesty in the untainted land. Although these 4 connate ferocious beasts were the kings of the connate ferocious beasts and had the strength of the great perfection of the sage-to-be. However, Haotian had the battle strength of the 5th level of the primordial chaos when he used all his strength. How could the 4 ferocious beasts be his match? It was normal to be beaten to death. It would be abnormal if they could not be killed. It could only be said that the 4 ferocious beasts were unlucky to encounter the furious Haotian. However, this was not good news. The fall of the 4 great savage beasts was a heavy blow to the connate-level savage beasts. However, the 4 great ferocious beasts had some of the characteristics of the saints, and they were immortal and indestructible. It wouldn't be long before it would be revived, and it would be even more powerful than before. In other words, the 4 great ferocious beasts could not be killed. They could only be sealed. If he killed them, he would be able to obtain temporary stability, but the consequences would be endless. Therefore, Haotian killing the 4 great ferocious beasts was neither good nor bad news. At the very least, after the fall of the 4 great beasts, the power of the Xian Tian ominous beasts had been weakened to a certain extent. This had bought a little breathing space for all living beings, and also facilitated the implementation of Feng Zichen's plan. After all, the 4 great ferocious beasts were the only ones among the Xiantian ferocious beasts that possessed intelligence and were born with the ability to control Xiantian ferocious beasts. If they were allowed to live, half of the demon god flag in Feng Zichen's hands would be wasted, which would cause an inexplicable change in his plan. Therefore, for Feng Zichen, the 4 great ferocious beasts were bound to die. If he had been by Haotian's side at that time, he would definitely have said to Haotian, "Well done. Too many things could happen in 10,000 years." Feng Zichen's plan was almost perfect. A suitable area and a powerful Xian Tian formation had been prepared. Now, what was left was to attract the Xian Tian ominous beasts to activate the formation. In the south of the untainted land. In a mysterious canyon. Feng Zichen, Haotian, and most of the masters above Daluo Jingxian from the Xian Tian tribes were busy preparing for the next plan to kill the Xian Tian ominous beasts. "Your Majesty, this place is really good." Fuxi looked at the canyon and said to Feng Zichen beside him. "Of course. I searched for tens of thousands of years in the untainted land before I found such a treasure." Feng Zichen said proudly. This place was hidden and big enough. Moreover, it had all the 5 elements' spiritual meridians and was in harmony with heaven and earth. There was a faint trend of forming a large formation that could accommodate sage-to-be masters to fight. With a little modification, it could become a treasure for evil people. Let's stop chatting. Let's hurry up and set up the formation. Anxious to verify the effect of the blood altar, Feng Zichen did not dare to delay. He hurriedly pulled Fuxi to set up the formation. This time, they were not going to set up the primordial river formation, but the galaxy cosmic light formation. Although the primordial river formation was strong, the galaxy cosmic light formation was obviously more powerful. As for the Dharma treasures to set up the galaxy cosmic light formation, they were already made. In the past, the demon clan had refined 364 cosmic star banners in order to set up the cosmic star formation. In order to refine these cosmic star banners, the demon clan had almost exhausted all their resources. Naturally, the effect was also gratifying. Without exception, these cosmic star banners were all postnatal absolute treasures. Moreover, they were all top-notch postnatal absolute treasures. Their power was not inferior to ordinary innate spirit treasures. Because of these cosmic star banners, the demon clan had completely mastered Zhouxing and became the 2nd largest clan in the Eldritch world, second only to the wizard clan. Hundreds of thousands of years later, the battle between the liches and the demons broke out. The Zhouxing formation and the 12 divine beings formation cancelled each other out and shattered at the same time. Zhouxing suffered a heavy blow because of this. However, the cosmic star banners on it were preserved because of the protection of the cosmic demon gods. Although they were all injured, they were clearly in a better state than the heavenly cycle stellar cycle. After that, the cosmic demon gods sacrificed themselves and turned into the gate of witchcraft. The cosmic star banners were left in the boundless starry sky. Originally, these cosmic star banners should have been taken away by the 10 great demon gods who were still alive to become the foundation of the demon clan. However, the sudden birth of the great emperor of Ziwei and his near-invincible power shocked everyone in the Eldritch world. As such, the 10 great demon gods did not dare to take away these precious treasures that were related to the fate of the boundless starry sky in front of him. Wouldn't that be forcing him to kill the demons? As such, these cosmic star banners fell into the hands of Feng Zichen. The cosmic star banners contained part of the Zhouxing's origin. Any formation related to Zhouxing could be set up with them. Not only could they be used to set up the cosmic star formation, but they could also be used to set up the cosmic star formation. These 2 supreme formations required the same materials to set up the formations. They both relied on Zhouxing. The only difference was the concept of the Great Path and the path of operation. This created the fundamental difference between the 2 supreme formations. One by one, the cosmic star banners flew out from Feng Zichen's hands and accurately landed on the ground in a position that corresponded to Zhouxing's position. These cosmic star banners, beside him, Fuxi, who was helping Feng Zichen set up the cosmic star formation, could not help but reveal a puzzled expression when he saw the cosmic star banners flying out from Feng Zichen's hands. These cosmic star banners were somewhat different from the ones he had seen in the demon race in his previous life. The connate spiritual opportunity surged around him. It seemed more mysterious and powerful than before. It did not seem like an acquired item but more like an connate spiritual treasure. It was as if it had been upgraded as a whole. Its quality had increased by a level. Don't worry, Daoist Fushi. I borrowed these cosmic star banners from Daoist brother Ziwei. There won't be any problems. Seeing Fushi's puzzled expression, Feng Zichen turned his head and explained. Ever since the demon race massacred humans, almost all the great divines in the primordial world knew that the great Taoist priests, Feng Zichen, and great Emperor Ziwei were good friends who had fought against the demon race together. With this relationship, there was no problem at all for him to learn the cosmic star formation from great Emperor Ziwei and borrow the cosmic star banners. He did not have to worry about attracting suspicion from others. It was because of this that Feng Zichen dared to use the cosmic star formation without worrying about others suspecting his relationship with great Emperor Ziwei. It was just that it seemed a little strange for him to call himself Daoist brother. It's nothing. It's just that the power of these cosmic star banners seems to be stronger than before. I'm a little curious. Fushi thought about it and said directly. Oh. Daoist brother, you don't know about this. The original cosmic star banners were severely damaged after the battle with the lichas and demons. Some of them can't even be used anymore. For this reason, Daoist brother Ziwei did not hesitate to refine them again. It's only natural that their quality has improved. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of the price that Daoist brother Ziwei paid? Feng Zichen explained with a smile. Thinking about the price that he had paid to refine the cosmic star banners, he felt a little heartache. However, the effect was naturally excellent. The power of these cosmic star banners had all improved. Their quality even showed signs of transforming into connate spiritual treasures. This was a reversal from an acquired item to an connate item. And the reason for all this was that Feng Zichen had inserted all the connate star banners into Zhouxing's star core. Zhouxing was reborn from the destruction, which was equivalent to being reborn. In addition, God Pangu had been breathing in the chaotic qi, which gradually strengthened Zhouxing's origin. This allowed Zhouxing to be rejuvenated and have the ability to nurture connate spiritual treasures. Feng Zichen took advantage of this point and inserted the cosmic star banners into the star core. With the connate Daoist rhyme produced by Zhouxing, he nurtured the cosmic star banners again and achieved the goal of transforming them into connate spiritual treasures. Hundreds of thousands of years had passed. Although the cosmic star banners had not completely transformed into connate spiritual treasures, their quality had greatly improved. Their power had increased a lot, and they even had a trace of connate Daoist rhyme. Now, Feng Zichen took them out to verify the results of the nurturing over the years and see if it was worth his continued investment. If the power of the cosmic star banners satisfied him, he would increase his investment and strive to transform the cosmic star banners into connate spiritual treasures as soon as possible. TSK, TSK, TSK. 365 cosmic star banners at the level of connate spiritual treasures. That scene was exciting just thinking about it. If they were to operate at full strength, how terrifying would their power be? At the very least, it was stronger than in the hands of the demon clan. Moreover, if all the cosmic star banners in Feng Zichen's hands transformed into connate spiritual treasures, he could prove a point to all living beings in the primordial world. He was better than Di Jun, he was more outstanding, he was more qualified to become the lord of the boundless starry sky. He could do whatever Di Jun could do. What Di Jun couldn't do, he could do. The second generation was stronger than the first generation. He could better replace Di Jun in the hearts of all living beings. As for how to be stronger than Di Jun, Feng Zichen had already done it. When the demon clan ruled the boundless starry sky, they only controlled 364 Zhouxing stars. They lacked the crucial Ziwei star. Feng Zichen, on the other hand, controlled all the Zhouxing stars and completely unified the boundless starry sky. The 365 main stars of the heavenly cycle all had to listen to his orders. Just this point alone made him stronger than Di Jun. The grade of Ziwei is really extraordinary. After a moment of silence, Fuxi praised from the bottom of his heart. The cosmic star banners were jointly refined by him and Di Jun. Back then, after they had refined the heavenly cycle star banner, they had tried everything they could but were unable to advance it. At that time, they felt that the cosmic star banners had been deduced to the limit and had reached a point where there was no way to improve it. However, they did not expect to see an even more advanced cosmic star banners from the new lord of the boundless starry sky today. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to Fuxi. Because this meant that he was inferior to the other party. If that was not the case, why would the cosmic star banners that could not improve in his hands be improved in the hands of others? This was clearly a sign of inferiority. Of course. I am extremely impressed by Brother Ziwei's wisdom. After hearing Fuxi's praise, Feng Zichen agreed shamelessly. Then, Feng Zichen explained the cosmic star banners to Fuxi as he threw in the cosmic star banners. Not long after, the vast cosmic star banners array was formed in the hands of the two. They only needed to wait for Feng Zichen to communicate with Zhouxing and attract the power of the stars to activate the array. Your Majesty, the cosmic star banners array has been formed. Should we start the plan and use the demon god flags to summon the innate stage beasts and kill them in one fell swoop? Fuxi said after the array was set up. No rush. This matter is not urgent. Feng Zichen shook his head and said. Although the cosmic star banners array is powerful, this place is not the boundless starry sky after all. Without the home advantage, the power of this array cannot be maximized. And we don't know much about the strength of the innate stage beasts. How many beasts are there? How many of them are Daluo Jingxian? How many quasi-sages are there? We have no idea at all. In addition, the demon sect may not stand by and watch if they see us scheming against the innate stage beasts. They might even help. We have to consider all of the above. With that, Feng Zichen turned to look at Fuxi and said seriously, the cosmic star banners array is not enough. So, a single cosmic light formation is completely insufficient. For the sake of safety, we have to set up a few congenital formations to prevent any accidents. Next, I will go to the center of the canyon to set up another supreme formation. Fellow Daoist, you will go to the periphery and set up your primordial chaos river array. There were so many innate stage beasts and they were so strong. How could an imperfect cosmic star banners array be enough? Chapter 566. Perhaps the array would be broken after being attacked a few times by the innate ferocious beasts. He had to be on guard. For this reason, Feng Zichen did not intend to implement the plan with one array from the beginning. He wanted to set up several arrays to form a huge chain array and completely cut off the vitality of the innate ferocious beasts. If he killed the innate ferocious beasts so easily, was he looking down on the demon sect or the chaos demon god? It should be known that the current situation was on the demon sect, not on Feng Zichen. He was going against the general trend, so it was not too much to be careful. Feng Zichen had been winning all the time. That was because he could not afford to lose. The demon sect had the general trend. Even if they lost, they could start again. That was the reason why the demon sect had been suppressed by Feng Zichen and the others, but their power did not weaken. Instead, they became stronger and stronger. That was because they had the general trend. However, if Feng Zichen lost, he would really suffer a crushing defeat and would have no chance to make a comeback. That was the price of going against the general trend. He could only keep moving forward and could not retreat. After instructing Fuxi, Feng Zichen asked him to go to the periphery to set up the array while he walked to the center of the canyon to set up the trump card that he had specially prepared for this plan. The 12 Divine Beings formation. That's right. It was the number 1 innate array in the primordial world. Feng Zichen planned to set up the 12 Divine Beings formation in the center of the canyon, in the deepest part of the galaxy of cosmic light array. In this way, even if the galaxy of cosmic light array and the primordial river formation were broken by the innate ferocious beasts, he could still rely on the 12 Divine Beings formation to make a comeback and kill all the invaders. Since the innate ferocious beasts were afraid of the Chaos Demon God, they were naturally extremely afraid of Pangu, who made the Chaos Demon God fear. Feng Zichen did not believe that those innate ferocious beasts could still exert their full strength after sensing Pangu's aura. At the very least, he had to give them a 50% discount. Go! In the center of the canyon, Feng Zichen waved his sleeves, and 12 long banners flew out. They grew in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, they became tens of thousands of feet long. Then, they disappeared into the void. These 12 banners were the 12 heavenly god banners. It was because of them that Feng Zichen had the confidence to set up the 12 capital heaven divine fiends formation. Otherwise, did he really think that the number 1 connate formation of the great desolate world was so easy to set up? After the fall of the 12 ancestors of sorcery, even the sorcerer tribe could not set up the 12 capital god banner formation. From this, one could see how difficult it was to set up a formation. The 12 Divine Beings formation of 12 Divine Beings was closely related to the 12 Grand Shamans, and was the foundation of the formation. Without the 12 Grand Sorcerers, there would be no 12 Divine Beings killing formation. Fortunately, back then, Feng Zichen had specially refined the Dutian divine aura for the 12 ancestors of sorcery, using it as their natal spiritual treasure to carry on their path. After the fall of the 12 ancestors of sorcery, they could set up the 12 capital heaven divine fiends formation again, allowing the number 1 connate formation of the great desolate world to reappear in the world. Back then, when the canopy of heaven was broken, the 12 ancestors of sorcery sacrificed themselves to mend the canopy of heaven. Their origins turned into the gate of sorcery, and they disappeared from the great desolate world. However, as their natal spiritual treasure, the Dutian divine banner, was not sacrificed together with them. Instead, it was kept and taken away by Feng Zichen. The function of this treasure was not as simple as setting up the 12 capital heaven divine fiends formation. Its main function was to condense the origins of the 12 ancestors of sorcery to help them revive. The reason why the 12 ancestors of sorcery chose the Dutian divine fiends as their natal spiritual treasure was not only that their attributes were compatible, but more importantly, they had noticed this point. The natal spiritual treasure was so important. If not, why would they choose the Dutian divine banner, which was only a connate magic treasure at that time, as their natal spiritual treasure to carry the great Tao? This time, it's settled. Looking at the 12 capital heaven divine banners in the void, Feng Zichen could feel the terrifying power contained in them. He could not help but nod his head in satisfaction. With the 12 capital heaven divine fiends formation, even a master of the origin would lose half his life if he was not careful. He could even be refined to death directly. The number 1 formation in the great desolate world was not a boast. It was built with fresh blood. After doing all this, Feng Zichen turned and left. He went to the periphery of the canyon to help Fuxi set up the Hunyuan River formation. Setting up the 12 capital heaven divine fiends formation was not as complicated as setting up the galaxy cosmic light formation. He only needed to throw out the 12 capital heaven divine banners and they could form the formation spontaneously. The function of the capital heaven divine banner was like a formation plate. It was very convenient to use. Therefore, he did not spend much time setting up the 12 capital heaven divine fiends formation. Of course, such a precious treasure fell into the hands of Feng Zichen. He was not completely free of cost. Since he used the 12 capital heaven divine banners, he had to bear the corresponding karma and try his best to revive the 12 ancestors of sorcery. In this regard, Feng Zichen was happy to see it happen. The 12 ancestors of sorcery were his most solid allies. They had helped him a lot on the path of cultivation. Even without the capital heaven divine banner, Feng Zichen would revive them after the human clan stabilized their position as the protagonist of heaven and earth. This time, setting up a trap to kill the Khanate ferocious beasts. This was an opportunity. Feeding a portion of the Khanate ferocious beasts' flesh and blood essence to the 12 capital heaven divine banners, although it could not make the 12 ancestors of sorcery return, it could greatly shorten their resurrection time. Time flowed like water. Unknowingly, 1,000 years had passed. On this day, Feng Zichen and Fuxi stood at the top of the canyon and quietly looked at the great desolate world. The plan to trap and kill the Khanate ferocious beasts was about to begin. The two of them seized the opportunity and jointly raised the demon god flag, activating its power to the limit. Rumble. In an instant, a supreme majesty that belonged to the chaos demon god spread out from the demon god flag and swept across the entire great desolate world. Roar! 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 Under the supreme majesty of the chaos demon god, most of the Khanate ferocious beasts seemed to have encountered an extremely terrifying existence. They could not help but crawl on the ground and roar in horror. At this time, not to mention the Khanate ferocious beasts, even the living beings in the great desolate world were shocked by the sudden appearance of the demon god's aura. They could not help but look around in horror, looking for the source of the change. At the same time, in the demon sect. This aura, what a familiar feeling, just like the demon god flag. After sensing this majesty, the experts of the demon sect were first shocked, then puzzled. In the end, their faces could not help but change drastically as they recognized the origin of the demon god flag. Oh no! Someone wants to use the demon god flag to lure and kill the Khanate ferocious beasts. Go and destroy this treasure quickly. In a flash, the experts of the demon sect had already realized what had happened and guessed Feng Zichen's plan. Almost without any hesitation, several experts of the primordial chaos and several experts of the half-step primordial chaos broke through the space and rushed toward Feng Zichen and Fuxi. On the other side, Haotian Yaoqi and the others were also shocked by the sudden appearance of the demon god's aura. However, before he could react, Lei Zhe, who was beside him, grabbed him and flew in the direction of the canyon. If the primordial chaos experts of the demon sect attacked together, the three formations in the canyon alone would not be able to stop them. Therefore, Feng Zichen also needed some help. And Haotian was the best helper. Apart from the Dao ancestor, demon ancestor, saint, and the others, Haotian's 5th-level primordial chaos realm was the highest in the great desolate world. With his help, it was enough to hold back 2 primordial chaos experts of the demon sect. With the help of Gaochen, he could block 4 primordial chaos experts. Perhaps, he could block 5 primordial chaos experts of the demon sect. After all, when the Supremes of Heaven and Earth joined forces, it was not as simple as 1 + 1. It was summoning the mighty power of a true celestial emperor. The more Supremes of Heaven and Earth there were, the more powerful they were. If the 5 Supremes of Heaven and Earth came together, almost no one in the great desolate world could defeat them. When the primordial chaos experts of the demon sect rushed over, Feng Zichen and Fuxi were still activating the demon god flag, trying their best to spread its power to every corner of the great desolate world, so as to affect more Khanate ferocious beasts as much as possible. Hiss, 3 Dao Lords. Where did the demon sect get so many Dao Lords? Note, Tai Jingxian is a Dao Lord, Daoyuo Jingxian is a Taoist priest, and Primordial Chaos Daoyuo Jingxian is a Dao Lord. Seeing the 3 primordial chaos experts of the demon sect outside the canyon, Fuxi could not help but gasp. How could he fight 3 primordial chaos Dao masters? Ever since he reincarnated, Fuxi had first trained in the human race. Later, he had been competing with the 10,000 races of the Great Desolate World. And these forces belonged to the middle and bottom of the Great Desolate World. Because he had been dealing with them all year round, and his strength had not recovered to its peak, Fushi had never stepped into the top circle of the Great Desolate World. This also caused Fushi to gradually fall out of touch with the times. He did not know much about the changes in the Great Desolate World in recent years. For example, his impression of the Great Desolate World was still the ancient Lich Demon era. At that time, the great perfection of the sage-to-be was the peak. Half-step primordial chaos could transcend the world. As for primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, in Fushi's heart, he was still an extremely rare existence. However, he did not know that during the years he was struggling at the bottom, the Great Desolate World had undergone earth-shaking changes. Over the years, there were not many experts of the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian realm. However, there were many experts whose combat strength had reached the primordial chaos realm. In short, the times had changed. Now, it was no longer the time when the great perfection of the sage-to-be could dominate the Great Desolate World. Now, if one wanted to shake the Great Desolate World, one's combat strength had to at least reach the primordial chaos realm. 3 Primordial Chaos Dao Masters? It seems that the demon sect takes this matter seriously. With a glance, Feng Zichen saw that the demon sect had sent 3 Primordial Chaos Dao Masters. He frowned slightly but did not pay too much attention to it. Although the 3 Primordial Chaos Dao Masters were strong, if only 3 of them came, they would not be a match for Hao Tian and Lei Zhe. If this was the great chaos outside the realm, the 3 Primordial Chaos Dao Masters could kill Hao Tian and Lei Zhe in one move. However, this was the Great Desolate World. Hao Tian and Lei Zhe were the supreme beings of heaven and earth. They had the home advantage and could be supported by the power of heaven and earth. Naturally, they were qualified to not take them seriously. Your Majesty, should we activate the array? Seeing that the 3 demon sect masters had entered the canyon and were rushing here quickly, Fushi hurriedly asked Feng Zichen. If they did not act now, it would be too late. However, Fushi was also a little worried. Could the array they had set up really stop the 3 Primordial Chaos Dao Masters? They were the Primordial Chaos Dao Masters, existences who could fight against saints. It's okay. Just focus on activating the Demon God flag. There's no need to activate the array, and there's no need to worry about them. If they can't come over, someone will deal with them. Fushi was extremely anxious, but Feng Zichen said indifferently. Who is so strong that he can deal with the 3 Primordial Chaos Dao Masters? Hearing this, Fushi was a little puzzled and shocked. The Great Desolate World. There were actually other primordial chaos experts? Why had he never heard of them before? TSK. He had been developing the human race in peace all these years. What exactly happened in the Great Desolate World? Why were there suddenly so many experts? Was this still the Great Desolate World that he was familiar with? Why were primordial chaos experts so worthless all of a sudden? They appeared like connate spirit treasures. Just as Fushi was feeling puzzled, Hao Tian and Lei Zhe arrived. At this moment, at the peak of the canyon, there were 2 forces. On one side were Feng Zichen and Fushi. On the other side were the 3 Primordial Chaos Dao Masters of the demon sect. It was easy to distinguish who was a friend and who was an enemy. Although he did not know what Feng Zichen was doing, the situation at the scene was very obvious. The demon sect wanted to stop Feng Zichen's actions. Then things would be much simpler. I'll destroy everything that the demon sect wants to do, but I can't make them do as they wish. With this thought in mind, Hao Tian made his move. Kill. The word kill revealed Hao Tian's determination to kill. He used a killing move. The shadow of the primordial pagoda of Miluo heaven descended from the sky. It suppressed the 3 Dao Masters of the demon sect. You're courting death. Sensing the danger, the three demons hurriedly turned around and used their supreme divine abilities to attack the shadow of the primordial pagoda of Mi Luo heaven. Boom! Terrifying fluctuations erupted. The shadow of the primordial pagoda of Mi Luo heaven was shattered by the supreme divine abilities of the three demons. Its remaining power was not extinguished and swept towards Hao Tian in a mighty manner. Demon, don't be arrogant. It was also at this moment that Lei Zhe's attack arrived. Terrifying tribulation lights shot out, destroying everything and shattering the aftermath of the divine abilities that surged towards Hao Tian. Just like that, the five of them began to fight in the void. Hao Tian and Lei Zhe were fighting 2 against 3, but they were still not at a disadvantage. They were even showing signs of suppressing the three demons. This forced the three demons to use all their strength to deal with it. They did not have any extra strength to destroy the demon god flag. That's Hao Tian. On the side, Fushi looked at Hao Tian, who was unleashing his divine power, and said in disbelief. He did not know Lei Zhe, but how could he not know Hao Tian? This was too exaggerated. Who would have thought that a boy that no one cared about back then would be able to suppress the primordial chaos Dao Master today? It was too unbelievable. What's there to be shocked about? No matter what, Hao Tian is the heavenly emperor personally conferred by the Dao ancestor. He has the support of the myriad Dao of heaven and earth. If he can't even suppress a third-level primordial chaos Dao Master, then it's meaningless for him to be the heavenly emperor. Shaking his head and smiling, Feng Zichen explained to Fushi. That's true. At this moment, Fushi also noticed that although Hao Tian had the power to suppress the primordial chaos Dao Master, his cultivation was still at the perfected sage to be. Chapter 567. Obviously, the power he had now was not from his own hard work, but from external forces. In this way, although it was still shocking, it was not so difficult to accept. Well, let's leave them alone. The power of the demon god flag is about to reach its limit, and it will soon attract the primordial ferocious beasts. That's what we should pay attention to. Just as Feng Zichen and Fushi were talking, a loud roar came from the demon god flag. Then, a horrible demon god's shadow gradually materialized and appeared above the demon god flag. Fear. Great fear. The full power of the demon god flag was equivalent to the arrival of a complete chaos demon god. It was easy to imagine the impact it would bring to the untainted land. In an instant, the world darkened, and an indescribable oppression filled the world and attacked the hearts of all living beings. The power of the demon god was so vast and mighty that it appeared in the hearts of all living beings like a shadow. It was so oppressive that they could not speak. The world lost its sound and fell into absolute silence. In this absolute silence, Feng Zichen made his move. Start. He made a series of gestures with his hands and used his supreme divine sense to manipulate the demon god's shadow that had just appeared on the demon god flag to attract the endless primordial ferocious beasts in the untainted land. After Feng Zichen sent the seal into the demon god flag, the aura of the demon god's shadow gradually changed. It was no longer as oppressive as before. Instead, it emitted an indescribable fluctuation. Roar, roar, roar. The next moment, the demon god's shadow moved and let out a loud roar. Layers of ripples appeared in the void and spread in all directions, gradually affecting the whole untainted land. As the ripples spread, all the primordial ferocious beasts in the vicinity of the ripples seemed to have lost their minds and quickly ran toward the canyon. It was as if an invisible hand was manipulating them and making them converge in the direction of the demon god flag. Before long, the primordial ferocious beasts near the canyon had rushed over and were desperately rushing toward the demon god flag, where Feng Zichen and Fushi were. Humph. Feng Zichen did not activate the formation, but snorted coldly. Boom. The void trembled as invisible ripples spread out. Those connate ferocious beasts that were rushing over were instantly turned into blood mist before they could even react. The power of a single snort was terrifying. How could mere connate ferocious beasts be a match for Feng Zichen, no matter how many of them there were? It could be said that as long as Feng Zichen wanted, he could kill all the primordial ferocious beasts in the untainted land in an instant. The might of primordial chaos was just that terrifying. This was a power that surpassed the laws. It was a power that truly belonged to the Tao. It was capable of wiping out the enemy in terms of concept and cognition. If one's strength did not reach this level, it would be very difficult to resist. The strongest connate ferocious beasts were only half-step primordial chaos. How could they resist this power? One had to know that Feng Zichen was not the only primordial chaos expert on his side. If the few of them attacked together, the Xiantian ferocious beast that roamed the desolate wilderness would definitely not be able to survive. But in this way, the price they had to pay was too great. It was very likely that all living beings in the primordial world would be buried with the connate ferocious beasts. The primordial world was not the great chaos of the outer realm. It had rules and a bottom line. No matter how experts fought, it would not be too much. However, if they attacked the low-level cultivators of the enemy, it would be a huge taboo. It would be easy to force the other party to fight to the death. Think about it. Feng Zichen and the others had just killed the connate ferocious beasts. Then, the demon sect would dare to fight to the death and kill all living beings in the primordial world. The reason why Feng Zichen and the others did not kill the connate ferocious beasts was because they were worried about this. However, the current situation was different. This was the connate ferocious beasts overestimating themselves and taking the initiative to attack Feng Zichen. Then, they were killed by Feng Zichen. No one could find fault with it. As for setting up a trap to kill the connate ferocious beasts, this was using wisdom and not power that surpassed the rules. The demon sect could only pinch their noses and accept it. It was fine if they were not convinced. The demon sect could also come up with a plan to set up a trap to kill all living beings in the primordial world. In this way, even Feng Zichen and the others could not say anything. Oh no! Seeing the connate ferocious beasts rushing over, the three Daoist masters of the demon sect, who were fighting against Luoy's and Haotian, could not help but change their expressions greatly. Then, they directly used their secret skills to inform the experts of the demon sect to come and help. If they did not come and help, Feng Zichen's plan would really succeed, and the connate ferocious beasts would be finished. This was a heavy blow to the demon sect. This is really annoying. After killing the connate ferocious beasts that rushed over again, Feng Zichen gradually became impatient. Then, he waved his sleeve and a transparent light curtain appeared, enveloping the whole canyon and blocking all the connate ferocious beasts that were attracted by the demon god flag outside the canyon. Now, there were still too few connate ferocious beasts, so it was not the best time to activate the array. Therefore, Feng Zichen did not activate the array, but let the connate ferocious beasts enter the canyon. However, under the attraction of the demon god flag, these connate ferocious beasts often rushed over recklessly. Although no matter how the connate ferocious beasts attacked, they could not hurt Feng Zichen at all, but the repeated attacks were inevitably annoying. For this reason, Feng Zichen set up a defense outside the canyon to prevent the connate ferocious beasts from entering the canyon. Of course, Feng Zichen did not forget his purpose. This defense was not invincible, and some of the connate ferocious beasts could still break it. Bang, 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 the attraction of the demon god flag was too great. Even if they were blocked outside the canyon, those connate ferocious beasts still rushed into the canyon dauntlessly and desperately hit the defense, trying to break it. Unfortunately, with their current strength, they couldn't do that at all. More unfortunately, when more connate ferocious beasts were attracted by the demon god flag, they would have the power to break the defense of the canyon. It was time for the array to be activated. In other words, the array would be activated when the defense set up by Feng Zichen was broken by the Khanate ferocious beasts. At that time, the lives of the Khanate ferocious beasts would usher in the final countdown. As the aura of the demon god spread, a large number of Khanate ferocious beasts rushed from all over the untainted land and crazily attacked the boundary outside the canyon. Very good. Very good. I believe that after this, the remaining Khanate ferocious beasts will no longer have the ability to make waves in the untainted land. Looking at what was happening in front of him, Feng Zichen nodded to himself. Everything was going according to his imagination. Next, he would wait for the array to be activated and use the flesh and blood of the Khanate ferocious beasts to test the effect of the blood altar to see if it had the ability that he deduced. However, even if the blood altar failed this time, Feng Zichen would not lose out just by being able to kill all the Khanate ferocious beasts. You're courting death. Just as Feng Zichen was deep in thought, he suddenly felt a trace of disharmony in the void. Then, without thinking, he punched the void in front of him. Boom! Majestic divine power broke out. The heaven and earth trembled, and the universe shook. Large areas of the void were destroyed. A strange demonic shadow was blasted out of the void by Feng Zichen. The dignified demon god of chaos actually launched a sneak attack. What an eye-opener! Looking at the demonic shadow in front of him, Feng Zichen sneered coldly. This person actually wanted to take advantage of his unpreparedness to quietly destroy the demon god flag to destroy Feng Zichen's plan and rescue the Khanate ferocious beasts. It was really, how should he put it? If this was done by a master of the demon sect, Feng Zichen could completely understand. However, it was the demon god of chaos who launched the attack, which shocked Feng Zichen. The arrogant demon god of chaos actually launched a sneak attack, which was a despicable thing. He had really fallen. It seemed that after reincarnation, the demon god of chaos had lost not only his invincible power, but also his ingrained arrogance. Was the impact of losing his power so great? Back then, when the 3,000 demon gods of chaos fought Pangu, even though they knew that they were no match for him, they still went to fight him openly instead of using any sinister means. The difference between before and after was too great. Moreover, this was what worried Feng Zichen the most. What worried him the most was how to deal with the demon god of chaos in the future. When an expert had no bottom line, the difficulty of dealing with him would increase several times. From this moment on, Feng Zichen understood that he had to be careful when facing the demon god of chaos in the future. They began to use their brains. Of course, being on guard did not prevent Feng Zichen from mocking the demon god of chaos. Humph. Junior, what do you know? Strategy is also a kind of strength. The demon god of chaos's expression changed several times before he reluctantly snorted. In fact, the demon god of chaos did not want to do this. They were also forced. If his power was still there, why would he use such a despicable method like a sneak attack? He would have just flattened them. There was no other way. They, who had lost their invincible power, gradually remembered their forgotten minds. Then, they began to use their wisdom. So much nonsense. After saying that lightly, Feng Zichen turned to Fushi and said, "You stay here and guard the demon god flag. I'll deal with them." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Zichen raised the Zichen sword and rushed toward the demon god of chaos. At the same time, he did not forget to use the million sword illustration to trigger countless sword lights that swept toward the void in all directions. Humph. Humph. In the void, two muffled groans came one after another. Then, the countless sword lights were wiped out by two forces that suddenly surged out. Obviously, there were still two demon sect masters hiding in the surrounding void, ready to destroy the demon god flag at any time. However, at this moment, they were forced out by Feng Zichen's sword. That was normal. After all, there were now 6 demon sect masters. It was because of this that Feng Zichen wanted to test them and attack the void. Sure enough, there was a problem with this test. My two fellow Daoists from the demon sect, since you're here, why hide? Why don't you come with me to discuss Dao? As he spoke, Feng Zichen activated the million sword illustration with all his strength. Unparalleled sword intent burst out, enveloping the three of them and rushing toward Luais and Haotian. Although he was very confident in his strength, he did not think that he had the ability to fight against three demon sect masters alone. If there were two of them, he might be able to give it a try. However, there were three of them. Therefore, Feng Zichen planned to join forces with Luais and Haotian to deal with the demon sect masters together. In this way, although it was 3 against 6, with the support of the Celestial Emperor's power, they might not lose. Rumble. Feng Zichen and the other 3 joined the battlefield, causing the already intense battle to become even more intense. Even if only a trace of the aftermath of the battle between 9 primordial chaos Dao masters was leaked, it was enough to kill an ordinary sage-to-be. If it hit the Eldritch world, it would be destructive to the world. For this reason, the 9 of them moved the battlefield to the deepest part of the void to avoid affecting the Eldritch world. Among them, Feng Zichen and the other 2 were naturally worried about the Eldritch world. The 6 demon sect masters were naturally not so kind. The reason why they moved the battlefield was that they were afraid of affecting the connate ferocious beasts. One had to know that there were many connate ferocious beasts gathered outside the battlefield. If the aftermath was leaked, the Eldritch world would naturally not end well. However, those connate ferocious beasts would not end well either. This is tough. Let's join forces. In the depths of the void, after several rounds of fighting with the 6 primordial chaos Dao masters of the demon sect, Feng Zichen and the other 2 decided to join forces and summon the phantom of the real Celestial Emperor to kill the 6 in front of them in one fell swoop. Alright. The 3 of them looked at each other and reached a consensus. Then, they released their powers of the heavenly gods with all their might and let them merge in the air. Boom! Vast pressure pervaded the air. A blurry phantom of the Celestial Emperor appeared. Its entire body was enveloped by the projection of the Eldritch world, releasing an extremely terrifying aura. However, compared to the last time when they dealt with demon ancestor Rahu, the power of the Celestial Emperor's phantom was much weaker this time because of the absence of Great Emperor Ziwei. It appeared even more blurry. Moreover, the Eldritch world's phantom around him, apart from the netherworld that had yet to appear, even the boundless starry sky had disappeared without a trace. Its power had also fallen from the 12th level of the Primordial Chaos Dao Master to the 9th level of the Primordial Chaos Dao Master. Although it was still extremely powerful, it was much weaker than before. It was on a completely different level. However, even so, the 6 demon sect masters were far from being able to contend with it with their strength. Kill. The 3 of them controlled the Celestial Emperor's phantom and charged towards the 6 demon sect masters. However, Feng Zichen and the others had a joint attack method. As the reincarnation of the Chaos Demon God, how could the 6 demon sect masters not have a corresponding trump card? That's it? Is that all you've got? How dare you dream of killing us? You're really courting death. The 6 primordial chaos Dao masters of the demon sect were not afraid at all when they saw the Celestial Emperor's phantom. Instead, they sneered as if they did not take it seriously at all. Fellow Daoists, join forces to summon the will of chaos and kill them all. Let these eldritch world beings know that the majesty of the chaos demon gods is not to be offended. A chaos demon god looked at the 3 of them and said coldly. Chapter 568. Ha! The 6 chaos demon gods roared in unison and connected their auras to communicate with the will of chaos. Chaos demon gods were born from the creation of great Tao and chaos. It could be said that they were born with the ability to communicate with the will of chaos. This kind of power was not obvious on one chaos demon god, but if many chaos demon gods worked together, they could even attract the support of the will of chaos. And the more chaos demon gods there were, the stronger the support of the will of chaos would be. What's more, if hundreds of chaos demon gods worked together, they could totally summon the incarnation of Great Tao. If 3,000 chaos demon gods worked together, they could really summon the supreme Great Tao. In this way, who could be their opponent? This was a life-saving method left by the Great Tao and the will of chaos for chaos demon gods. Unfortunately, while this sort of technique was extremely powerful, it had a fatal weakness. It could only be effective on outsiders, but not on chaos demon gods who were of the same race. In this way, this supreme method was completely useless. Because in the chaos era, chaos demon gods were only enemies of chaos demon gods. The other creatures of chaos living in the chaos did not even have the courage to look at chaos demon gods, let alone be their opponents. This was awkward. Although the life-saving method was invincible, there was no chance to use it. Pangu was also a member of chaos demon gods. Therefore, during the tribulation of splitting open the sky, even if chaos demon gods were in such a desperate situation, they could not use their life-saving method. Otherwise, thousands of chaos demon gods worked together. They could directly summon the incarnation of Great Tao. Pangu might not be their opponent. Moreover, even if Pangu won, after the battle with the incarnation of Great Tao, he probably did not have the extra strength to split open the sky. Of course, the situation was completely different now. Because he was killed by Pangu, chaos demon gods had no choice but to reincarnate into the untainted land, so they lost their origin and their strength fell greatly. This led to the invincible chaos demon gods in the chaos to have worthy opponents. They were the great masters of the untainted land. At the same time, because the enemy was no longer chaos demon gods, they could also use the life-saving method given by the Great Tao and the will of chaos. Boom! Following the actions of the 6 chaos fiend gods, the outer realm of chaos also sensed something. In the depths of the primal chaos, where the origin of primal chaos was located and where the Great Tao lived in seclusion, there was suddenly some movement today. A summoning force was born from the void and connected with the will of chaos. In the next moment, the origin of chaos was boiling. Formless ripples spread out, causing great tremors in the depths of the chaos. Rumble. Boundless chaotic chi surged, setting off enormous tides in the chaos. Wave after wave, it created countless dangers and destroyed countless worlds floating in the chaos. At the same time, countless beasts living in the chaos and experts from unknown worlds all hid themselves, afraid that they would be affected by the chaos tide. The movement of the chaos origin could be said to have affected the entire situation, causing a huge impact on the endless chaos. Buzz buzz buzz, amidst the boiling of the origin of chaos, an extremely ancient, mighty, and noble will slowly awakened. His greatness could not be described in words. His existence was completely incomprehensible. His antiquity could be traced back to the beginning of everything. If one really had to describe it with words, it would be that it was even more ancient, mighty, and noble than Pangu. This was the will of chaos, the embodiment of the entire chaos. To a certain extent, he could almost be compared to the Great Tao. He was the carrier of the Great Tao. He carried on the most perfect Great Tao. The awakening of the will of chaos naturally could not be hidden from his neighbor, the Great Tao. But the Great Tao did not react to this. The Great Tao was in action. It was really in action. For the Great Tao, existence was reason. He would not destroy the things that existed and would allow them to develop. Pangu was the same, the chaos fiend gods were the same, the primal chaos was the same, and all living beings in the primal chaos were the same. As the beginning, the source of everything, the product of nothing, the Great Tao was the most perfect. All imperfections were produced in contrast to his perfection. He contained everything, including the known and the unknown. Everything that existed was within the scope of his containment. In other words, apart from nothing, everything that existed was a part of the great Tao. In this way, why would the great Tao hurt him? The battle between the chaos fiend gods and the primal chaos was completely meaningless to him. Since that was the case, why would he interfere? The great Tao was inaction. It was not the inaction of the Grand Pure One. It was the true inaction. Sensing the request of the chaos fiend gods, the will of chaos did not hesitate. It immediately separated a trace of power and transmitted it to the primal chaos through the connection to support the 6 chaos fiend gods. Although it was only a trace of power, it could not be underestimated. Because this trace of power belonged to the will of chaos. Even if this tiny bit of power was insignificant to him, that was only to the will of primal chaos. To others, this trace of power was something that they could not compare to even if they fought for their entire lives. The will of chaos was too strong, so strong that it was beyond imagination. A trace of his power was enough to allow the 6 chaos fiend gods to have power that was comparable to and beyond the primordial chaos. If this power was really transmitted to the 6 chaos fiend gods, then they would have the power to kill Feng Zichen and the other 2 in an instant. But unfortunately, the primal chaos was the primal chaos after all, not the chaos. It was protected by Pangu. Even if the will of chaos was very strong, the power it transmitted was only a trace of, and it could not threaten Pangu at all. Therefore, when this trace of power passed through the barrier of heaven and earth and reached the primal chaos, most of it was weakened by Pangu. It fell from the realm beyond the primordial chaos to the realm of the primordial chaos, and it was still weakening. And when this trace of power descended on the 6 chaos fiend gods, the support it brought to them only made their realm barely reach the 9th level of the primordial chaos. It was the same level as the celestial emperor's shadow condensed by Feng Zichen and the other 2. Both sides used their trump cards at the same time, making this evenly matched battle become evenly matched again. Suppress. The celestial emperor's shadow raised his hand, and the primordial pagoda of Mi-Luo heaven appeared and suppressed the chaos fiend gods. Rumble. The celestial emperor's attack was naturally different. The primordial pagoda of Mi-Luo heaven summoned by him was very clear, as if it was real. It was countless times stronger than the one summoned by Haotian. Swish, under the suppression of the primordial pagoda of Mi-Luo heaven, heaven and earth seemed to have stopped operating at this moment, turning into a monstrous force that pressed down on the chaos fiend gods. On the other side, the chaos fiend gods were not afraid at all. Using his body as a weapon, he formed a fist seal with his hands and struck at the primordial pagoda of Mi-Luo heaven. Rumble. A monstrous aura spread out, sweeping through everything. The rules were distorted and broken. The void was like a mirror, shattering layer by layer. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a state of nothingness. Fortunately, this battle took place in the deepest part of the void. In an unknown time and space. Otherwise, the impact of this battle on the primal chaos would not be much worse than the war of the liches and demons. Because even the liches and demons battle only involved 3 primordial chaos experts. And this battle was a battle between 9 primordial chaos experts. If things went wrong, the entire primal chaos might not exist. In the depths of the void, the battle was still ongoing. And the outside world was not calm either. As the 9 primordial chaos experts all went to the depths of the void, the demon sect experts gradually became active. Especially when they discovered that Fushi was the only one left guarding the demon god flag. Almost without hesitation, they charged towards Fushi. For the future development of the demon sect, nothing must happen to the Khanate ferocious beasts. Therefore, the demon god flag, a treasure that could restrain the Khanate ferocious beasts, could not be left behind. It had to be destroyed. Human Tao Emperor Seal, suppress. Sensing the danger, Fuxi directly took out the Khanate Cardinal treasure, the human Dao Emperor seal, releasing wisps of human Dao light to protect himself. At the same time, dragon-shaped purple airflows appeared on his body, emitting an aura that could destroy all laws. This was the Emperor Qi of the Heavenly Emperor. It was a type of Emperor Qi that had the supreme power to destroy all laws. Under the worship of all races, the Emperor Purple Qi in Fuxi's body was nourished and gradually matured, evolving into the Emperor Qi of the Heavenly Emperor to protect Fuxi. Rumble. An aura that belonged to a Khanate Cardinal treasure spread out and shattered the divine skills that the demon sect experts had thrown at him. After that, Fuxi flicked his sleeve, and the Emperor Qi of the Heavenly Emperor surged out, turning into 6 extremely majestic and noble 9-clawed purple dragons that pounced into the surrounding void. Kill! Accompanied by a cold voice, 4 strange demonic shadows walked out of the void and charged towards Fuxi. Their speed was extremely fast. But even though they were fast, the Emperor Qi of the Heavenly Emperor was faster. Before the 4 of them could reach Fuxi, the 9-clawed divine dragon formed by the Emperor Qi of the Heavenly Emperor pounced over and crashed into them. The 4 of them did not care and raised their fists to meet it. But in the next moment, the expressions of the 4 changed drastically. They could not care less about killing Fuxi and hurriedly retreated. What a strange power! In the distance, the 4 of them stopped in their tracks and looked at their right fists with ugly expressions. It was this fist that blasted towards the Emperor Qi of the Heavenly Emperor. It was also this blow that caused them to suffer a great loss. They did not know what kind of power that purple true dragon was formed from, but it was unimaginably domineering. When their power came into contact with it, it was as if they had met their natural enemy and melted rapidly. Sensing that something was wrong, the 4 of them hurriedly retreated, but there was still a portion of the Emperor Qi that followed their fists and entered their bodies. Although this portion of the Emperor Qi brought them some trouble, it was not enough to hurt them. What really made their expressions change was, if they wanted to expel this Emperor Qi, they would need to use several times the power of the Emperor Qi to succeed. This meant that the essence of the Emperor Qi was much higher than theirs. And when it was reflected on the body of the owner of the Emperor Qi, it meant that if he was in the same realm as them, he could easily fight several people at once. That was too terrifying. With this thought in mind, the 4 of them hurriedly raised their heads to look at Fuxi. When they found that his realm was only at the great perfection of the sage-to-be, they heaved a sigh of relief. That's right, these 4 demons were all half-step primordial chaos. As the 4 great emissaries of the demon sect, their status was even higher than that of the demon sect elders, second only to the demon ancestor Luo Ho and the demon god Ji Du. They were born at the end of the primordial era and attained their Dao in the ancient times. They were almighty figures that dominated the ancient times. If not for the birth of the chaos demon god, they would have been the supreme ruler of the demon sect in the absence of the demon ancestor Luo Ho. In fact, although the Emperor Qi of the Heavenly Emperor was strong, it was not to this extent. It could only be said that these 4 demons were unlucky. The cultivation of the demon sect was mainly based on Yin Qi. And the Emperor Qi of the Heavenly Emperor was the most masculine, which happened to be the nemesis of Yin Qi. Therefore, the power of destroying all laws was unleashed to the extreme, causing a huge psychological trauma to the 4 of them. This person is strange. Let's attack with all our might and try to kill him in one blow. The 4 of them looked at each other and charged towards Fuxi again. And because they were afraid of the Emperor Qi of the Heavenly Emperor, the 4 of them did not dare to hold back and went all out in every move. What was even more terrifying was that in order to kill Fuxi as soon as possible, they used their spirit treasures. One had to know that the 4 demons were not like the shadow demon. They were born in the primordial era and dominated the ancient times. They did not lack Khanate spirit treasures. For example, their spirit treasures were all supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasures with astonishing power. Under the siege of the 4 of them, even with the Khanate spirit treasure, the human Dao Emperor seal, Fuxi was gradually losing. It was not that Fuxi was not strong enough, but he had to protect the demon god flag while fighting the enemy, which made him unable to unleash his full strength. In this way, how could he be a match for the four of them? Crack! Crack! At this moment, the defense that Feng Zichen had set up outside the canyon was finally broken through by more and more connate ferocious beasts. In a few breaths, a large number of connate ferocious beasts poured into the canyon. Primordial Chaos River Formation, open. Fuxi's reaction was not slow. When the connate ferocious beasts poured into the canyon, he directly activated the Primordial Chaos River Formation outside the canyon. In an instant, the He-Tu and the Luo Shu appeared, deducing the heavenly stems and earthly branches, the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, gradually forming an array that contained everything. Connate Daoist rhymes filled the air. Primordial Chaos River Formation, connate form. Swoosh! A ray of primordial chaos light flashed and swept the 4 demons who were besieging Fuxi into the array. After that, Fuxi held the demon god flag and also entered the array. As for the connate ferocious beasts, they completely ignored the array and continued to rush into the canyon, which was also the array. It had to be said that the demon god flag had a great influence on them, almost making them forget the danger. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that the connate ferocious beasts did not have intelligence. There was a certain relationship. Open. After the 4 demons fell into the array, they immediately knew that they had fallen into a trap and directly rushed out together. They had seen this primordial chaos river formation before and knew its power well. If there was no Fuxi, even if they fell into the array, they were confident that they would be able to break it. Chapter 569. However, if Fuxi was added, the 4 demons would not be able to break through with the power of the formation. It was even possible that they would be lost in the array formation, and there was a possibility that they would die. However, before the 4 demons could rush out of the formation, Fuxi had already arrived at the center of the formation and activated the power of the primordial river formation to the extreme. Rumble. Vast power surged, releasing the Tao of the universe's changes, evolving the upper-class world and various phenomena. At this moment, with the support of the primordial river formation, Fuxi felt that he had entered a mysterious realm, as if he had achieved perfection. He understood this was the power of the primordial chaos Tao realm. The combination of the god and the formation allowing him to temporarily possess the power of the primordial chaos. At this moment, looking at the 4 demons again, Fuxi felt that they had become incomparably small, as if he could kill them with a raise of his hand. However, Fuxi also understood that these were all illusions. The 4 emissaries of the demon sect had cultivated to such a realm and had long become the vessels of the chaos demon god. They had incredible power. Perhaps they could not defeat a primordial chaos expert, but they could definitely resist 1 or 2. Go in. Shaking his head, Fuxi eliminated the delusions in his heart and waved at the 4 demons. An invisible ripple spread out and swept them into the canyon. That was where the galaxy cosmic light formation was. Although the primordial river formation was strong, it was still a little difficult to deal with the 4 demons. In particular, there were a large number of connate ferocious beasts in the formation. Those connate ferocious beasts were of different realms. The weak ones were as strong as Daoist Jingxian, while the strong ones were comparable to late-stage sage-to-be experts. With so many connate ferocious beasts and 4 half-primordial demons, Fuxi did not think that the primordial river formation could withstand their impact. Therefore, Fuxi simply sent the 4 demons into the depths of the canyon and used the galaxy cosmic light formation to deal with them to relieve the pressure on the primordial river formation. We're out? What does he mean? Inside the canyon, the 4 demons climbed up from the void and looked around. They realized that they had already left the primordial river formation. This puzzled them. They did not understand what Fuxi meant and why he had let them out. Whatever. Anyway, let's leave this place first. Worried that Fushi might have other plans, the four demons didn't dare to stay here for long. They quickly tore open the void and planned to leave this place. However, when they walked out of the broken void, they found that what they saw was not the scene outside the canyon, but an extremely vast starry sky. Galactic Cosmic Light Array. Although this supreme formation had been activated, the space within the formation canyon had long been enveloped by it. It would be fine if the four demons flew out, but they were planning to leave through the void. This was simply walking into a trap. Of course, they plunged headfirst into the galactic cosmic light array. Does this place look like the boundless starry sky? Could it be that we've arrived at the boundless starry sky? Not good, we've been tricked. Let's go. In the blink of an eye, the four demons realized that something was wrong. They were about to break open the void again to leave this place. Although he didn't know where this starry sky was, it definitely wasn't a boundless starry sky. They knew how far they could go in the void that they had broken through. It was impossible to casually open a void passage and allow them to cross the endless void and arrive at the boundless starry sky. I can't open it. One of the four demons raised his hand and struck the void, about to open a void passage. However, the result surprised him. He couldn't open this space. He, who didn't believe in heresy, tried to attack the void a few more times. However, the void here was abnormally firm. No matter how many times he tried, he couldn't shake it in the slightest. What? Seeing this, the other three of the four demons were also shocked. They all attacked the void in front of them. Boom! 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 Three violent forces exploded in the starry sky, shaking the stars, but they didn't cause any damage to the void. It was as if their attacks had hit nothing. There are ghosts here. We can't stay here for long. Let's join forces and break through the void with all our strength. The four of them looked at each other, raised the connate spirit treasure in their hands, and fiercely attacked the void. Rumble. The starry sky shook, and stars lit up one after another, blooming with bright light, forming a vast galaxy in the starry sky. At the same time, billions of starlight gathered and turned into a huge beam of light. Cosmic light. Light of time. This was the impact of the cosmic light array of the galaxy, and it was activated spontaneously. Whoosh! The galaxy flowed and surged toward the four demons. The cosmic light flickered and brushed toward the four demons. For a moment, space condensed and time stood still. The four demons were forcefully fixed on the spot, unable to move at all. They could only watch as the cosmic light surged toward them. In the blink of an eye, the four of them were drowned by the cosmic light of the galaxy. Russell, being in the cosmic light of the galaxy, the four demons seemed to have come to the long river of time and space. They were carried up by the starlight and kept looking back. And in this process, their power was also constantly flowing away. Time reversal. It was one of the most terrifying supreme divine abilities of the primordial world, and also one of the most heaven-defying divine abilities of the primordial world. Reversing the enemy's time and returning them to the stage when they had just cultivated. In this way, wouldn't it be easy to kill them? Such an ability was feared by countless people. In the primordial world, although the realm after Daoist was eternal, once it was achieved, there was no risk of falling. However, realm was realm, and strength was strength. The two were completely different. Reversing time. It was strength, but it was realm. If one had realm but no strength, how much strength could they exert? Facing an expert of the same level, they could be killed with a flip of their hand. Just as the four demons were trapped in the cosmic light of the galaxy formation, elsewhere, outside the canyon, Fushi had fully recovered the power of the primordial river formation. He displayed his supreme killing methods and began to harvest connate ferocious beasts on a large scale. Whoosh! Streaks of primordial Dao light intertwined like the sharpest sword, forming a huge net above the formation and heading toward the connate ferocious beasts in the formation. Puchi. Puchi. Puchi, the primordial Dao light was the supreme killing light. It was true that one would die if touched, and one would be injured if grazed. Under the attack of the primordial Dao light, the connate ferocious beasts of Daoist Jinxian's level were almost defenseless. Just being touched by the primordial Dao light was like being cut by countless swords and knives, slicing them into countless pieces. They died without a complete corpse. Only the sage-to-be connate ferocious beasts with extremely strong physical bodies could withstand the attack of the primordial Dao light. However, there were still a few sage-to-be connate ferocious beasts. Most of them were Daoist Jinxian's level. Therefore, every time the primordial Dao light flashed, it would harvest the lives of a large number of connate ferocious beasts, leaving countless pieces of flesh on the spot. Not long after, the entire canyon was covered with the broken bodies of the connate ferocious beasts, turning into a veritable swamp of flesh and blood. A slaughterhouse. This place, it seemed to have become a huge slaughterhouse that specialized in slaughtering connate ferocious beasts. The smell of blood. An extremely strong smell of blood spread out from the canyon and spread to the surrounding tens of thousands of miles. However, it was such a strong smell of blood that not only did it not stop the connate ferocious beasts from surging over, but it also stimulated them even more. It made them even crazier. More and more connate ferocious beasts were surging over. It was also at this time that Feng Zichen, who was guarding the World Tree, used the roots of the World Tree to quietly come here. The roots of the World Tree were all over the untainted land and countless dimensions. Moreover, the roots of the World Tree also had the ability to ignore any seals. In other words, through the roots of the World Tree, one could reach any place in the untainted land at any time. In the entire untainted land, only Feng Zichen, who was the owner of the World Tree, could use this ability of the World Tree. It was precisely because of this that Feng Zichen took the initiative to take on the responsibility of guarding the World Tree. Through the World Tree, he could provide support at any time and return at any time. It could be said that he came and went like the wind. Not bad at all. Looking at the flesh and blood of the connate ferocious beasts all over the canyon, Feng Zichen's eyes gradually narrowed. Then, he formed a seal with both hands and activated the power of all the Daoists in the heavens, gradually outlining the phantom image of a 9-story altar in the void. This phantom image was the blood altar. It was the runes that Feng Zichen deduced to build the blood altar according to the results of his deduction. Next, he would pour enough power into this phantom image to turn it from illusion to reality and be completely born. Blood altar, refine. Calming down, Feng Zichen performed a secret skill to guide the flesh and blood of the ferocious beasts to the phantom image of the blood altar on the ground. Buzz, 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 the phantom image of the blood altar seemed to have sensed the aura of the flesh and blood. It trembled and emitted an indescribable wave, shattering all the flesh and blood that surged over. Whoosh whoosh. At this time, there seemed to be a huge whirlpool around the blood altar, emitting a huge suction force to devour and refine the shattered flesh and blood. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Nourished by the flesh and blood of the connate ferocious beasts, the blood altar became more and more magical. Wisps of bloody light bloomed from it, making it look abnormally demonic. At the same time, it gradually became fuller and began to have a texture. It was no longer so illusory and was gradually transforming into reality. Roar. A huge roar was heard, disrupting Feng Zichen's thoughts. Looking up, it was a connate ferocious beast in the late stage of the sage-to-be. It resisted the attack of the primordial Dao light and came to the edge of the primordial river formation. It was constantly attacking the formation. Ordinary primordial Dao light could no longer cause fatal damage to a connate ferocious beast at this level. With the power of the primordial river formation, it would need to mobilize more power to kill it. But in this way, it would give the other connate ferocious beasts a chance to breathe, causing an inexplicable change. Therefore, Fushi thought for a while and opened a passage at the edge of the formation, allowing it to leave. Since the primordial river formation did not have any extra power to deal with the sage-to-be connate ferocious beast, it would be left to the galaxy cosmic light formation to deal with it. In this regard Feng Zichen, who was silently watching this place, did not have any dissatisfaction. According to his plan, the primordial river formation only played the role of screening, making it convenient to kill the weak connate ferocious beasts. The powerful connate ferocious beasts would be left to the galaxy cosmic light formation to deal with. As soon as the sage-to-be connate ferocious beast left the primordial river formation, it entered the galaxy cosmic light formation. What greeted it was the bombardment of billions of stars. In just a few breaths, the sage-to-be connate ferocious beast was blasted into pieces by countless stars. Its flesh and blood flew toward the blood altar under the guidance of Feng Zichen. Whoosh! After devouring the flesh and blood of the sage-to-be ferocious beast, the blood altar suddenly lit up and gave birth to mysterious runes. Seeing this, Feng Zichen could not help but cheer up and stare at those mysterious runes. He knew that whether the blood altar had the ability to bring the dead back to life depended on these mysterious runes. Runes were the foundation of everything. Life and death, fate, sacrifice, how could it be? In the beginning, Feng Zichen looked at these runes and could still see the meaning they represented, such as life and death, fate, sacrifice, and so on. These were the great Daoists that were closely related to the resurrection of the dead. At the same time, this was also the knowledge that he was involved in deducing the blood altar. But gradually, Feng Zichen could not understand. As the number of runes increased, the knowledge involved became wider and wider. These great Daoists intertwined with each other and actually produced an inexplicable change, spontaneously deducing downward. This meant that the refinement of the blood altar was gradually getting out of Feng Zichen's control. But he did not panic. Everything was as expected. An experiment? It was inevitable that there would be accidents. Moreover, this change was deliberately facilitated by Feng Zichen. The refinement of the blood altar involved too many things. All kinds of great Daoists were intertwined, and there were endless changes. Even with the help of the creation Jade Disc and Hongmeng Daozhong, Feng Zichen could not deduce all of them. Therefore, he thought of a shortcut. That was to let it evolve spontaneously. Human strength was limited, but the Tao was endless. What Feng Zichen could not do, the Tao could. He listed out the Daoists involved in refining the blood altar one by one. Then, he guided them by the side and let them evolve according to his will. Of course, this method was not as simple as it was said to be. He had gone through countless difficulties before he finally succeeded. There was no need to describe them one by one. This method. It might not be 100% successful, but it was much better than Feng Zichen's own deduction. Tisk, TSK, TSK. How complicated. Looking at the increasingly complicated runes, even Feng Zichen had a headache. However, he was still trying his best to memorize and understand the meaning of these runes. These could all be turned into a foundation and deepen his understanding of the great Tao. Dang! Hongmeng Daozhong rang softly. Buzz! The creation jade disc fragment trembled slightly. The combination of the two raised Feng Zichen's comprehension to an unimaginable level. Suddenly, the runes that he could not understand before were no longer secrets in front of him. Just as Feng Zichen was crazily absorbing knowledge, the blood light around the blood altar suddenly flickered violently. Then, there was a bang sound, the entire blood sacrifice altar exploded. Chapter 570. I failed. Looking at this scene in a daze, Feng Zichen was slightly absent-minded. But after a while, he readjusted his state of mind. This was all within his expectations. The blood altar's function was so heaven-defying that it was naturally extremely difficult to refine. Of course, it was impossible to succeed in one try. Failure was inevitable. Only by experiencing a few more failures could one summarize enough experience to refine the blood altar perfectly. Previously, Feng Zichen had comprehended the runes not only to deepen his foundation, but also to summarize his experience and detect the inadequacies. Therefore, after failing, he would make adjustments in the next experiment. Next, Feng Zichen continued to draw the flesh and blood of the innate ferocious beasts and began to refine the blood altar again. We can't delay any longer. If we delay any longer, we will all die in this formation. In the galaxy cosmic light formation, under the erosion of the power of time and space, the strength of the four demons had fallen from half-step primordial chaos to the great circle of sage to be. Moreover, it would not be long before they fell to the late stage of sage to be. At this time, in order to survive, there was only one way in front of the four demons, which was to increase their strength at all costs so that they could break free from the restraint of the galaxy cosmic light formation. Otherwise, after a while, the strength of the four demons would be reduced to the level of Daoist Jingxian. In this way, his time of death would come. Okay. Later, I will use a secret method to stimulate the ferocity of the innate ferocious beasts and make them crazily attack the formation. Then, we will seize the opportunity to fight with all our strength and blast open the formation in one fell swoop. The leader of the four demons looked at the innate ferocious beasts below and said with some surprise. As time passed, more and more innate ferocious beasts came. Among them, there were no less than 100 innate ferocious beasts at the sage-to-be level. These innate ferocious beasts were all gathered in the galaxy cosmic light formation and were desperately rushing to the deepest part of the canyon. Although the galaxy cosmic light formation was powerful, it could not kill all these innate ferocious beasts at the sage-to-be level in a short time. After being bombarded by countless stars again and again, although many of these innate ferocious beasts had died, there were still dozens of them who survived. And this was the hope of the four devils to break the formation. The combined strength of the four of them might not be able to break the galactic cosmic light array, but with the addition of dozens of sage-to-be connate ferocious beasts. With such power, he would definitely be able to break the formation. Burn! The eldest of the four demons ignited the blood of the chaos demon god in his body. Suddenly, a tyrannical and overbearing aura rose from his body. It broke through the blockade of the cosmic light and swept toward the dozens of connate ferocious beasts. Roar, roar, roar! Under the influence of this aura, the Xiantian ferocious beast went completely mad. Its eyes turned scarlet, and it became even more ferocious. At the same time, they broke free from the influence of the demon god flag. Rumble! The Xiantian ferocious beast, which had gone completely berserk, no longer dashed towards the depths of the canyon. Instead, it was constantly destroying everything in front of it. At this moment, the galaxy cosmic light array. He received a huge shock. Chance. Seeing this, the four demons hurriedly burned their origin source to forcefully increase their strength and break free from the spacetime power. Open for me. For as soon as they regained their freedom, the four demons joined forces and blasted toward the starry sky in an attempt to shatter the formation. Boom! The galaxy trembled, and the stars swayed. Under this attack, the galaxy cosmic light array shook violently. Even the heavenly cycle star banner, which was the foundation of the formation, had cracks appearing on it. After all, it was not a connate object. Its strength was still insufficient and could not withstand such a large-scale bombardment. It was damaged, causing a flaw to appear in the formation. In response, Feng Zichen thought about it and formed a Daoist seal toward the four demons. The galaxy cosmic light array could not be lost. He could not let the four demons destroy it. What? The 4 demons, who had failed their first attack, were about to launch a second attack. Just as they were about to attack, they felt an irresistible force surging from the void and fiercely imprinted on their bodies, slamming them into the deepest part of the canyon. Poof! For a mouthful of blood was involuntarily spat out from the 4 demons' mouths. So powerful. Lying on the ground, the 4 demons still said with lingering fear. With just one attack, the 4 of them were severely injured. In other words, the person who had such power had the ability to kill the 4 of them. Dijiang, Candle Dragon, Shibai Shi, Gomang, Zhu Rong. Just as the 4 demons were shocked, 12 ancient chanting voices came from the void, constantly chanting the names of the 12 ancestral sorcerers. This aura, this is, the 12 divine beings' formation. Oh no, let's go. Hearing these voices, the 4 demons were puzzled at first. Then, as if they had thought of something, they could not help but scream in shock. Then, the 4 demons got up from the ground. Ignoring their injuries, they were about to break through the void and leave this place. Unfortunately, it was all too late. As the void shook, 12 towering figures walked out from it. They sealed off all space and time and charged toward the 4 demons. Boom! A terrifying battle broke out. Not far away. Feng Zichen glanced at them indifferently and then looked away. The 4 demons were dead for sure. They were no longer worth his attention. If they were still in peak condition, they might have a chance of survival. But now, they were all severely injured. There was no hope of escaping. As for inviting the will of the Chaos Demon God to descend, that would undoubtedly make them die faster and more thoroughly. It was the 12 ancestral sorcerers who were fighting the 4 demons. The ancestral sorcerers who were known as the Son of Pangu. It would be fine if the will of the Chaos Demon God did not descend. But once it did, it would definitely activate the mark of Pangu in the 12 ancestral sorcerers. TSK. If it really came to that. Perhaps what welcomed the Chaos Demon God, it would be an axe light that crossed space and time. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. On this day, Feng Zichen, who had experienced dozens of failures, finally saw the dawn of success. Is it going to succeed? In the dark, Feng Zichen stared at the blood altar that was taking shape. His tone was slightly excited. Dozens of times. After the first failure, he had experienced dozens of failures. This time, he was the closest to success. Everything was going according to his plan. Shwa. 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 When the last rune was completed, a strange blood-red light was emitted from the blood altar and dyed the sky and earth a blood-red color. Darkness, strangeness, inauspiciousness, death aura, and other negative energies appeared one after another within the blood-red light, causing this place to become increasingly strange. Even someone as powerful as Feng Zichen could not help but feel a chill down his spine in this environment. Oh my god! What's going on? Surprised, Feng Zichen subconsciously looked at the blood altar. As far as his eyes could see, there was a boundless sea of blood. After a while, the sea of blood slowly receded, revealing a 9-story altar. It was blood-red all over, as if it was flowing blood. It looked abnormally strange. Moreover, his body was filled with a strange and ominous aura. It was as if one would be unable to extricate themselves from it with just a glance, giving birth to all kinds of ominous things. Even Feng Zichen, after staring at the blood altar for a long time, felt that his mind was a little restless, as if he was about to sink into it. Hiss, there won't be any problem with this blood altar, right? Feng Zichen sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but worry. Even his mind was shaken. Didn't this mean that if an ordinary sage-to-be stared at the blood altar, his mind would be taken away if he was not careful? This was too scary. What kind of existence was a sage-to-be? There were a few experts in the untainted land who could dominate a region. But they could not defend against the blood altar. From this, one could see how strange this treasure was. Moreover, what was even more worrisome was the ominous aura that enveloped the blood altar. This ominous aura came from nowhere, and its function was unknown. But facing it, even someone as powerful as Feng Zichen could not help but feel a chill down his spine, and he dared not let it get close to him. This alone was enough to make Feng Zichen wary. After all, with his current strength and identity, there were not many forces in the world that could hurt him. This is troublesome. Looking at the blood altar in front of him, Feng Zichen was a little hesitant for a moment, not knowing what to do. He wanted to test its ability, but he was also a little worried that the strange ominous aura on its body would cause bad consequences and involve great karma. Fellow Daoist Ziwei, what kind of magic treasure are you refining? Why is it so strange? Just as Feng Zichen was hesitating, Haotian's voice came from afar. Looking up, he saw that in the depths of the void, Haotian and the other 2 and the 6 people from the demon sect had stopped fighting at the same time and were rushing towards him. It turned out that the moment the blood altar was formed, the commotion caused was too great. Even the 9 people in the depths of the void felt the spine-chilling ominous aura. This shocked them. To be able to make existences who had reached their level feel spine-chilling. How powerful was that kind of power? They were shocked and puzzled. It actually caused both sides to stop fighting at the same time. They searched for the source of that aura. As soon as he came out, Haotian saw Great Emperor Ziwei and the blood altar at the same time. The power that made his hair stand on end was emitted from this treasure. Curious, Haotian asked directly. This was the scene from before. Keep. Glancing at the 6 demon gods, Feng Zichen waved his sleeve and put the blood altar into his sleeve. Of course, this was in the eyes of outsiders. In fact, he had put the blood altar into Hongmeng Daozhong. Before he figured out the origin of the ominous aura, Feng Zichen did not dare to let it get close to him. He did not intend to let the other magic treasures be contaminated by the ominous aura. If something went wrong, he would suffer a great loss. Therefore, only Hongmeng Daozhong, that the doctrine artifact, that could be said to be a treasure of the Great Path and the source of all Tao, he dared to let it come into contact with the ominous aura. After all, Hongmeng was the beginning of being. No matter how strange the ominous aura was, it could not escape the scope of Hongmeng. After doing all this, Feng Zichen turned to Haotian and said, "Brother Haotian, we'll talk about this later. Right now, the most important thing is to send all of these old seniors away." As he spoke, Feng Zichen looked at the 6 chaos demon gods. What he meant was that he wanted to join forces with Haotian and the other 2 to kill the 6 demon gods here. The effect of the blood altar could be tested at any time. However, there were not many opportunities to kill the 6 chaos demon gods. Perhaps this was the only chance. For the primordial world, for all living beings, and for himself, he could not let go of this opportunity. Fellow Daoist, you're right. Hearing this, Haotian nodded. He was also someone who knew the severity of the situation. He knew that this was not the time to discuss that strange magic treasure. Seizing the opportunity to kill the chaos demon gods was the most important thing. Do it. With a thought, Feng Zichen released the power of the heavenly gods that belonged to Great Emperor Ziwei and integrated it into the celestial arch projection in the void. Suddenly, a boundless starry sky appeared in the projection of the primordial world. At the same time, the celestial arch projection, which was originally extremely blurry, also became clearer, gradually revealing a perfect face. Boom! With the support of Great Emperor Ziwei's authority, the celestial arch projection strength increased greatly. It rose from the 9th level of the primordial chaos to the 12th level of the primordial chaos. A powerful aura swept out, pressing toward the 6 chaos demon gods in front. Humph! The Chaos Demon Gods were not afraid at all. They also released their aura to fight against the celestial the Arch-Projection. With the support of the will of chaos, the pride of the Chaos Demon Gods returned. Therefore, how could the arrogant them tolerate lowering their heads? Of course, they would face the challenge head-on. Rumble, two extremely powerful auras collided with each other, causing space to collapse and all things to vanish into nothingness. And the result was naturally the Chaos Demon God's defeat. How could a 9th-level Chaos Demon God fight against a 12th-level Chaos Demon God? After a slight contact, the Chaos Demon Gods were forced to retreat several steps. Kill. Feng Zichen and the other three were unforgiving. Seeing that the Chaos Demon Gods were at a disadvantage, they controlled the celestial the Arch-Projection and charged toward the Chaos Demon Gods. Boom! The celestial the Arch-Projection raised his hand to form a seal, connecting the Daoist of heaven and earth. Time and space were distorted, and a 33-story pagoda surrounded by Daoist light slowly emerged. A top-tier Khanate treasure, the Miluotian Primordial Pagoda. It was not a projection, nor was it a projection. It was the true body. The power of the celestial the Arch-Projection was so strong that it distorted time and space, capturing the true body of the Miluotian Primordial Pagoda from the future and making it manifest in the present world to suppress and kill powerful enemies. The supreme treasure manifested and floated in the air. Its bottom was aimed at the Chaos Demon Gods, and strands of creation Daoist light swept toward the Chaos Demon Gods, trying to take them into the pagoda. Distorting time and space? What a powerful force! Under this force, even the powerful Chaos Demon Gods could not help but be a little moved. Not daring to underestimate their opponent, the Chaos Demon Gods directly used their strongest technique to attack the creation Daoist light. Splash! 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 The creation Daoist light was like a divine chain of order. With an inexplicable power, it directly ignored the Chaos Demon God's supernatural powers and wrapped around their bodies, binding them and pulling them into the pagoda. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.